Hey guys, welcome to Internet Tomato. The Tainted Grail lore video that you are about to watch is the culmination of 250 hours of writing, 200 hours of research, 25 hours of recording, and 100 hours of video editing over the course of 5 months. Originally, I wasn't the best at this YouTube thing, but I slowly became more competent as time passed, so I hope you bear with the more cringier bits. As you watch, keep in mind that the lore is still developing, as Tainted Grail has games planned for the future to supplement what we know, and things are somewhat subject to change. Please consider liking, subscribing, commenting, and joining the Discord. I genuinely hope that you enjoy and are ready for the journey into the Tainted Grail saga. So, a brief disclaimer. I am coming at this from my experience of playing the board games several times, playing through Tainted Grail Conquest, and being there near the beginning of the RPG's early access. In each board game, there are dozens of paths that you can take over the hundreds of hours of gameplay. And some of these hard-to-reach paths lead to significant details in the lore. I've attempted to go into every avenue on my own time, but be aware that I'm human and I can easily make mistakes. If I do make mistakes in this video, please comment on what things I missed. Also, with the RPG's recent release and a huge influx of new players, there are both tons of new lore bits and lots of new theories. I'll do my best not to speak definitively and go over these theories that I've heard or that I have personally, but the prevailing theories are subject to change, especially with new Tainted Grail games being released. Feel free to join my Discord server if you want to talk lore or theories. So yeah, let's dive in. Let's set the stage with a brief overview of the world for those who are brand new. Tainted Grail revolves around a crumbling Arthurian island called Avalon, warped by Celtic magic and ancient European folklore. Weirdness, a dangerous fog that blankets the island, warps life. Picture misty shores, crumbling castles, and glowing statues under an endless autumn sky, teetering toward eternal winter. Weirdness twists trees into gnarled horrors, beasts into grotesque forms, and even people's minds with visions or madness. The homelands across the sea is where King Arthur came from with his people when he landed on Avalon. It shared some of Avalon's gods and their mysteries. Avalon's every ruin screams secrets and intrigue with its captivating scenes and art. Before I jump into Avalon, I should first jump into the record-breaking creators of Tainted Grail. The brilliant publishers at Awaken Realms are known for board games with gorgeous art and outstanding storytelling. My favorite board games by them would be obviously Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon at the top, but they have done exceptional work with the This War of Mine board game, The Great Wall, Dragon Eclipse, as well as about 24 others. They specialize in extraordinary stories and mostly create games with cooperative elements. Every time I see new artwork by them, I always think how no matter how much the artists are being paid, they need a raise. Awaken Realms has been fueled by their fans for many years, and has been known to take the advice of their loyal fans time and time again. If any of this sounds interesting to you, please consider checking them out. Tainted Grail is dark Arthurian legend with Celtic and European folkloric twists. The lore is complex and mysterious by design. It adds to the riddles and intrigue. It is so alluring and captivating that sometimes you just have to see it to experience the awe. I love the way my subscriber Dawn Martin put it when she commented, "Is there any lore about that giant that's strapped to the pillar in the ruined market square? I'm so hung up on that." That is the intention of the writers. to make the viewer shocked, intrigued, and hung up by the sights and oddities of Avalon. It raises so many questions when staring at that scene, like, who is that? Why was he chained here? Why is his head carved open? What happened to the people? How could something so powerful be reduced to this? The giant's silent agony hints at sacrifice, or perhaps a god's judgment. With sufficient exploration, some of these questions can be answered, but others remain. Countless sights and stories pull you in, and sometimes all we can do is speculate on the macabre yet beautiful world. The saga's core themes are sacrifice and inevitability. From Menhirs to King Arthur to the endings of most campaigns, sacrifice shapes every story. During the fall of Avalon, the island's eternal autumn sliding into winter screams inevitability. Every sacrifice, challenge, and hardship leads to the inevitable. And even in this grim world, there is still beauty, humor, and hope for a better tomorrow. One last note, this series dives into Tainted Grail's unique lore, not classic Arthurian tales. Celtic folklore, ancient European influences, and Arthurian legend definitely inspires it, but it is a distinct story. When I hit a spoiler-heavy section, I'll warn you, since many of you want to discover the lore yourselves. So, without further ado, let's start this lore series from the beginning. To start from the beginning, we must first ask, what fills this? In the beginning, blank. In Tainted Grail's dark, mystical world, the typical answer is a god or pantheon of gods, beings of death, love, justice, and more, wielding powers that bend reality itself. Picture a single, all-powerful god crafting the stars, Avalon's misty moors, and reality. Or a pantheon, each god a cosmic puzzle piece, shaping the homelands and Avalon together. These gods might have aseity, which is the power to exist independently, like an eternal, self-powered battery, needing no creator. With aseity, they could be self-created, sparking the universe's birth. But what if gods aren't the only answer? And what if something else fills that blank? Something weirder, tied to Avalon's chaotic heart. Let's turn to some ancient thinkers for a twist. In this section, this could be controversial for those well-versed in theology or philosophy, and I'm well aware of flaws, but we are going over the Tainted Grail world and not our own. Now I want to draw on two theories, the theory of forms and the theory of water. I'm no expert, so bear with me for a quick rundown. In the theory of forms, Plato said everything, beauty, justice, love, has a perfect, eternal, non-physical archetype in a higher reality. They're the true essence, like the form of beauty as the perfect, unchanging ideal, while physically beautiful objects are flawed reflections. Here, the abstract is real, more real than what you can touch. Could Avalon's gods, or the weirdness, be shadows of these forms, not needing a creator, but echoing eternally? The theory of water is older. Thales claimed all existence is water, just in different forms. Under specific conditions regarding energy or temperature, water could become sand, dirt, or anything else. Everything traces back to water. In Tainted Grail, could the weird be Avalon's water? A primal, fluid source shaping gods, landscapes, even the twisted plants and beasts that we can see? These ideas challenge the need for gods, suggesting a deeper abstract origin. Now let's get wild with a theoretical mashup. What if we combined these? What if, instead of a god or pantheon with a deity anchoring reality, the blank is filled with a materialized abstract of chaos, pure, infinite potential where all things take root? What if, from this chaos, the first gods emerged? It hit me when I saw the weirdness twisting Avalon's life. Trees poisoned, beasts warped. What if the weirdness, that eerie magical force, is the chaotic, self-existent source with the deity, spawning gods like the All-Mother or All-Father? Picture Plato's forms meeting the theory of water in a swirling cosmic mess. The weirdness as a timeless essence shaping reality, birthing gods and Avalon's doomed fate. Gods might be its echoes, not the blank's filler. Or could a god have crafted the weirdness to spark all of this life? Its chaos sowing both life and doom. Could the weirdness originally have been a god's tool? Maybe a pantheon crafted it to spawn life, its power creating plants, animals, and people. Well, which is it? Weirdness or gods? Whatever kicked off the universe, everything was created. Now, spoilers are going to be ahead, so pause now if you want to explore Avalon blind. This is your last warning. In Tainted Grail, the lore speaks of a place beyond the stars where timeless kingdoms exist. Are these distant realms, alternate dimensions, or something beyond comprehension? We can't be sure. Even the term timeless is tricky. In our world, philosophers debate two views of the A series and B series of time. Tainted Grail, I think, leans into the A series of time, where time flows dynamically through past, present, and future. So for example, think of it like this. You will like this video. That's the future. When you hit the like button, that's present, and then it's done. So that's in the past. A timeless God in this system exists outside of that flow, seeing all moments at once. This matters because it explains how some gods in Tainted Grail can know the future or act across centuries, defying time. Peculiarly, as you will see in future videos, some gods of Avalon either lose their power with prolonged stays away from beyond the stars, or wane in their abilities, suggesting their timelessness is tied to those mysterious realms. Now let's explore a mind-bending questline from The Last Night, set 400 years after the fall of Avalon. Picture this, a chalk horse carved into a hill spanning hundreds of feet, inspired by the real-world chalk horse carvings like the Uffington White Horse. It's trapped, bound to the land while attempting to escape. In The Last Night, it says, after your combined efforts, the horse breaks free from the chains of reality, and its chalk body disappears in the sky. You won't be surprised if you see a new constellation in the sky tonight. You will also feel surprisingly calm, as if a kind spirit watched over you. This moment screams sacrifice. The adventurers gave their all to free the god, tying into Tainted Grail's core theme. But here's where it gets wild. Fast forward, or rather backward, to the Age of Legends campaign set 1,000 years before. In verse 341.14, you encounter the same chalk horse, still trapped. While it seems impossible, you feel the enormous drawing trying to communicate with you. It regards you as a friend and is grateful for the help you gave it, though you do not remember any such help. How does a trapped god thank you for something you haven't done yet? Its timelessness lets it see the future, knowing you'll free it in 1,000 years. This suggests the chalk horse hails from those timeless kingdoms beyond the stars, existing outside of Avalon's flow of time. When it ascends to form a constellation, it marks a new event in the future, not something that always was, fitting the A-series view of time. After its ascension, it became known as the chalk mare, white steed, or pale horse, and was worshipped by followers. But who is the chalk mare, and why was it trapped? The lore paints it as a god of protection. Its calming presence lingers after its release, like a guardian watching over Avalon's heroes. Its imprisonment might reflect inevitability. Perhaps the weirdness or rival gods bound it to ensure Avalon's decline, only broken by the adventurer's sacrifice. This isn't unique in Tainted Grail. The forgotten goddess, another divine figure, was locked in a mountain by dozens of gods before the Picts freed her. She offered comfort and was a force for good, but demanded disturbing rituals. Could they both have been goddesses chained for defying Avalon's doomed fate? While the chalk mare was seen as a protector, the forgotten goddess had the cure to the most vile disease imaginable. What entities could be responsible, and why would they do that? Could the chalk mare have a deity, existing independently, eternal, and unbound beyond the stars before it was on Avalon? Or is it a fragment of the weird's chaos, like water reshaped into a divine steed? At first, I had thought the chalk horse was made by people, but then animated by the weirdness. However, the weirdness is infamous for only affecting living things, such as plants, animals, and people. So it couldn't animate chalk, could it? The Beyond the Stars kingdoms might be like Plato's world of forms, perfect, eternal realms where gods like the chalk mare exist, untouched by time. Or maybe the kingdoms are a chaotic source, birthing gods from a cosmic swirl. Are these gods all self-existent? Or does a hierarchy exist? Are there any self-existent? The lore hints that some gods lose power away from these kingdoms, suggesting they're tied to a timeless source. Imagine adventurers glimpsing these realms. What would they see? Celestial palaces or chaotic voids? Could the Everdweller, a godlike enigma, hold the key? Does it wield the weirdness, crafting life, or does it depend on it? Its role might reveal if the weirdness is the divine spark at the beginning or a tool for the divine. First, I believe, came the Homelands, a vast and tangible world. The term Homelands shifts depending on the context, similar to how someone saying America might refer to the United States of America or the Americas. To some, the Homelands refer to the region where Arthur and his people hail from, while to others, it could refer to the known world, which would be Tainted Grail's version of Europe and the Mediterranean. Lastly, it can also be reference to the entire world. For our series, when I say Homelands, I am talking about the world excluding Avalon, but keep the distinction in mind for future quotes or during your adventures in Tainted Grail. The Homelands have an ancient history, but most of it is shrouded. Races of sentient species, such as Fomorians, predate humans in the Homelands for possibly the course of eras. We do not know when they came to be, but what we do know is that Fomorians were the first sentient species, or at the least, the first sentient species that could create kingdoms. Fomorians were an aquatic race, leading to the possibility that the Homeland's creation was a slow development, perhaps a water world with land emerging later. Eventually, however, came humanity and other lesser races. Now, Fomorians in the Fall of Avalon timeline are likely considered legend to humanity, but those well-versed in history would be aware that they are, in fact, somewhere out there. They enslaved or annihilated lesser races as they viewed all of creation as their birthright. As you can imagine, for those, quote, lesser races like humanity and furbolgs, who are another race of giants, they fought back with little success and ended up having strong resentment for the Fomorians. The gods of the homelands are plentiful. Though there are at least dozens, I have found names for 9. I may go over them in the future or perhaps discover more in due time, but these are the names of the gods from the homelands whom I am aware of. Morrigan, Lug, Fael, Dagd, Sisinus, Saruno, the All-Father, the All-Mother, and the Forgotten Goddess. The gods are varied in being. Some, like Morrigan, have a human-like shape and a material form, while others, like the Forgotten Goddess, speak through dreams and visions, seemingly existing in a spiritual world. This could mean that the Forgotten Goddess is of a higher status than Morrigan, pointing to the possibility that there is a hierarchy among the gods. In the early days, humanity followed these deities in a cult-like fashion. People formed tribes and dabbled in their gods' magic and rituals. While some gods demanded sacrifice, some demanded mutation, others death, and others worship. The Homelands has real-world ties and influences. The biggest example is the city of Alexandria, with the most robust library in the Homelands. This is a nod to the Library of Alexandria, but spelled differently, perhaps because the real world is supposed to be an alternate universe in the story. It is hard to judge from the lore as to whether all the Homelands had encounters with these various sentient races, or if most of the encounters were near Arthur's lands. In essence, the Homelands is the material world existing tangibly and with purpose. Unlike Avalon, the Homelands exhibit life, death, and a never-ending cycle between the two. Since there is finality to a person's life, there is a sense of legacy and merit. People build for the next generation and have a wide range of emotions and duties. To the viewer, this is a given because you would be someone from the Homelands, but other realms of existence do not share the same traits. With limited time, every second is like the dropping of a grain of sand in an hourglass. When the final grain drops, our time ends. This impending doom creates a fire in us to accomplish dreams, goals, and desires while time allows, a concept foreign to Avalonian inhabitants. Avalon, on the other hand, is a mythical island covered in a mist called weirdness. The weirdness and shape of the land feels alien to those in the Homelands. The geography is shaped in mind-bending and impossible ways. The trees, the size of skyscrapers, line portions of the island, towering over forests of saplings. The fauna feels otherworldly, with the giant worms stretching dozens of meters and whose height could reach the size of a watchtower. The weirdness reshapes the landscape and living creatures indiscriminately. Though I can't say this definitively, it appears that the Four-Dwellers were the first sentient inhabitants of Avalon. Four-Dwellers are humanoid beings with 4 arms, 3 eyes, and average around 8 to 9 feet tall, or 2.5 meters. Some depictions of Four-Dwellers make them appear larger, possibly closer to 15 feet tall. Another sentient race were the Giants, who roamed the land as well, forming a culture and carving a portion of Avalon for themselves. While the Four-Dwellers have a strong affinity to the weirdness, being able to manipulate it to weave magic, The giants have significantly smaller affinity to the chaotic fog. However, the giants have roots going back countless years before humanity's conquest. Whether other sentient beings existed on Avalon before humanity's arrival is likely but not definitive. The most significant evidence of other sentient beings having lived on Avalon is the numerous ancient gods and structures that have been found. I do not have a list of the gods and goddesses of Avalon as I do the homelands, but there is very little crossover. Only Morrigan is known to be found in both the homelands and Avalon. The Four Dwellers are considered the dominant inhabitants of Avalon. To them, the weirdness in Avalon are as normal as Earth is to us. They have a kinship with it, and planted their capital of Tuathan in the center of Avalon, where the weirdness is thickest. Tuathan's origins are misty, likely a weirdness-forged city where Four Dwellers shaped reality. Now, this is where I shall give you the spoiler warning, so feel free to pause now if you want to learn deeper secrets on your own. So what exactly is Avalon? I will go over 3 different descriptions and go from there. For one, Orin, who is the surviving apprentice of Merlin, describes the Four Dweller belief. Four Dwellers believe that when they die, depending on the judgment passed by their gods, they either ascend to a higher plane of existence beyond the stars or descend to the lower one. This cold, unmoving hell lacks the grace of weirdness, a place that takes their third eye as well as 2 of their arms, where they lead short, painful lives with little chance of ever reincarnating into higher beings. That would be our world. So, according to Four Dwellers, upon death, they will either become a human soul or ascend to beyond the stars, where the gods live. Second, the Forgotten Goddess taught her followers, the Picts, that Avalon is the island of souls. The homelands, according to her, cannot receive souls for their new children ever since Arthur took over the island. Lastly, there is a very peculiar encounter with an enigmatic being. This being, in reference to human souls, says, Avalon is a gate through which souls go in various directions, but sometimes a soul is stuck in the middle, unable to ascend beyond the stars, unable to grow 4 arms, and unable to go to the lesser lands beyond the sea. Another regular description is that Avalon is the, quote, midpoint between the timeless kingdoms beyond the stars and the homelands. Given these perspectives, it appears that Four Dwellers craft souls. The Weaver in the RPG details the soul weaving in detail. Souls are created through magical weaving and using the weirdness to create souls from raw potential. Humanity in the homelands is dependent upon the Four Dwellers for their next generation. I do not know how there is such a large number of human souls created, as Four Dwellers rarely die, excluding in wars. Unless killed, Four Dwellers are immortal. I'm unsure if that means that Four Dwellers could sacrifice themselves when a human was born in the homelands, or if a Four Dweller weaver could craft human souls with every birth if one was not available in Avalon. Given how macabre Tainted Grail is, I have an inkling that Four Dwellers likely did sacrifice themselves regularly to allow for souls to fill the homelands with human life. And now we get to the Everdweller. I will go to the Pale Lady to explain. According to her, Avalon is a midpoint between the far simpler human reality and the timeless kingdoms beyond the stars. And just like humans reached Avalon with a mission of conquest, the timeless kingdoms sent their ambassador to maintain balance. Apparently, the Avalonians call this creature an Everdweller, and they find it as alien as humans see the Avalonians. No one knows its real purpose, and the only thing the Pale Lady learned for certain is that the Everdweller cannot survive far from the boiling, primordial weirdness of Tuatha. In writings found in the Archspire and the RPG, the Everdweller is sometimes called the Watcher. Its role in the war between humanity and the Foredwellers was mostly passive. It rarely got involved. Here is the description from your first encounter in the Age of Legends. A light suddenly shines above you, as if a second sun formed on the firmament. You look up, shielding your eyes from the blaze. Something is descending from the top of Tuathan's wall. A golden leaf floating from a tree. This figure is much larger than any of the enemies you've seen before, clad in yellow light that bends around it like a shroud, and surrounded by a cloud of arms that seem to flicker in and out of existence so fast you can't even count them. Its smooth, featureless head is surrounded by a revolving halo of eyes. Somehow, the creature manages to be regal and abhorrent at the same time, ethereal, yet emanating with strength. In addition to this haunting form, it is also described as having eyes in the center of its countless palms. It only fought when there was a clear chance humanity could conquer Tuatha, and it also decided to step in to unmake Merlin. I know that may be a spoiler for a future video when I go over the Age of Legends, but understand the sheer power of the Everdweller. Merlin was virtually a god among men, and he attempted to fight the Everdweller before being poofed out of existence. This being, whatever it is, has such a strong attunement to the weirdness that he can remove a godlike figure from existence. What kind of being can unmake Merlin? I believe there are two valid possibilities. Either the Everdweller is a first god that humbled itself to live on Avalon, or it is an angel from beyond the stars. This is honestly a little bit of a tough one for me, because even the gods on Avalon do not possess the power to uncreate someone. I mean, look at the Chalk Mare from the previous video. Even she, a goddess, couldn't ascend to the sky and create a new constellation without the party's intervention. Yet this Everdweller could simply pop a person out of existence if it chose to, and it possessed foreknowledge of the future for at least 1,000 years, much like the Chalk Mare. So that leads us to the conclusion of the last video, where I said the Everdweller may hold the key to the universe's origin, depending on what you think the Everdweller is. Why? Well, because the Everdweller is dependent upon the weirdness to survive. If the Everdweller is one of the true gods from beyond the stars, and the Everdweller is dependent upon the weirdness to exist, the weirdness likely predates the gods. However, if you think that the Everdweller is not part of some original pantheon, it is likely an angel with more power than even the gods of Avalon or the homelands. Regardless of your view, I think it then becomes clear that the kingdoms beyond the stars must have weirdness or something very similar to it permeating their reality, where either the subjects of the gods or even the gods themselves depend on this substance to exist. A few questions still rattle in my mind with this. For one, why? Why create humanity in the first place? And who did so? Humanity is one of the latest and least of the sentient races, yet humanity was a necessary piece to a mysterious cosmic cycle. Why were they not necessary in the early days of the Fomorians, who ruled much of the world? For two, do the giants have souls like the Fomorians, since they are sentient? And if so, why is humanity dependent on Avalon for souls, and they're not? Why is it so paramount that Avalon exists and is kept in order by the Everdweller? These are big questions, but tough to answer. My current theory is similar to the Fordwellers' belief. Humanity is the result of cosmic punishment for either the gods or the Fordwellers. In the next episode, we'll dive into the history of Avalon and the homelands, leading to King Arthur's ascent to the throne. After or during the creation of the homelands, Fomorians were created. The Fomorians are an aquatic, sentient race of giants. Their militaristic culture, exceptional intelligence, and belief that all of creation was their birthright led them to an imperialistic society. The territory of creation, as well as the lesser races formed after them, was all for the taking. They laid claim to these races and enslaved many or killed those who didn't capitulate. Their technology was highly advanced, and they often blended sea life with machinery. For example, they would perform transformative surgery on giant crabs to make them act as vehicles. Fomorians would utilize these altered crabs as transports or tanks, storming beaches with cannon emplacements on the side of the creatures. It was like a moving fortress. This is just one way of many that they dominated the homelands. They had massive factories and underwater kingdoms. They were far advanced technologically, and very few stood a chance to halt them. I will refer to this era as the Age of Fomorians, but this is not an official Tainted Grail term. I am uncertain how long this age lasted, but it was enough time for them to control much of the world and to invent writing, technological breakthroughs, and forge an empire. The date is unknown, but at some point, Avalon and the Fordwellers were created. A Fordweller once said that they spawned in the weirdness, showing that at the least, the weirdness predates Fordwellers, but likely means Avalon predates the Fordwellers as well. Avalon operated very differently from the homelands. The weirdness created a land of pure potential, while the homelands was cursed with corporeality. Somehow, the Fomorians and Fordwellers made contact. When the Fomorians realized there was a whole island created by the gods with magical powers exuding from the weirdness, the Fomorians declared war, as was typical Fomorian fashion. Using their war machines, they reached Avalonian shores and fought for the rule of Avalon. Encountering the weirdness and seeing how the Fordwellers could bend reality to their will while fighting in it, the Fomorians knew they were outmatched, but their pride wouldn't let them fall back. Possibly during the Age of Fomorians, they created a solution to the weirdness, a specialized cannon ammunition capable of being launched and dissipating pockets of weirdness on the island. Though this invention aided the Fomorians in the war, the dissipation was only temporary. The Fordwellers would return once the weirdness coalesced and would routinely push the Fomorians back to the shore. The lore is unclear whether the Fomorians had footholds on Avalon or if the war consisted only of beach assaults. It is unknown how long this war lasted, but eventually the Fordwellers won. The Fomorians suffered heavy losses and were forced to return to the homelands completely battered. Though this is not stated in the lore, I do want to float a theory. Since the Fomorians were slavers, and the Fordwellers were the ruling race of Avalon, what if this war is what brought the giants to Avalon? I propose that in the war, Fomorians had brought enslaved giants as shock troops, cannon fodder, or maybe servants. Whether the giants became prisoners of war or defected to the Fordweller side, they were taken in by the Fordwellers after the Fomorians left. This would explain to me why, in the Age of Legends, the giants were not as attuned to the weirdness as the Fordwellers, and explain why they acted in a subservient manner. Perhaps they were originally from the homelands and created their unique culture as either the servants of the Fordwellers or an independent ally. After the Fomorian and Fordweller War, a lot of time passed. A few things likely happened during this time, but the order is uncertain. In the future, my chronological order may be disproven, but this is my best guess given the data. I presume that since the Fomorians lost the war, they were far weaker in the homelands. Their imperialistic armies were decimated and were left to lick their wounds. They chose easy battles and had to leave some of their old holdings as they lost their manpower, especially if the giants really did leave them and they had crushing defeats in Avalon. It would make sense then why they were forced to consolidate far from their previous war fronts. When they left, all that remained were their artifacts. This allowed for other lesser races to be brought into existence without the danger of the Fomorians snuffing them out. Without the fear of another invasion anytime soon, and having beaten back the strongest military force in existence, the Fordwellers were able to develop with all the time in the world, or so they thought. Either during the Age of Fomorians or after they were defeated, the Fordwellers built up their home. On Avalon, the capital of Tuathan was resplendent, and the gods of Avalon made their home. Some of the gods seem to toe the line between the label of god and a powerful being. One reason I say this is that most of these gods don't appear to be worshipped by anyone. This could point to other sentient races living on Avalon that eventually went extinct, or that these gods could have been Fordweller creations. In the board game, one of my favorite quest lines has to do with the Keeper of Secrets turned Eater of Secrets. Now, it is a complicated quest, but I will explain the relevant portion. Long ago, some Fordwellers sought more knowledge. Through the power of the weirdness and their will, these Fordwellers merged the heavens with the weirdness. They created an enigmatic being that appeared to be all-knowing. The Fordweller creators used this creature as a toy, asking every burning question on their minds. Eventually, the authorities of the Fordweller Society discovered this being's existence and jailed it in a barack in northeastern Avalon. Trapped there for ages, the Keeper of Secrets grew angrier and more resentful of the Fordwellers for being created. This all-knowing creature has bioluminescent blue-green tendrils that writhe and sway hundreds of feet in various directions, and emits a sense of deep dread and terror. It is nothing to scoff at. Now, maybe it is just me, but if the Fordwellers can create such a creature, it makes me wonder how many of these godlike beings are creations that outgrew their master. But is this creature, this Keeper of Secrets, technically a god? The Fordwellers in this era became complacent and decadent. They had an obsession with themselves and refused to look beyond their borders. Eventually, one of the most powerful and oldest Fordwellers, the Pale Lady, peered past Avalon. She saw the homelands and the quizzical world the Fomorians and humanity came from. The Fordwellers were floored the more they learned of the homelands. How could one live being a mortal? It was terrifying to them. During the discovery, the Pale Lady, with the help of the Weaver, crafted a Fordweller soul to the exact specificity the Pale Lady desired. This soul was born with a burning interest in the homelands. Eventually, the Pale Lady's son, known as the Prince, deeply desired to see the homelands just like his mother. Collecting several followers, the Prince invented an idea to witness the homelands for himself. He created the menhirs, giant, morbid statues that blend weirdstone and a Fordweller soul. Planting the menhirs, the Fordwellers were able to peer into the mortal world of the homelands. and were able to experience much of what the homeland reality was like. The prince saw severe opposition to this invention and was murdered by a fellow foredweller. Whether after this murder or during the life of the prince, most of Avalon had a menhir nearby. Though there was a strong opposition, by the time of the Age of Legends, the foredwellers seemed universally reverent to the menhirs. They saw these statues as a noble sacrifice. Before I leave this topic, I want to mention one more thing. The Pale Lady mentions that the Everdweller came to Avalon long ago, and that the foredwellers predate the Everdweller on the island. I think that either the Everdweller came in response to the constant meddling with the powers that be by inventing these godlike beings, or the Everdweller showed up when humanity was created. I don't know when it happened, but I can only assume that the Everdweller was in response to an event. I'm uncertain what necessitated it, but perhaps you have a thought on it. I'd be interested to hear your point of view. During this peaceful era, after the Fomorian disappearance, the Homelands was populated by the nomadic, tribalistic, and ambitious sects of humanity. Though other races existed, there likely wasn't much contact between them and humans. Many of the other sentient races had been either exterminated by the Fomorians, or, after the Fomorians had left, all that remained were small remnants in corners of the Homelands. There may be exceptions mentioned in future Tainted Grail games, but that is at least how it appears. A couple of named species uncommonly seen were furbolgs and dwarves, but it is hard to say how much of a part they play, as the lore does not delve into them as of yet. Humanity was left to their own devices, with relics of the Last Age aiding them in their growth. Human history, before Arthur, likely mirrors our earthly history, or is a parallel to it. The varying nations of the Homelands had a god or gods as the core to their culture. Little is known of the nations far away from Arthurian legend, as only Tainted Grail's version of ancient Egypt seems to have a mention. The only huge faction I would expect to be named, however, is Rome. Their absence is a little odd to me, but there may be a reference in future games. Alternatively, perhaps they had been eliminated by the Fomorians or another species long ago, and that is why they are not mentioned. This leaves Arthurian Britain as the presumed superpower in the region. Many of the Arthurian legends are depicted in Tainted Grail, such as the story of Isolde and Tristan, or Merlin handing baby Arthur to his adopted father Sir Ector. To the north of Arthurian Britain is the savage cult of Morrigan and the Picts, who follow the Forgotten Goddess. In the more civilized parts of Britain, they mainly followed the Allfather and Allmother, as well as having the Red Church as part of their society. Though there were other tribes and cults, the two other main ones were the Dalriada, who followed Saruno, the Stagfather, and the Druids, who attempted to tame the magical world of Arthurian legend. The Druids were a controversial group, rarely aligning with any specific god, but using the rites and rituals of the surrounding cults to extend their knowledge of magic. The strongest nation-state in Arthurian Britain was Camlann, where Merlin and the great family of the Pendragons made their home. Old Britain was full of petty kings, leaders calling themselves kings over small swaths of land. They were disjointed and struggled to maintain order on the tumultuous island. One noble house sprang from Britain, the Pendragons. The Pendragons were known to be excellent fighters, skilled tacticians, and willing to use whatever means to enact their will. Uther Pendragon became the patriarch, and either inherited the throne of Camlann or usurped it from the previous ruler for the title of king. Though noble in his own right, Uther was flawed. He was considered a strong leader, but sought an empire. It is not explicit, but the lineage of the Pendragons may be complicated. In traditional Arthurian legend, the story goes that Uther slept with Duchess Igraine, the wife or ex-wife of the Duke of Cornwall. Igraine gave birth to Arthur, who Merlin took in to hide the boy away and be raised not as a prince but as a squire. Arthur had at least 2 half-siblings in Tainted Grail lore, Morgaine and Kay. Morgaine and Kay, in Arthurian legend, are the children of the Duke of Cornwall and Igraine, meaning Arthur and them share a mother. I know there are varying Arthurian legends, but for now, I assume that this is the case in Tainted Grail. Sir Ector, one of Uther's knights, took in Arthur, not knowing he was a Pendragon. Ector is sometimes depicted as being the father of Kay in legend, but regardless, Arthur was raised with Kay as his brother. Arthur was born from humble beginnings, enjoying the simple life of a commoner. Ector taught him all he knew of nobility and honor while providing an education. Arthur was raised like a squire until a very formative event. The traditional story of Arthur's rise to power goes something like this. After King Uther Pendragon's death, there was a crisis as to who would become the next king. Merlin embedded a magical sword in a stone. Whoever could retrieve it from the stone would be the successor to Uther. Arthur did so and became the king apparent at around 15, after it was confirmed that he was a Pendragon. In Tainted Grail, there is some confusion as to Uther and Arthur's relationship due to this passage from the words of Arthur. My father, Uther, and I, we built an empire. There was Camelot, there was a round table, but one thing was missing. Arthur could simply be stating that Uther desired an empire, and then after his death and Arthur's ascension to kinghood, that he continued Arthur's vision, but it could also be that Arthur and Uther in Tainted Grail ruled for a short period together. I feel as though Arthur would have stated that he continued Uther's legacy and not phrased it as he did. I would like to point out another detail that deviates from traditional lore and may add to the theory that Uther and Arthur ruled together for a time. In Tainted Grail, Uther's sword is called Caliburn and is the sister blade of Excalibur. The reason this is confusing is that Excalibur was made for Arthur after he was recognized as king. So how did Uther and Arthur share sister blades if Uther is supposed to be dead before Excalibur was made? Perhaps Tainted Grail changed the story in which Uther and Arthur's swords were forged together for a co-ruling father and son duo. Lastly, to add to the confusion, is that the Pale Lady is not in Camlann, and Arthur was only made aware of her existence in the latter days of his rule. But Excalibur's title is the Witchblade. That leaves the obvious question, who is this witch? My best guess is Morgaine, Arthur's half-sister. There are many questions, and I am unsure if there will ever be a detailed explanation by Awakened Realms. Given all these details, this is my best guess about the events. Uther Pendragon rose to power as the king of the nation-state of Camlann and had a dream of a unified Britain. Focused on diplomatic relations and going to other petty kingdoms, he fell in love with a married woman, Igraine, who had a son named Kay and a daughter named Morgaine. Arthur was conceived, and Uther, not wanting his mistake to alter his dreams, ordered Merlin to orchestrate the death of Igraine's husband. Igraine was then made Queen of Camlann. Fearing for the son's safety, Uther gave the boys to Merlin, who then entrusted Kay and Arthur to Sir Ector, one of the most noble knights in Uther's court. Morgane may have been too old to be fostered. Years pass, and Uther realizes his need for a successor to the kingdom he is making, as having a child with Igraine became fruitless in her later years. Remembering his illegitimate son, he had Merlin and possibly Morgane help create a spectacle of the sword and the stone to demonstrate Arthur's legitimacy. Arthur pulled the sword from the stone and proved his name, Arthur Pendragon. Taking Arthur under his wing, Uther taught young Arthur the ways of being a king, and they founded the Round Table in Camelot. During Uther's reign, a witch, likely Morgane, forged the sister witchblades of Caliburn and Excalibur. Together, father and son, Uther and Arthur ruled from Camelot and attempted to usher in an era of solidarity and unity in Britain. But as with all tales, Uther's saw an end, leaving Arthur with the legacy of his father to uphold in the grand kingdom of Camlann. Merlin, Igraine, and Morgane all stayed by his side in the early days, as the challenges of holding Camlann together proved far more tumultuous, biblical, and insurmountable than expected. At the beginning of Arthur's reign, the kingdom of Camlann was teetering on the edge of either annihilation or collapse. The Picts destabilized the region with their barbaric warring culture to the north. They routinely raided the scattered petty kingdoms and performed bloody and disturbing sacrifices to their goddess. They had never invaded England, but those bordering the Picts were deathly afraid of these cultists. In Old Britain, the other tribes and cults brought regular turmoil and required nightly quests to subvert. Beasts prowled, portals opened, and villages were sacked. Along the shores, sailors disappeared, and ports would be seized by a mysterious race of giants, likely originating from Old Ireland. The Druids further fanned the flames as they tried to control the mysterious magic of the gods and goddesses of the homelands. Though they sometimes sought to do good, they produced far more problems than solutions. Uther, and later Arthur, tried to stabilize the region. Seeing evil, needless destruction, and a demand for leadership, the Pendragons stepped up. Merlin was likely the first ally of Uther. He was an inquisitive, ambitious, and brilliant wizard with strong ties to the Druids. The difference between wizard and druid in Merlin's case is gray. As though he was called a wizard, all of his apprentices were druids. Through daring quests, diplomacy, and skirmishes, Camlann became a beacon to the homelands. Knights flocked from the region to join Camlann's court. Uther left Arthur a kingdom far stronger than any in Old Britain, but they were not secure by any means. King Arthur was young when he was named king. His legacy would eventually dwarf his father's, but initially, Uther's boots seemed too big to fill. Arthur continued the projects Uther had begun and saw many of Uther's dreams come to fruition. Arthur's chief advisors at the time were his diplomatic mother Igraine, possibly his jealous half-brother Sir Kay, his foster father Ector, and the godlike wizard Merlin. The Round Table is generally attributed to Arthur, but only a few of the future Knights of the Round Table would have been present. King Arthur was famed for his nobility and unmatched humility, being labeled the Fisher King by many since he didn't enjoy the spotlight. He had been known to slip away during great feasts and events. He would be found near a river, fishing in the peace and quiet. Though proud of the Pendragon name, loyalty was something Arthur detested, and the burden of his kingship weighed heavily on his shoulders. He had a strong sense of duty to the people of Camlann, and would risk his life if it meant saving lives. The nobility in Arthur's eyes were meant to serve the people, and not the other way around. Though Arthur led by example, few were as selfless as the king. He was willing to die 1,000 deaths if it meant fulfilling his duty. Few saw things the way he did, but even his enemies generally would admit Arthur was noble, decent, and self-sacrificing. Whether during Arthur's reign or the end of his father Uther's, Camlann had an extraordinary wonder, the waterworks. Camlann had a self-operating forge. Constant rumbling, with some more distinctive thumps and screeches, reverberates around you as huge wheels slowly revolve around rusted shafts and spin countless smaller gears and screws. Wooden and iron hammers, some of them the size of a horse, incessantly beat empty anvils. All the machinery is powered by the water flowing through the river, which you can see far below the wall. Water wheels also power an abandoned yet tireless forge, where bellows with ruined bags move up and down. Camlann created a self-operating forge. Not only that, but they had even invented automatons, robot-like creations. Many of these were used as vendors in Old Camlann, capable of basic tasks. Camlann was a marvel. Likely attributed to Merlin, these technological advancements gave them an edge over their competition. The marauding Picts were repelled, and Camlann became a superpower in the region. Arthur's extraordinary character and the success of Camlann were a magnet to the greatest knights of Britain. I do not know their order in terms of who joined first to last, and for Ector, I'm uncertain if he ever stepped foot on Avalon. I will provide a list of the named knights in Tainted Grail, but there are likely others. The knights of Arthur's court were Lancelot, Percival, Palamedes, Galahad, Gawain, Bedivere, Lamorak, Geraint, Bors, Agravain, Gaheris, Peleus, Gareth, Caradoc, Tristan, Dagonet, Kay, and Mordred. This is 18 in total. Two notable knights I left out were Yvain and Ector. While Ector may have passed away before the Round Table's official founding, Yvain's knighthood I may go into detail about in a future video going over the factions of Avalon, but there are some discrepancies. Who entered the Round Table when is hard to tell. Some would have been near the start of his reign, such as Tristan and Kay, while most others would have been added near the end. Camlann had an era of triumphs after the Round Table and Merlin played their part. Traders and adventurers from around the homelands heard of the extraordinary kingdom. With many of the petty kingdoms allied, Arthur felt like there would be order. It is likely during this time that he married his wife with the intention of continuing the Pendragon line. The queen is never mentioned by name and is only referenced once by Arthur when he says that the Allmother did not bless them with children. Since in traditional lore his wife is Guinevere, I will call her Guinevere for now. With only the occasional druid meddling in magic and causing havoc, no crisis felt too difficult for his legendary knights and standing army. Around the time of Uther's death, even Morgane joined the court with her son, Sir Mordred, and likely her grandchildren. Morgane was at least 65 at this point. I say this because in the next 15 years, she had a great-grandson, Gaheris, who joined the Round Table. However, Morgane was an annoyance to her brother. She experimented in arcane arts, summoned demons, and caused damage all throughout Camelot with her many failed experiments. Despite her shortcomings, she did provide value. She invented the arc lamp, which was a lantern fueled by magic. In her study, she also deciphered ancient Fomorian tablets. The revelations in these tablets fueled her experiments and fascinations. I will say that it is possible that she ought to be credited for the automaton's invention, but it isn't mentioned anywhere in the lore. I only suggest this because the Four Dwellers also had automatons, and since the Fomorians fought them in the Last Age, perhaps the knowledge of creating automatons had been transferred through the tablet's writings. Just a thought, it could be wrong. The Fomorians, as discussed previously, were a militaristic aquatic race of giants. They generally didn't spend much time on land if they could help it, as the sea was their home. Whether before, during, or after the discoveries made with Morgaine's Fomorian tablets, the Fomorians entered the scene. There is no lore on their relationship to Arthur, but the giants likely were sea raiders and slavers with small footholds on the shore as forward operating bases. This was a crisis for the king, but it is unknown how Arthur handled it. He, through negotiation or might, pushed the Fomorians away from Camlan and ended up having a tentative peace. They made little contact with those in Camlan, but had interactions with other factions in Old Britain. The next crisis was the Picts. Morgaine discovered, through her ventures, that the Picts were amassing an army. She returned to Camlan to warn her brother, but Arthur, fed up with her nonsense, did not heed her warnings. The Picts assaulted Camlan and much of Britain. It was a brutal war and required the king's personal intervention. Many of the other kingdoms suffered and required protection. Countless refugees sought safety behind Camlan's walls. While away in war, Arthur left Camlan to a trusted knight and Queen Guinevere to manage in his stead. The knight and Guinevere fell in love, and they cheated on the king. After the long-fought war, Arthur returned and discovered the betrayal. An enraged Arthur, sword in hand, lashing out with anger at one of Arthur's knights, surprised by the king's sudden appearance, holds in his arms a flushed, brown-haired maiden. The traditional story is that the knight is Lancelot, but he is not given a name in Tainted Grail. The queen is never mentioned again in the story, but there is one character coming up in a future video who may be her, so don't forget her quite yet. In traditional lore, she becomes a nun after Arthur's death, but since Arthur doesn't die and she isn't mentioned again in Tainted Grail, perhaps she's forced to become a prioress as recompense for her sins. Camlan entered an era of relative peace. Camelot had been fully built, and the Round Table reached its height. Arthur's court grew, and eventually included people from all over the homelands. Arthur, Kay, and Morgaine's mother passed away, though, likely around this time. Before she died, she made Morgaine promise to take care of her younger brother, but Morgaine was not the best at keeping her promises. Despite the loss, the king's advisors grew in number. One of Arthur's favorites was royal geographer Iriu. She was a famous explorer who was attributed with many of the maps of Camlan and loved adventure. Arthur adored hearing of the distant places, and wayfarers would pique his interest. One man, a librarian from Alexandria, or real-world Alexandria, was permitted to sit with the king and tell tales of his home. Arthur was just, and in the librarian's recounting, a strange call compelled him to seek out everything obscure and distant. Even in his late 40s, Arthur remained bright-eyed and fascinated by the world. He never stopped being that boy who would ask for every curious tale before slinking away when things were too crowded to appear and go fishing until dark. The following explanation is my best guess to sort out the conflicting details where the RPG and board games disagree. On a fateful day, Merlin in his tower heard word of a war. The Fomorians used a biological weapon to kill off another race of giants called the Furbolgs. The Fomorians were safe to use this disease as sea creatures had a natural immunity. Merlin left Camlan to learn more about this disease. In his investigation, he discovered a bizarre man who claimed to have traveled back in time to the homelands, and this man, by the name of Didurga, brought a mysterious disease with him. Merlin purchased a sample and returned to Camlan to study it in his lab. Upon his return, Arthur and the Round Table were made aware of the threat. With a race of giants nearly exterminated by the disease, Merlin bringing a sample of it to Camlan was extremely controversial. It was needlessly dangerous, but Arthur was able to calm most of the knights. He had the utmost faith in Merlin's capabilities, and was convinced that Merlin, with enough time, could discover a cure to this dreadful disease before the Fomorians attempted to use it on humanity next. The main dissenter was Sir Mordred, son of Morgaine. He demanded immediate action to prepare humanity for such a terrifying plague. Arthur and the Round Table downplayed the risks, trusting in Merlin and believing the plague wouldn't be detrimental. In a rage, Arthur's nephew slammed his fist on the Round Table, shattering a chunk of the stone slab. Mordred swayed a few at the Round Table, and they defied the king. They left Camelot to prepare Camlan for a dreadful pandemic. And this is also likely when Morgaine abandoned Camelot as well to guide her son. Eventually, Arthur heard something in the night. An apparition, a pale lady with 4 arms, called to him. Through imagery and emotion, she cried out to Arthur, claiming they knew each other in a past life. She seemed heartbroken and just wanted to see if he was okay. Arthur was confused, and though she looked alien, she was familiar. That very night, after Merlin had finished his experiments for the day, his test subjects, rats, escaped. They entered the sewers beneath Camelot and made their way to Camlan. The Red Death Plague began. The following day, Arthur told the Round Table about his dream and the Pale Lady. They were skeptical of the mysterious 4-armed being and began to wonder if Mordred had a point. As the days passed and the visions grew more urgent from the Pale Lady, the Red Death grew virulent as well. It almost seemed linked, the Pale Lady's heartbreak and the severity of the Red Death. The disease spread like wildfire, and in a matter of days, Arthur and the Round Table realized how devastating the Red Death would become. Perhaps Mordred was right after all. Despite the urgency for a cure, Morgaine refused to return to the court, as she believed her ingenuity was best served in Camlan and away from Merlin, as they no longer saw eye to eye. In distress, Merlin and his apprentices frantically worked on a cure, while Morgaine organized the Red Church to fight the disease in the streets. Morgaine experimented on the victims, trying desperately to create a cure as well. The disease spread exponentially. This was no ordinary sickness, and the concern of it wiping out everyone, down to the last child, was a genuine possibility. Not just in Camlan, but all across the homelands, they dealt with the disease. Rapidly, the dead piled up as those with the disease either died from the organ failure or turned into ravenous husks, desperate to kill anyone not infected with the Red Death. The death toll was so high that the dead had to be thrown into the moat surrounding Camelot. Thousands upon thousands of bodies filled the moat to the brim, and Arthur was desperate. As all hope was lost, Arthur had another dream of the Pale Lady. All this time, she was urging the king to meet her, to see her, pleading and begging in wailful tears. With Merlin's help in interpreting, Arthur realized what she was trying to convey. The disease originally sprouted from the crippled heart of a grief-torn mother. She couldn't explain the details, and she barely understood it either, but only if she could reunite with Arthur could the Red Death end. Having a description of Avalon and the weirdness, Merlin considered her words and determined that what she was proposing could be possible. Likely out of complete despair in their dying world of the homelands, Arthur decided to put his faith in the Pale Lady. The great nation of Camlan would make its evacuation to Avalon. Even with the goal of heading to Avalon in mind, the situation was dire, with nearly a third of the populace as vicious husks, another third protected by Camelot, and the remaining citizens cowering in their homes, hoping to hide away from the monsters. The greatest nation was falling to its knees. The streets were littered with those affected by the Red Death. It was questionable whether Arthur could reach Avalon at all, but he did have a plan. He commanded the Round Table to organize, clearing the way to the port district, while he sent missives to all the kingdoms of the homelands. He informed the various kings, queens, and chieftains that there was a way out of this mess. Of course, keeping the part about the Pale Lady to a minimum, he told them that there is a magical island with a cure to the Red Death and urged them to trust him. He would use Camlan's port as a rallying point for all the nations to depart from. Despite the questions and vague explanations, many listened in the dire circumstances, knowing Arthur to be trustworthy. Still, sailing could take months for the other kingdoms to arrive. Camelot and the port district became two strongholds in Camlan, holding the plague and the husks at bay. Arthur's half-sister made trips between Camelot and central Camlan, struggling to balance her loyalties to the Red Church, Mordred, and her brother Arthur. While in Camelot, she took pity on Arthur, who received incessant visions from the Pale Lady. Kai, when close to Arthur, sensed the visions too, and once they began for her, they never stopped. Though many on the Round Table thought Arthur may have gone mad, Kai knew the truth. She too felt the pull to Avalon. However, she felt a second pull, somewhere in the homelands where the Red Death had run its course. Kai thought that maybe she could find some answers. The Round Table found Arthur and Kai's visions to be ludicrous, but since Arthur had not yet led them astray, they were conflicted. The situation was dire, but they stayed by their king. One knight, whom I did not mention in the last episode, Sir Estor, supported Kai in her desire to go where she thought she could find the heart of the plague. Estor is a little bit of a mystery, as he is referenced only here in the lore. Many times in traditional legend, Sir Estor is just another spelling for Sir Ector, Arthur's foster father. Whether they are the same person is unknown, and whether Estor went to Avalon is also unknown at this time. Recruiting Estor Kai took a ship and sailed to another land. Keeping humanity alive at the edge of a knife, district by district, the Camelosians abandoned the stragglers. As the Red Death victims became hordes in some areas, the healthy few were left behind to survive on their own. Then a strange effect began happening around Camelot's moat. A red miasma grew from the moat as the dead red plague bodies festered and emitted a poisonous gas. Arthur and the Round Table were forced to move and consolidate in the port district. Even worse, Arthur heard word that the Fomorians were coming. With their natural immunity, the Fomorians saw this as the perfect moment to destroy the kingdom of Camlan once and for all. Bracing for war in such a state was impossible, and Arthur realized that they had to leave sooner than he had hoped. He wanted to give the other kingdoms months to arrive, but a Fomorian invasion would make that impossible. With the port district being the last line of defense against the Red Death victims, everywhere else in Camlan was considered lost. Despite this, Morgaine refused to give up on finding a cure. She had her heart set on healing the disease. Likely positioned at the port like Arthur, she had her red priests and personal honor guard attempt to clear portions of the city and restore the streets, but to no avail. Arthur, seeing the destruction, knowing of the coming invasion, and witnessing the incoming miasma, felt the weight of the world. From the piers of Camlan, Kai returned from her expedition. She immediately went to Arthur, telling him of what she saw and felt. Kai was convinced that the Pale Lady and the Red Death were interconnected. She claimed to have seen the heart of the plague, and that this immortal being, the Pale Lady, couldn't help herself. Her heartbreak was too strong and bled into the homelands. Though Arthur likely already believed this when Kai came to him, the urgency in her words was the final push for Arthur to sail away. Many of the surrounding tribes had come, but not nearly as many as he had hoped. Only he could lead the way to Avalon, as only he had a connection to the Pale Lady. The rest of humanity was on their own. Arthur sent a few messages to the fleets arriving soon in what direction he was headed to. That way they would have a chance to meet up with the bulk of the ships. He then sailed away in his flagship, Pridwin, towards Avalon. Only Morgaine, frustrated with Arthur's refusal to heed her advice or take her work on the cure seriously, stayed behind with her honor guard. Many in the Red Church abandoned her to her hopeless cause, wanting to save themselves. Without the backing of Arthur's Round Table or the army, Morgaine was pushed back to the piers in the port district. With Esgar, the Protector, who was likely the honor guard captain, the soldiers attempted to give Morgaine as much time as possible to find a cure. The citizens trapped in Camlan were stuck, as neither Morgaine nor her honor guard had the means to save them. With an entire city of Red Death husks wanting to destroy the last remnant of humanity, it was only a matter of time before they would be pushed into the sea. Eventually, she too gave up, realizing the situation was hopeless. The solution to the cure was always just out of reach, but she didn't have the time to create it. Following Arthur's fleet, likely through magical means, Morgaine too abandoned Camlan and the homelands to their fate. She was far behind the fleet and never regrouped with them, but made her way towards Avalon nonetheless. Peculiarly, as she left the people to their fate, she caught a glimpse of one of Camelot's ships returning to Camland, the flag of the House of the Pendragons flapping at the top of its mast. It is not known which knight or captain decided to return home. My best guess is either Sir Kay or the unnamed child of Sir Ector, but their story is for another time. The journey to Avalon was long and arduous. Hundreds of ships, hailing from all the corners of the homelands, followed King Arthur blindly. Some on the voyage had the Red Death, but it was either benign or became far less dangerous or contagious than it had been back in Camland. However, over the coming weeks, supplies dwindled. Now, what was left of humanity had to survive the elements out at sea, with many other diseases taking hold. Though the original number of citizens was likely in the hundreds of thousands, if not reaching 1 million, only 4 out of every 10 survived the seas. The rest succumbed to starvation, disease, or storms. On their last legs, the people grew hopeless, and many turned to their gods for comfort. Resentment and frustration arose as the length of the journey had never been known, and none had the supplies for such a long sea voyage. Then, one day, King Arthur on the Prydwen stood upon the deck, pleasantly dressed as though anticipating an event. In the distance, an island of fog loomed. The travelers felt a rush of emotion. There was finally land, but it looked alien. The mist of this island looked tangible, as though it had a weight to it. It swirled and moved in impossible ways, but Arthur was unfazed, immediately calling to the captain to make for the beach, while the rest of the fleet remained at a safe distance. To the onlooker, Arthur appeared as if he knew that this mysterious fog would be here. One of the Marines, named Seawall, a loyal friend to Arthur, looked upon the swirling mist and insisted that Arthur wouldn't be the first to set foot on this island. It was far too dangerous for King Arthur to risk exposure. Arthur agreed to let Seawall go with him if it comforted his friend to bear the uncertainty first. The waters leading to the beach were treacherous, with jagged rocks appearing to shift with the waves. Tentatively, Seawall hopped onto the shore, his two-handed axe gripped tight, as there was no telling what could be lurking beyond. From that moment onward, he was known as Seawall Firstfoot, for he was the first to set foot on Avalon. He breathed in the fog, which felt strange in his lungs, but not harmful. The sharp cries of seagulls drift from above, unlikely music for such a momentous occasion. Regardless, they filled the people crammed tight on the deck of the Prydwen with hope. The birds are reminiscent of those plentiful in the homelands. If these birds can thrive here, among these strange and colorful mists, maybe the people can as well. The sand crunches under the prow of the ship as 24 sailors pull it onto the beach of a quiet cove. A gangplank touches the ground. The king steps onto wet sand, a gaunt, solemnly dressed man, his beard speckled with white. "Let this be our first step of many," he says, too quietly for any historian to take note of his words. He then commands, "Bring the fleet ashore." As King Arthur gives his order, thick clouds of weirdness on the horizon part for a moment. Knights and highborn gasp, looking upon a giant wall of strange porous stone in the far distance. The king doesn't raise an eyebrow. He knew they wouldn't be alone on Avalon, but he also knows humans have an ally here, which he has yet to see in person. As Arthur looks toward Tuathan, something looks back from atop the wall, a flickering apparition, its countless eyes on the palms of its countless hands, blinking in and out of existence. Just a moment ago, the creature witnessed the end of this story, 1,000 years from now. And now, it's torn. Should it allow this thing to unfold? And if not, can it prevent the true guardians of Avalon from being born? Knowing each second of a millennium of the bitter struggle to follow, it has no choice but to try. Summoning the fleet ashore was a challenge in of itself. Attempting the landing, many of the ships were unable to withstand the crashing waves and treacherous waters. The currents naturally led the ships to their doom. Much of the southern Avalonian shore would have been impossible to land on, but that which was hospitable had been packed with boats of various makes, sizes, and origins. When the land was covered, the remaining ships would anchor near the beach and connected together with ropes and nailed down planks. The soldiers, knights, and adventurers likely would have been found on the beach organizing the braver populace while carefully exploring the island for hunting grounds and farmland. A pier was being constructed to aid in future landings, and everyone was either hard at work or busy planning. The land was rocky and the seas were dangerous. Two majestic rocks faced the fury of the sea, standing side by side like a pair of patient guardians. Seabirds favor the unreachable tops, safe from both weirdness and predators. The location was called the Twin Sisters, named after the two giant rock faces. Despite the voyage, which lasted several weeks, most were leery of the idea of living within the range of the mist, especially so close to the bizarre and alien giant wall of porous stone looming in the distance. I would expect Merlin's druid apprentices, the Knights of the Round Table, and members of the Royal Geographers would have worked hand in hand, trying to both map out this place and test the waters. I can only imagine the terror that the first explorers must have felt, seeing the footprints of giants, the trails of giant worms, and the warped visages of weird bears. Then to feel the conflicting emotions of dread and wonder at seeing graveyards and ruins. With every new discovery, the imposing presence of Tuathan's walls shadowed over them. What kind of place was this? As day gave way to night, the mysterious mist expanded and became volatile. Creatures roamed the fog, and though it was less present at the beach, those in the thick of it were being affected. They acted incoherently, some even feeling a draw to venture into the weirdness. A person's worst fears were made manifest within the fog. When morning came, the people were perturbed. This landing was a mistake. People were getting severely affected by the mist, and the soil was ill-suited for farming. The dangers and logistics made this place inhospitable for humanity. Using explorers like the Royal Geographers and scout ships, Arthur hunted for a better home, perhaps a place where the weirdness barely touched it, or didn't touch at all. With the dangers of Avalon and balancing between rationing and starvation, humanity survived likely through fishing, but it wasn't enough for the long term. Eventually, a place was spotted. Not far from the first landing, there was a portion of land to the east, where the weirdness was light and appeared to have good soil. The farming community knew that they had wasted enough time for the crops to grow for the following harvest, and urged Arthur to move quickly. Having lost several ships and lives already on the landing, the choice was tough to give up on the twin sisters, but Arthur decided it was for the best. The ships launched, heading along Avalon's shores to the east to the next landing. Before them was a giant mangrove tree, its roots extending extremely far and providing enough room for nearly the entire fleet to take shelter underneath. Sending the ships under the mangrove tree would have been extraordinarily dangerous, as there was no telling how deep or shallow the mangrove's roots went. However, Arthur didn't want humanity to be forced to slog several miles in the weirdness, as the monsters that had been spotted so far were able to best some good soldiers already. Marching tens of thousands of civilians for a week in thick weirdness wasn't an option, leaving just one choice: sending the fleet into the cover of this giant tree. He knew most of the fleet would become wreckages, but it appeared to be the only option left. Arthur gave the order, and the hundreds of ships sailed into the mangrove cove. The hulls creaked with ear-wrenching screeches as one by one the ships halted by the land. The cove was quickly packed, and the ships on the outside formed a ring around the mangrove tree, again tied together with ropes and nailed together with planks as they set anchor. The sea cannot be glimpsed in this sheltered cove. Anchored ships filled it edge to edge, making it possible to walk from one end to the other with dry feet. The outermost line of ships serves as an improvised wooden wharf, allowing fishing boats and smaller transport craft to dock to this immobile armada. Though it had only been a few months since the Red Death began back in Camlan, humanity felt hopeful for the first time in what felt like ages. The horrors of the Red Death were all but gone. The land was suitable for farming, and the weirdness had given the area a wide enough berth for both the monsters and the weirdness's ill effects to be minimal. Humanity found its home. Farmers began planting their crops as fishermen began finding good fishing spots. Hunters traveled in groups and tried to stay near civilization as they searched for plentiful hunting grounds. King Arthur got architects and builders to work on a marvel, Tainted. Tainted was to be a giant circular citadel with no gate. Entering Tainted required a large crane to carry in both people and supplies. The outer wall was made of stone, but the mortar to seal the walls was likely an invention by Merlin. The mortar paste possibly used a mixture of clay, human blood, and dust. Life essence, human blood, appeared to be a repellent to the weirdness. Individuals would have to practice bloodletting to aid in the construction. The reason I presume the mortar has blood will be mentioned later in the video. King Arthur created this citadel with urgency and discussed the construction as though planning for sieges. But who would siege Tainted? Despite their efforts, starvation was still a grave concern. Even with fertile soil, fishing spots, and hunting grounds, there wasn't enough to go around. Little did humanity know that Avalon was stirring. The geographers continued to explore the land, trying to map it out, but routinely came across monsters. Several times, the knights, druids, and possibly Arthur himself ventured into the weirdness to slay all manner of giant beasts and worms. Tainted was being built quickly and was used as their capital and headquarters. As the weeks dragged on, the concern about food grew. Likely around this time, as the people realized that they had too many mouths to feed, the Red Death survivors came to the forefront. Most who survived the Red Death had been left permanently afflicted with a leprosy-like state, and though the Red Death was very rarely transmitted from those in that state, it still happened from time to time with prolonged exposure. Many would have voiced that the survivors of the Red Death were only a drain on resources. To settle the matter, Arthur ordered that those afflicted be sent east to live in a Red Death colony within the dark morass, a swamp with a nauseating vapor choking the air. Though to the sick this was seen as a death march, the Red Church and Kai went with them to set up an asylum. The Church and Kai took in everyone, the sick, the hungry, and the downtrodden. Kai did her best to keep everyone in her care alive, but that would prove impossible. In the coming months, nearly 2/3 of the entire human population on Avalon died, mostly from starvation. Those who survived were disgruntled, as Arthur's demand for the construction of Tainted Grail seemed misguided. In the second year, the food crisis had mostly been averted, but beyond Tuathan's walls, the Fore-dwellers stirred. Tainted Grail was easy to spot for the Fore-dwellers, as the weirdness no longer provided them visual cover, as it did in the Twin Sisters. To the Fore-dwellers, this was an invasion from the underworld. A Fore-dweller army mobilized, planning to push humanity back to the seas, as they did to the Fomorians in the Last Age. To the Fore-dwellers, they viewed humanity as strictly inferior. Humanity could not control the weirdness. They were weakened through starvation, and they were half a Fore-dweller's size. A regiment of Tuathan guards ventured into Avalon, leaving Tuathan walls. They likely took weeks to reach Tainted Grail. The Fore-dwellers were hulking giants, about 10 to 15 feet in height. They wielded shields, axes, swords, spears, slings, and were covered head to toe in weird steel armor. The Fore-dwellers were aggressive. They used the weirdness as a magical force to ripple the air and slay their foes. The civilians scattered as Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table, the Druids, and Tainted Grail's army faced the new nemesis. The way these four-armed beings could wield the weirdness was terrifying, and it became clear that a single Fore-dweller could have been a match for an entire rank of foot soldiers. Arthur, having been a veteran of dozens of skirmishes, sieges, and battles, was able to organize his troops from the sudden assault. Though many soldiers died or ran in terror, the Fore-dwellers were slain. The knights and Arthur had a kinship in battle that the Fore-dwellers were not ready for, and they paid the price. Editing Tomato here. Sorry for this kind of a jump. I'm not scripted here, so I'm sorry if I don't sound as professional, but there were 3 things that I wanted to mention that I forgot to, one of which I think is rather important. Merlin, after landing by the mangrove tree, ended up writing down protective runes on the roots of the tree. What it did was create a magical barrier that extended a pretty large ways and protected the 3 flagships that Arthur brought over. The intention of this was to create a very quick getaway. I think that was the intention, so that if the Fore-dwellers ended up being too much, they would be able to run to the flagship and get out of there. Only they knew the way to break the barrier. The other thing to mention is that Merlin ended up casting some kind of a magical spell to push back the weirdness in the area. Although it was already better than the original landing, this was just to ensure, more than likely, to ensure that the crops were able to thrive here. The other thing that I did want to mention is that this is my best guess as to how the first landings went down. The reason I'm saying this is because in the board game, it is described differently than the video game. I'm trying to figure out how exactly to reconcile the two different tellings. On one hand, Seawolf Firstfoot is considered the first person to land on Avalon, hence the name. He is a somewhat important character in the video game. In the board games, however, it feels quite clear that it was Arthur, and Arthur only brought troops. However, this seems to have been retconned a little bit in the Red Death expansion. So my assumption then, which I should have explained in the video, is that when Arthur moved the fleet from the Twin Sisters to the Mangrove Tree, he likely took himself as well as some troops to clear out the area with Merlin. They set up a small fort to help the civilians on and off the boats, and then they started to set up Tainted. They then moved the civilians to the Mangrove Tree, and then the rest is history. People flooded Arthur with questions. Though he hid knowing of the Four Dwellers' strong presence on Avalon, he assured the people that he would protect them by any means necessary. Unknown to the people, the Pale Lady continued to commune with him. She was an advisor, and many of the knights were frustrated with him, taking her advice to heart. The Pale Lady was also attempting to teach Arthur how to control the weirdness with his will, but this was a well-kept secret. The construction of Tainted was necessary for the defense of humanity, and now the people were thankful that Arthur pushed its construction as he did. For most of the second year, Tainted was attacked, ambushed, and besieged. It appears that the Four Dwellers struggled to dismantle Tainted despite their strong control of the weirdness. This is why I am presuming the mortar used in the construction of Tainted had blood in its makeup, as life essence appears to repel the weirdness. In a dark anecdote in the Fall of Avalon board game, a man is described as using mortar made of blood to seal himself at night in Avalon to guard against the weirdness. I assume that if blood was able to repel the weirdness, perhaps it was also capable of preventing the Four Dwellers from disassembling Tainted. This is strictly speculation, to be clear, but regardless, the Four Dwellers sent larger and larger armies to besiege Tainted, hoping to wipe humanity off the map. Siege after siege, battle after battle, humanity won Pyrrhic victories. The casualties mounted high, and the sieges happened so often that Tainted no longer cleaned the aftermath. Ah, Tainted, the only place in the whole of Avalon that humans can confidently call their own. Smoke and steam rise from within the round fort, as if it was a giant squat chimney. There is no gate. Instead, a pair of large cranes haul people in and out for a couple of coppers. Outside the wall, buildings are light and temporary. Everyone knows another siege may come at any moment, wiping out everything beyond the walls of the fort. The remnants of old battlefields, full of broken weapons, horse bones, and scattered pieces of armor, are a constant reminder. In the third year, the sieges continued, and the Four Dwellers sent larger varieties of troops. They no longer just sent regiments of Tuathan guards. It was now hordes of Four Dweller wretches, Tuathan stake slingers, wielding crossbow-like weaponry, warcasters with a mastery in manipulating the weirdness, and reclaimers, the most elite of the Tuathan troops. They were organized, and Tuathan seemed to pop out these Four Dwellers like a machine. They first came in the hundreds, and now they were coming in the thousands. With every loss, the Four Dwellers may have regrouped for a time, but they would return with a larger army with more advanced training and weaponry. Likely after a successful defense of Tintagel, Arthur was confronted by a knight who was afflicted with the Red Death, and an ex-soldier named Thibault. The two requested that the men of fighting age who have the Red Death be allowed to join Tintagel's army. Arthur agreed, and the Red Shields were born, led by the knight and Thibault. Adding them to Tintagel's ranks proved helpful, as those with the Red Death did not have a fear of dying and were known to never falter on the field. Still, this was not enough for the constant onslaught. Either in the second or third year, Arthur sent messenger ships to the homelands. They were dispatched to all the strongest kingdoms that may have survived the Red Death plague. Arthur wrote missives promising riches to sellswords and countries, claiming the land he discovered was drowning in rare materials. Greed won out for many of these petty kings and mercenaries. Several ships of reinforcements sailed to Avalon. The last thing to mention is that possibly around this time, though it may have happened when the Round Table was first founded, there was an obsession with immortality. The Round Table had stuck together and overcome the insurmountable. However, whether because of battle, old age, or sickness, the knights would begin dying out. Sir Kay, Arthur's half-brother, had already either died or disappeared. Sir Tristan had been long dead, and many others had died or were severely wounded. The way to keep the Round Table alive with these knights who held on so dearly to honorable virtues was to have successors. After one died, another would take his place, inheriting the title of Sir Kay, Sir Tristan, or whichever knight had recently passed. They decided the Druids would be the ones to elect the next knight through casting votes. Now, the explanation is rather vague, since how the election works is left pretty much at that, but I would like to provide a theory. It is established that Arthur has soul fragments tied to his dearest belongings on Avalon. In addition, in a future part of the lore set almost 1,000 years later, there's a situation where the Pale Lady is searching for a man who is both from the homelands and exemplified strong character. Basically, she finds Sir Lancelot, supposedly the original Sir Lancelot, who was born in the homelands. What confuses me is that it is clear that people are elected after a knight dies, and Lancelot was definitively killed around the Age of Legends. In fact, you see his spirit in his tomb at one point. To me, the way to reconcile all the details, which I could very well be wrong, is that when a new knight is elected, a piece of the soul of the old knight is transferred to the new. Perhaps the Druids are the ones who elect the knights because they are the ones capable of binding the souls of the true knights with those elected. So, in a way, when Lancelot is met in the future, the Pale Lady is right to believe a part of him was once born in the homelands. This method was different from the plans for Arthur. Merlin wanted Arthur to be strictly immortal. He didn't want to risk binding a part of Arthur's soul to someone elected, as typically, the elected individual is not significantly influenced by the soul of the true knight when bound. Instead, he tested methods of making Arthur and the true knights who still were alive immortal. If it was not possible to make Arthur immortal, they planned to resurrect him only under dire circumstances, as resurrections tended to eat away at the soul. In the third year on Avalon, ships from the homelands trickled in. Mercenary companies, refugees, tribes, and petty lords arrived to support Arthur. Tintagel's army had such an influx of troops that there was now a discussion on expansion. Though Arthur attempted to leash these new factions near Tintagel, Some ignored the warnings. While the followers of Morrigan disappeared to the far north, the Stagfather cult congregated to the west, and the barbaric Dalriada went to the far west. Still, the weirdness made visibility heavily hampered, and those foolish enough to venture out would typically pay the ultimate price. With these expansions, it was likely around now that the king decided there needed to be a second foothold on Avalon. King Arthur sent Seawall Firstfoot and a small contingent of troops to the Twin Sisters, where the fleet first landed, intending to provide safety for travelers and to act similarly to sheriffs to the surrounding community, as Arthur's reach from Tainted Grail was limited. Seawall began the Keepers, a group of soldiers who left their old lives to be devoted to the safety of the South. Seawall and his most loyal followers, such as Locke the Mad, were not just sheriffs, but were a military force, fighting the Four-Dwellers on the field of battle. They had little more than a barracks and plans for future growth, such as a port, lighthouses, and a keep. The Keepers were supposed to be equal to the Knights of the Round Table in terms of authority, and to those in the South, they treated the Keepers with great respect. I believe it's unlikely that Seawall remained on the Twin Sisters after their initial landing. Surviving in the weirdness or among the Four-Dwellers for 4 years would have been extremely challenging. Additionally, the unfinished pier raises doubts, as it would have been essential for accessing food due to the poor soil and would have greatly facilitated ship traffic during that time. Merlin, as well, was hard at work and made many breakthroughs in his attempts to make the remaining knights achieve immortality for the last year or two. The research went well, and though Merlin was likely already immortal, having lived for a few centuries, he was finally ready to attempt his experiments on those not magically inclined. The Knights and the Keepers were both seen as figures who were key enough to be granted the gift of immortality. The first, as his name would suggest, was Seawall Firstfoot. He offered to be the guinea pig, along with many of the other Keepers of the day. Sadly, the experiment was a mixed success. Though Seawall was made immortal, he had to be preserved in a magical sack. Still to this day, Seawall floats in this unbreakable cyst for eternity and is fully conscious. Test after test, the experiments became increasingly successful, and they were used on several Knights of the Round Table. The experiments were taxing on the subjects, but their loyalty and duty to Arthur led most to take the risk for humanity's sake. Then, Merlin was forced to pause his research as he was called elsewhere. After several skirmishes and a few more sieges of Tainted Grail, another batch of ships arrived near the end of the 3rd year. Though the newcomers had many troops, Arthur was made aware that these few ships that reached the capital dwarfed their original armada. Much of the fleet was blown off course to the opposite side of Avalon in the west. This armada was also supposedly the last batch of troops that Avalon would receive from the homelands. With the people's insistent expansion and the fact that Tuathan refused to end their repeated assaults, Arthur held a meeting with the Round Table. Tainted Grail, without reinforcements, would eventually become a lost cause. The bodies were mounting too high, and the cost of survival was measured in a sea of blood. Arthur and the Round Table decided they couldn't survive without more men, and planned a grand expedition to the far west to meet up with the lost fleet, as they likely would be barely hanging on in Avalon. Arthur entrusted Sir Galahad and Merlin to lead the expedition, with lesser knights and captains, such as Sir Peleus and Thibault, the commander of the Red Shields. Along with them was a total of 5,000 troops, many druids, and several royal geographers to map the land. This expedition was dangerous, treacherous, and likely would end terribly. There was no knowing what would happen in the thick weirdness. A Tuathan army would have double the strength, with potent weirdness surrounding them to control as a weapon. Despite the danger, the soldiers geared up. Merlin had a plan, however. Instead of marching straight into the weirdness, he wanted to map out the southern shores of Avalon to find either the location of the other ships or to make their landing as close to the Lost Fleet as possible. The expedition launched, bringing along many adventurers, including civilians who were part of a supply wagon. After a few days of travel and exploring along the south, the expedition passed the Twin Sisters and eventually found a beach. Landing there looked very concerning. The rocks shifted with the waves, creating a terrifying unpredictability. The fleet captain ordered the small armada to hold as he sent word to Arthur of the progress and the risks of attempting a landing. King Arthur answered and ordered the captain to take the risk. Reaching the Lost Fleet was too important to be held back now. The captain ordered his fleet to make for the shore. Despite the captains being some of the most experienced and skilled on Avalon, every ship was destroyed or turned into a wreck by the jagged rocks and treacherous water. The 5,000 troops and thousands of civilians washed ashore. Though there were casualties, the seamanship of the captains preserved most of their lives. However, the moment the last voyager set foot on the ground on this beach, heavily obstructed by weirdness, 4 dwellers were sighted. It was an ambush on 2 sides. Before the expedition even had time to count their current losses, the 4 dwellers attacked. What ensued was a slaughter. The civilians tried to scatter but were cut down. The 4 dweller armies didn't just have traditional troops, but also weirdness-infused creatures. Worst of all, they had Doomwings. Doomwings were by far the most formidable and terrifying unit of all the 4 dwellers. It was a knight of Tuathan, mounted atop a giant armored thunderbeak. Riding giant birds, the strongest Tuathan warriors would do strafing runs on human soldiers, crashing into the battle lines and using their warped magic to kill foes in the dozens. To that day, no Doomwing had ever been slain, and there were several on the field. It only took a moment to shatter the hopes of humanity. The lords of this island and their armies emerged from pure weirdness on either side of your expeditionary force. In mere moments, they obliterated your 5,000-strong force, scores of soldiers, knights of the Round Table, even Merlin himself, all fell standing against the enemy tide. Sir Galahad's single order on land was to charge forward, thinking the only hope they had left was to push through and either force the 4 dwellers back or to happen upon the Lost Fleet. Galahad was then slain, and several of the Knights of the Round Table were also killed as they attempted to restore order. Only Peleus survived long enough to reach a large field in the middle of the weirdness where the battle continued. The sights, sounds, and smells of battle assault your senses. The fighting rages, as ferocious as it is one-sided. The remnants of the human army fight to their last breath, while enemy cavalry, mounted on winged beasts, dive at them from the sky. Countless misshapen creatures prowl the battlefield, finishing off the wounded. Waves of war magic ripple through the air, stripping skin and flesh from bones. Entering this mayhem is extremely dangerous. With one arm holding up Merlin's barely conscious and bloodied body, and the other wielding a weapon, Peleus limped through the field of battle, barking commands to an army that's too disjointed, too broken to follow. Being forced to drop Merlin as Four-Dwellers honed in on the knight, he would slay them before picking up the wizard's wounded body again. Merlin would go on about druidic and tactical nonsense between gurgles from spitting up blood. Sir Peleus was on his last legs and seriously injured as well. His sword waved around wildly as an invisible creature called a veiled shrike sprang from the weirdness, panicked and now running, right before the creature slayed the last knight on the field and Merlin, the Red Shield commander, the Balt, an explorer named Nazar, a tribal princess named Cowlin, and a tormented witch named Duana came out of nowhere and attacked the Shrike. They were also injured after slaying the monster, but they were intent on saving Merlin and Peleus. While Thebalt carried Merlin in his arms like a babe, and Peleus leaned on Nazar, Duana led the way through the weirdness as Cowlin loosed her bow to cover them. They were brought to a giant, morbid statue in the center of the battlefield. This statue, a menhir, pushed back the weirdness just enough to have a small pocket of safety in the battlefield, an eye in the storm. While Duana cared for Merlin, who was coughing up blood before falling unconscious, Peleus, Thebalt, Nazar, and Cowlin watched the battle rage. They were all seriously wounded, and though the enemy avoided them, there were few opportunities to save what stragglers remained. When Merlin awoke, the battle still raged. He appeared not the least bit perturbed, as he was too fascinated by the menhir and what this statue could do. Unsure how long the protection would last, Merlin took out a scroll dripping in liquid shadow and performed a blood ritual. Suddenly, all the survivors near the menhir vanished and were transported to safety away from the battle. Though safe, all they could do now was watch at a secure distance as the last remnants of the expedition were killed, hunted, and slaughtered. Believe it or not, this is usually considered the beginning of the Age of Legends, though when Seawall first stepped on Avalon could also be considered the start. Arthur would eventually give Thebalt, Nazar, Cowlin, and Duana the title of Executors, so when I reference them from now on, I will just call them the Executors. Merlin had disappeared from the group to a nearby redwood forest, and though Sir Peleus was the commanding officer, the Executors took charge while Peleus was recovering from his grave wounds. The tale of the Executors is the main story in the Age of Legends board game, but I will just go over them when they are relevant, which they probably will be a lot. The Executors scoured the land for survivors and a shielded home away from the Four-Dwellers and their weird beasts. The battle lasted several hours before the last human line was annihilated. All that was left were the ones who ran and hid in the weirdness. The Four-Dwellers sent hunters and their weird beasts to slay every last one of them. The survivors numbered a few hundred, and they took shelter in a redwood forest where a weirdness storm raged above, powerful enough to fell even these titanic trees, which mysteriously have souls. I know that's random, but it felt random when I first read it as well. While the trees were felled, their spirits would release and cry out at the disaster of it all, blaming the war for destroying their long-standing forest. Creating ladders to climb up the giant tree stumps, the survivors set up makeshift watchtowers. Merlin then formed a massive barrier around the outpost that both hid it from the Four Dwellers and kept the survivors safe from the weird storm above. Day by day, the executors ventured to find the other survivors while narrowly escaping the Four Dweller hunters before hunkering down and waiting for the Four Dwellers to leave the area. The expedition was a little more than 100 miles from Tainted Grail, and though the expedition failed to find the lost fleet, Merlin's new knowledge of the Menhir's capabilities would provide humanity with an extraordinary advantage. Currently, the Menhirs only preserved those directly under or adjacent to the statue, but Merlin believed that there was a way to extend the range. The executors found Merlin's tools, and he went to work on the menhir that stood in the center of the bloodbath. Through research and experimentation, Merlin discovered several oddities about the statue. It was chained to Avalon through red weirdstone, a four-dweller spirit was bound to it, magical rituals were regularly performed as well as offerings given, a piece of the homeland's reality was at the menhir's heart, and the menhir created a balance between life and death. It is somewhat insinuated that human reality is something else entirely, but I will let you take what you will from the description by Merlin. It all starts to make sense. The spirit here was trapped in a curious state, forever frozen, halfway between life and death. The chill of the other side comes in like a cold breeze, solidifying the reality, repelling what we call the weirdness. But that would mean our world is, well, that's not important, now is it? Why couldn't Merlin just finish his thought? To me, what is being insinuated is that our world is a reality solidified on Avalon through death, while the weirdness is the purest form of life. So if the weirdness is life, perhaps the Four Dwellers viewing the homelands as the underworld isn't too far off. This creates a haunting, almost tragic view of the homelands as a place where life is a shadowed echo of a purer, unattainable vitality, and Merlin's avoidance reflects the difficulty of confronting the truth. For the first time in history, Merlin and the executors extended the range of the menhir, expanding the physical world. The mist was gone. The power of the Four Dwellers was hampered in the vicinity. The survivors could see for miles unobstructed. Avalon looked like the homelands. Even after such a devastating defeat, this one act would prove to be the turn of the tide. Though their numbers were few, their survivors began setting up fortifications after the Four Dweller hunters scattered. They also started forming hunting parties and even mining operations. They set their boots on the ground and dug in their heels. It would be crazy to send a rescue team for the failed rescue team, and they accepted that they were on their own for the time being. The felled trees provided lumber, the woods brought game, and there were plenty of fallen valuables in the quiet battlefield and in the failed landing. They didn't dare venture too far to the east unless accompanied by an army or seasoned adventurers. Merlin's study and research on the menhir conducted amidst the bloodbath led to the creation of menhir rites. The rites were detailed instructions on how to extend and activate menhirs, but every menhir required a unique sacrifice. Sometimes gold, sometimes magical runes, burning of incense, and sometimes blood. Merlin kept notes on his findings for future research. The wizard had many plans upon his return to Tainted Grail, but first he had to get there. With the weirdness dispersed, the Four Dwellers were made aware that humanity had discovered a terrifying secret, and they had to reform their troops. To the east, the Four Dwellers set up a small fort to prevent whatever stragglers managed to extend the power of the menhirs. They must have imagined that whoever activated the menhir had to have been a surviving druid who couldn't have had much more than a small retinue of civilians and wounded soldiers. They weren't far off from their prediction. The executors and Sir Peleus had to convince the survivors in the Redwood outpost that they needed to return to Tainted Grail. Not only were they far behind enemy lines and in danger, but Tainted Grail needed Merlin's findings. About half of the survivors joined the executors, and they then had a ragtag militia with several archers. Exploring the lands and meeting a few tribes and bandits who miraculously survived this far from Tainted Grail, they reached Riverfall. Riverfall created a bottleneck, with the large Tuathan wall to the north and a cliff and waterfall to the south. It was the only way east, and the Four Dwellers set defenses at the only pass to the other half of Avalon. With the weirdness cleared from activated menhirs, the survivors could spot familiar locations like the Twin Sisters and the Great Dolmen. Survival was in their grasp, and they knew all that was left was one final push to return home to safety. The executors gave the order, and the remnants caught the Tuathan guards by surprise, immediately gaining the upper hand. The commanders were diverse, some royalty, others mere sergeants, and even some didn't speak English. They took what they could get, as they all had a unified purpose in breaking the Four Dweller lines to return home. Battle lines formed, but the Tuathan soldiers weren't ready for a surprisingly organized assault. The battle dies down. Even though you vastly outnumbered the enemy, the four armed warriors fought with overwhelming strength, ripping steel like paper with their massive blades and melting entire ranks with war magic. Still, they did not account for the desperation of your soldiers. The clear view of familiar lands beyond Riverfall filled each of you with unprecedented resolve. Your ragtag band swarmed the towering enemies like angry bees, broke their ranks, and then defeated them. Only one enemy group still stands, pushed back against the titanic wall of their city. Its leader, clad in an unusual armor of immaculate snow-white metal, reaches for something resembling a large glass sphere. The four-armed warrior shatters the sphere, seconds before a soldier's pike pierces its throat. A strange, deep sound shakes the foundations of the earth. After that, for a moment, there's only silence. A light suddenly shines above you, as if a second sun formed on the firmament. You look up, shielding your eyes from the blaze. Something is descending from the top of Tuathan's wall, a golden leaf floating from a tree. This figure is much larger than any of the enemies you've seen before, clad in yellow light that bends around it like a shroud, and surrounded by a cloud of arms that seem to flicker in and out of existence so fast you can't even count them. Its smooth, featureless head is surrounded by a revolving halo of eyes. Somehow, the creature manages to be regal and abhorrent at the same time, ethereal yet emanating with strength. You gaze at Merlin just to check whether you should be afraid. The look on his pale face confirms you should. You order your soldiers to close ranks and prepare for the creature to land. No, Merlin cuts you off. It's not one of them. It's something else entirely. Run, you fools! As the creature lands and turns towards you, you feel your skin crawling and knees giving way. Soldiers begin to flee in all directions, some dropping their weapons. What was a certain victory turns into a mindless rout. The creature lands, solid rock rippling under its feet like water. You cower before the heat and the light, while strange sounds flow through your head. Merlin moves to attack this new enemy, and you try to support him, but the creature deflects the wizard's magic as if it was hit with a wet rag. For the first time, you see Merlin's face pale with fear. Once again, he orders you to save yourself and reach Arthur so that the knowledge of the Menhir rites doesn't die. Without waiting for your answer, the wizard pushes you away with a surge of force. Then he turns back to the creature and places a thick shield of pure energy in front of him. The last thing you see is Merlin's body disintegrating into pieces as the creature effortlessly breaks through the barrier. Merlin was unmade. The most powerful man alive just ceased to exist. The soldiers scattered. Half ran to the outpost, too afraid to push on with Sir Peleus leading them to safety, while the other half ran away eastward to Tintagel with the executors. They didn't have time to think of all the implications and questions. All they could do was run. The creature was a mystery at the time, but we later learned it was the Everdweller, an angelic, godlike being tasked with being Avalon's guardian. They had to hurry home, as the Four Dwellers were right on their tail and sent armies of reclaimers to track the executors down. Though they remained dozens of miles from Tintagel, the survivors didn't rest until they found comfort behind Tintagel's walls. After days of travel and hiding, the survivors gazed upon Tintagel. They were finally safe. Upon hearing the extraordinary accomplishments and the lighting of the menhirs, Arthur called for the executors to tell him every detail. Being invited to meet the king, Theobald and Nazar were no strangers. They gave every detail to the wizened and troubled king, who soon called Nimue into the room. She wore black, in mourning since hearing of Merlin's death. Nimue was Merlin's right hand and became the new leader of the Druids. As she took record of the events the executors depicted, she took her old master's tools and notes with trembling hands. The Menhir rites were written concisely for future use. With this Menhir knowledge, humanity could finally expand safely. Though there were stray creatures on the roads, there was no longer the chaotic fog dooming travelers once the menhirs were activated. Villages could dot the land, planting crops that weren't poisoned by the weirdness. One of these was Connacht, arguably the first village planted under the guard of Tintagel. It was built in the middle of a giant field with a menhir in the center, practically inviting the fellow travelers to make their farmhold. Smaller villages and farmholds sprouted soon as well, but Connacht was different, as many of the founders were the survivors from the failed expedition. Nimue and other druids were reverent to Connacht, as the inhabitants were the ones with Merlin in his final days. Nimue likely planted a tree there in Merlin's name, so that his deeds would never be forgotten. As the months passed, Arthur sent the executors on various tasks on Avalon, while the Knights of Tintagel handled the ongoing war. The chronology of the events is unknown, but their missions, though important to Avalon's history, will get their own video soon. With the lighted menhirs, the human expansion accelerated. Soon, half of known Avalon was occupied by humanity, settling in the west, south, and east. The weirdness, Four Dweller armies, and the giants blocked off northern and central Avalon. All the while, King Arthur continued to commune with the Pale Lady, teaching and training Arthur in controlling the weirdness, but she took it a step further now. She wanted Arthur to learn the ways of the Four Dwellers. However, she can only prod and push Arthur so much, as they have never physically met. The Four Dwellers had discovered her involvement in the human invasion at some point, and held her prisoner in a weird fort near the center of Avalon. But Arthur planned a jailbreak. This weird fort was the most heavily fortified Four Dweller stronghold outside of Tuathan and served as their forward operating base. Arthur viewed the Pale Lady's safety as a chief priority, though her motivation in helping Arthur was because of her deep love for her dead son. Arthur's ultimate loyalty lay with humanity, even if it meant warping himself to defeat the Four Dwellers. With the help of the Executors, they were able to connect to the Pale Lady through dreams in a very similar way to how Arthur could communicate with her. Sneaking inside the massive fort, they reached her cage. She was bound with ethereal binds to prevent her from doing anything with the weirdness. After freeing her, the Everdweller appeared again, chasing after them, but the Pale Lady had control over the weirdness few Four Dwellers could even dream to possess. With a shrill cry and carrying the four Executors in her four arms, she created a tunnel of weirdstone and dashed away, escaping the clutches of both the Four Dwellers and the Everdweller. The moment they found safety, the Pale Lady sent another barrage of visions to the Executors' minds and vanished. She implanted thoughts in their minds to lead Arthur to a weirdstone spire in the center of known Avalon, not far from Tainted or Quinacht. With the Pale Lady freed, the menhirs activating across Avalon, and humanity branching out, the Four Dwellers upped their presence, their armies mobilized, and they sent out stronger, fiercer troops. The Executors hurried to Tainted to explain the news to King Arthur. Without a second thought, he donned his armor before giving Lancelot control of Tainted and leaving in a hurry. Arthur rode away from Tainted all alone to meet with the Pale Lady. Tainted court was astounded that the king would leave so suddenly, just as more Four Dweller armies were sprouting. The nobility began fragmenting with Arthur's frequent rash decisions, and there were whispers of a revolt. Some petty kings, many who likely just arrived with the recent reinforcements, believed they could do better than Arthur, while others believed an oligarchy should be formed to account for the dozens of cultures and people groups that Tainted protected. Arthur, detesting politics, wanted the Round Table to deal with the naysayers. There were far more pressing matters to deal with, but he did recognize the threat. The Knights of the Round Table were hard at work with maintaining peace behind Tainted's walls and testing the waters in northern Avalon. Using the natural defenses of a place called the Titan Steps, Four Dwellers set up units of stake slingers to kill all who attempted to go north, while Tainted tried to break through Avalon to forge a path north. Arthur was rarely seen. He was with the Pale Lady at her tower. She was teaching him the ways of the Four Dwellers and practiced communicating with him. He was learning quickly and discovered how to control the weirdness, ever so faintly. She taught him her culture, beliefs, values, and history through visions and implanted thoughts. Some of it was confusing, but it didn't take long for him to grasp her peculiar communication method to such an extent that it felt natural. The Pale Lady performed some rituals and spells on Arthur, making it easier for him to learn, but something inside him was changing, altering, warping. He couldn't be sure what was happening, but Arthur knew that no matter the side effects, to gain an edge on the Four Dwellers, he would beat it and ensure humanity's survival. Was it hubris or desperation that led Arthur to submit to unknown forces? Hard to say. The first mission that the Executors encountered was to locate the king's sister. A few episodes ago, you may recall that Morgaine stayed behind a considerable time back in Camlan before leaving with her black galley. Her ship was spotted at the Twin Sisters. Arthur wanted Morgaine by his side because she was the last of Arthur's kin still alive, and he wanted the nobles to see Tainted united. Now, for those following closely, that might give you pause because Kai, Arthur's half-sister is still alive and outlived Arthur. My best guess is that she must have disavowed her name at some point. I assume it is likely when Arthur sent those afflicted with the Red Death on their death march. She accompanied the sick, managing the living situation in the Dark Morass, as well as the All-Mother priestesses and the Red Church priests who came to help. With one sister denying her name, Arthur would have wanted a show of unity. The flagship was tracked down to a cove, and after the executor's brief investigation, it was clear that she tried to hide her flagship along the coast and she faked a kidnapping. She made the falsified evidence point to the Dal Riata and then fled to the Isle of the Dead. This island, at this time, was a mere necropolis, and it predated humanity on Avalon. Many tribesmen who lived near the Isle of the Dead would feel an inescapable draw. They would enter the unending maze within the necropolis, and added to the corpses that it held. Taking a ship, the executors departed and landed upon the haunted isle. You make your way toward the island. Its dark willow grove overlooked on three sides by an ancient necropolis carved into the side of the mountain. 1,000 black eyes, windows peering into the mists, watch your every move. Who created this place? How long ago? After navigating the maze, the executors found fresh corpses of undead and weird-claimed creatures. Arc lamps, one of Morgaine's inventions, which could convert magic to light, lined the stone walls as sconces. Morgaine, her handmaids, and her honor guard, with Esgar, the protector at the helm, cleared out large portions of the necropolis. She wanted a piece of Avalon for herself, where she could continue her studies without the intrusion from her brother or the court. It took some convincing, but after explaining to her that she adds a genuine contribution to Tainted Grail and explaining the descent of the nobles, Morgaine agreed to abandon the work she put into the necropolis and stay with Arthur for now. Upon her return to the court and Arthur's advisors, the siblings discussed her excavation at the necropolis. The king called forward Father Dalen, one of the main leaders of the Red Priests, and granted the father a request he repeatedly made about moving the Red Death Asylum from the Dark Morass. With the help of Morgaine's scouts, the Red Church started the long move that may have taken until the end of their lifetimes to complete in full. The All-Mother priestesses remained with their temple in the Dark Morass, along with Kai, who frequented the new island asylum's construction. The Executor's second mission was to aid humanity's war against the Giants on Avalon. Before his death, Merlin studied the Giants, a proud, independent race concentrated near the Great Dolmen. Some had allied with the Foredwellers, bolstering their forces, while others remained in their villages. Recently, the independent giants began forging weapons, preparing for war. Though often seen as mere brutes, Arthur recognized their agency as a distinct faction. Spying on a giant village near the Dolmen, the Executors uncovered the reason for their aggression. The Foredwellers held the giants' children hostage, threatening their lives unless the giants fought. Desperate, the giants had searched Avalon for their children, but were caught. To enforce compliance, the Foredwellers gruesomely presented the head of a toddler. The giants then gave up and agreed to go to war against humanity upon Foredwellers' command. The Executors took up the search, aiming to free the children and break the giants' alliance with the Foredwellers. They found the children, each twice the size of a grown man, and they were locked in caves beneath Titan's steps. After freeing them, the children fled into a nearby forest. The executors rushed to inform Arthur, as the giants had already mobilized, and the conflict demanded a very swift resolution. Racing to White Point, a Dalriada settlement, the executors found the remnants of a brutal skirmish with hundreds of corpses. Arthur's army had been pushed to the cliff's edge, and they only had minutes to live as the giants planned their final assault. During a lull in the fighting, the executors slipped past the giants to reach Arthur. Explaining the situation, they prompted the king to act decisively. Accompanied by knights Lamorak and Bors, Arthur demanded a parley with the giant chieftains. He falsely claimed his forces had captured the giant children from the Fordwellers, threatening their lives unless the giants surrendered. The giants complied, and both armies stood down. Arthur sent a messenger to White Point, supposedly to spare the children, but instead instructed the Dalriada to capture the children hiding in the northern woods. In the letter, the king promised protection under Tainted banner, including citizenship. Though occasionally at odds with Arthur, the Dalriada agreed. During a ceremonial feast symbolizing peace, the giant chieftains buried their blades in the earth at White Point, which is now called Forlorn Swords. While the monstrous beings were distracted, the Dalriada rounded up the children, delivering them to Arthur's forces. Arthur feigned a spectacle with the giants, swearing an oath never to raise arms against humanity again. Every tribal leader of the giants agreed, and when the Dalriada sought their promised reward, Arthur betrayed them, banishing them to White Point. The king used the newfound leverage against the tribesmen, threatening to send the giants to destroy the Dalriada if they did not comply with banishment. Arthur feared their cultural differences could spark civil war in Tainted, especially with petty kings and lords already challenging his reign. Those in Arthur's inner circle mostly understood his reasoning, but one, Sir Caradoc, decided this betrayal was grounds for him to leave the Round Table permanently. Their third mission was to investigate the local Stagfather cult. The followers were a nuisance in the homelands, and after Arthur granted the cult ownership of a forest and trade rights, they started to convert Tainted citizens to their faith. In their treetop cathedral, Arthur worried that the cult was planning something dangerous. The executors were off again, this time heading to the treetop cathedral, just a dozen or so miles north of Connacht. The sound of saws and axes carries far in this magnificent forest. Next to its largest central glade, a group of grim people covered in hunting trophies toil, creating a construction unlike anything you've seen in the homelands. Its legs rest on platforms high in tree crowns, its filigreed roof hanging like a cloud over the forest. After the executors showed the cult that they meant no harm, they met with the leaders, who surprisingly knew of the executors and their travels with the expedition and Merlin. The priests begged the executors to return to the far west, to the Redwood outpost, because their prophet calls to them, but needs help reaching the cathedral. Agreeing to the mission, the executors snuck away for a moment to message Nimue. She said she had already tried threats and torture on the followers, but she was never able to discover their true plans. Nimue suggested the executors play along for now and head to the Redwood outpost. After a long journey, they returned to the outpost that they had helped form and were greeted by many friendly faces. Delving deep into the woods, the executors found a half-built cathedral and a figure. While its body retains a vaguely human shape, something keeps pushing at the skin from the inside, as if the creature was a skin sack packed tight with moving bones, skulls, and antlers. This warped man was the prophet. Cautiously, the executors told the man of the Stagfather cultist's progress on the treetop cathedral north of Connacht. Upon hearing the news, the envoy of the Stagfather began boiling under his skin with anticipation. The executors didn't delay and rushed to their boat to sail for the creaking cove near Tainted Grail. Upon their arrival, Nimue hid in the shadows, attempting to sneakily cast a spell to identify what was happening to the prophet. Upon casting the incantation, the prophet showed its true form as the Stagfather's avatar. Its skin sac shed as bones beneath grew and formed into a hulking beast. In moments, the being grew to the size of a galley and hurried to reach the shore and the treetop cathedral beyond. As Nimue attempted to stall the giant beast with powerful spells that wreaked havoc upon the Avatar and the dozens of moored ships, the executors hurried to mobilize a military force to take this god down. The terrain forced the Avatar to go right past Connacht, and it was there, in a field to the north of this tiny village, that the executors had their troops assemble for a fight. The executors had limited time to set up defenses, but they managed to construct traps, build ballista, and prepare explosive powder. Then, in the distance, the looming Avatar approached, running headlong to the forest for its ascension. The Avatar comes, ground trembling under its hooves, its antlers blocking the sun in a sudden eclipse. The traps slowed the Avatar, and it became a pincushion for the projectiles. Tripping over, the giant was then hacked at by axes and pikes. The Avatar refused to quit and charged into the human lines. The treetop cathedral was within reach, and just when all hope was lost, the Avatar succumbed to the blood loss that appeared like streams running down its massive body. It collapsed and destroyed the cathedral in its fall. The Avatar was defeated, and the Stagfather's followers scattered, fearing that they would be put to the sword. The executors' final mission was to aid the builders working on Camelot's construction. This was a very nice change of pace after settling the war with the giants and defeating a god. All they had to do now was head over to a place called Hangman's Tongue and see what was taking the workers so long to get going. There had been several workers, including the chief architect, who died under mysterious circumstances. Heading to the cliff on the far east of Avalon, the executors met with Sir Yvain, who managed the operation. 3 workers a week disappeared, and it was hard to motivate the rest. The chief architect, Kenrick, who was attributed to many of Camelan's titanic constructions back in the homelands, had jumped off the cliff where the new Camelot was to be built. Exploring the shore beneath Camelot's cliff, the executors made multiple discoveries. For one, many bodies littered the ground beneath the cliff. For 2, this shore was more than a shiny beach known as the Shimmering Flats. The sand was a labyrinth of alien runes, likely Four-Dweller writings. Upon nightfall, the runes would glow when sunlight disappeared on the horizon. The glyphs oozed magic, calling those near it to feel rejuvenated and happy, while alien words flooded the mind with indecipherable stories. It became clear that the workers must have been mesmerized when seeing the runes at the top of the cliff and jumped to their death. Clearing the runes, the executors solved the mystery, and the workers went back, starting the foundations of the new Camelot. Another oddity was that there were Four-Dweller footprints in the sand, and the executors witnessed one performing a ritual. The Four-Dweller wretch was old, and summoned a large arbor of weird steel that surfaced from the waters below. Walking atop the mound of weird steel, the Four-Dweller did not mind anyone noticing, as suddenly a wisp of black smoke puffed from around his head, and he fell dead. The arbor retreated into the water, but the executors dived in to explore what was going on. This wasn't a mound of weird steel, but a collection of hundreds of Four-Dweller bodies, each wearing a burial mask. It then dawned on them that destroying the glyphs on the shore altered whatever afterlife these souls entered upon death. With the executors' contributions and the menhirs lighting the way, Arthur's forces took eastern Avalon by storm. The first hurdle, though, was the Titan's Steps. The Avalonians set up a kill box with stake slingers. Any living thing that attempted to climb up the terraces would be met with bolts a meter long into the chest by eagle-eyed marksmen. Time and time again, humanity attempted to climb, and they were routinely sent away running. The dead bodies from failed attempts couldn't even be gathered to bury, as the Four-Dwellers killed anything that moved. The executors and Sir Bedivere, a knight tasked with taking this area, planned an assault. Constructing ladders, gathering tower shields for a sturdy shield wall, and weaving magic to deflect bolts, the human army pushed forward, with their archers providing cover from the Four-Dweller barrage. The Four-Dweller firing line was reached after taking some casualties, and the human army cut down the ranged units. With the threat defeated, the path north was open, and the human losses from previous attempts could finally be laid to rest. The people expanded rapidly once the path was forged, founding most of the towns we know of by the time of the fall of Avalon. Camelot's construction was well underway, with Tintagel's army keeping the workers safe. Just west of Camelot's foundation, they set up the Burrow, where many of the workers, their families, and merchants stayed. As a forward operating camp, Tintagel began creating a base called North Post. With each human advance, the Four-Dwellers met them on the field of battle. But humanity would not be halted. Some of the battles were costly, and when Arthur was away from the Pale Lady's training, he frequented the medical tents to help tend the wounded. The losses grieved the king. He risked his friends' lives repeatedly in the war, and even when battles were won, the casualties kept mounting along with the nobles' descent. At North Post, many of the disgruntled nobles set up camp alongside Tintagel's army, planning to carve out portions of Avalon for themselves, further away from Arthur's clutches. That would prove harder than the petty lords had first hoped. Peculiar creatures were attacking settlers and caravans in the north, severing supply lines. While the forward troops hunkered down as the Four-Dwellers continued to pepper the armies with assaults, the executors were sent to handle the situation with the creatures. The executors, without a moment's rest, hurried to North Post and checked in. Oddly enough, the creatures harrying travelers in the north had nothing to do with the weirdness. Merlin's last experiment before the failed expedition had been an autopsy on one of these beasts. It wasn't a Four-Dweller invention. The goddess Morrigan was responsible. The Reach, the edge of human existence in Avalon. A huge black boulder, visible from miles away, dominates the landscape. A navigation aid and a dire warning all in one. Beyond it, few ever set foot. Here, the citizens were being killed or carried off to Morrigan as slaves or sacrifices. Giant winged beasts resembling bats would swoop down from the sky and wrenched families from their villages to the northmost point of Avalon, called the Grand Arches. A young, heavily battered knight called Sir Dryston attempted to drive off the beasts and save the civilians, but did not have the manpower. As the skirmish died down with humanity taking a heavy hit, the executors finally arrived. They saved some survivors from the raids on the outskirts, and discovered the war beast's handlers were pale-skinned masters, faces adorned with black markings and a strange symbol on their clothes. These were the followers of Morrigan, the goddess of death, crows, and dark magic. Her cult had some of the most heinous crimes in the homelands, and to hear they operated in Avalon gave the executors chills. With the fringes of the Reach saved, the war beasts took notice. They looked similar to werewolves, but their masters attached armor plating and sometimes replaced their arms with weaponry. The creatures were beastmen, having forcibly undergone transformation to add to Morrigan's retinue, and was what awaited many of the carted-off civilians. After winning a skirmish against the remaining followers of Morrigan, Sir Dryston and the executors interrogated a surviving war beast handler. They learned that Morrigan prepared for war against the other gods who landed in Avalon alongside humanity. She needed to kidnap people to add to her ranks. To settle the matter, Sir Dryston was set in believing they had to kill Morrigan, and the only way to the Grand Arches, where Morrigan set up her lair, was to fly. Having bats be the only method to reach the Grand Arches was brilliant to keep her intruders out, but Sir Dryston had a plan. The executors and the knights took off their armor. They pretended to be civilians before wandering to some of Morrigan's acolytes, and were taken in as slaves. The team was packed into a giant metal cage, and 2 enormous bats carried them over a channel to the Grand Arches. The newfound slaves were then processed, and the executors bided their time for an opportunity to grab weapons and charge through Morrigan's unfinished fortress. They took the guards by surprise and killed their captors. As reinforcements came running, the team swiftly made their way into man-made corridors before going underground. The walls and design, the further they went, became alien, and it was hard to say if the Four Dwellers or some other faction could have built this forgotten temple long ago. Soon they came to the throne room and beheld Morrigan, perhaps Arthur's greatest nemesis in the homelands. She was convinced that any day now, other gods from the homelands will likewise show themselves and become players in the conquest of Avalon. Morrigan intended to be the only god in Avalon and to rule absolute. The executors explained that there were rumors that the other gods were either dead or gone. You tell her you've been to all parts of the island, seen nearly all of its people. You've seen no other gods on Avalon. Luke and Fael didn't reach the shores of the island. Dagt is said to have died of Red Death himself. Sisinus is lost in the skies. Even the mighty Saruno, god of the hunt, called the Stagfather by its ardents, is gone. You are the only one, you say. There's no one to fight. All your beasts do is kill people who could become your worshippers. Just as Morrigan appeared to see reason in stopping, Sir Dryston had snuck around while the executors distracted Morrigan, and with a swift strike with the sword, beheaded the goddess of death, her head tumbling to the floor. Dryston had always dreamed of doing extraordinary deeds like the Knights of the Round Table to join them, and this was his first. As they planned their next move, Morrigan's head cackled from the floor. She vowed to take control of Avalon, even if it took her 1,000 years. Morrigan then screeched in a high-pitched wail, and the executors ran away. Poor Dryston was the aim of her ire, and the ambitious, aspiring Knight of the Round Table was killed in a most horrific way. His face melted like wax, and his eyes and ears bled. His screams were drowned out by the goddess of death's screeches and laughing. Running and battling their way through the fortress, the executors came across a bat tied down at the surface. Quickly, they cut the rope and hung on to the bat's talons. The priests and followers of Morgan could just yell out curses as the bat struggled to not fall in the sea below. The creature headed for land, and the executors hopped off, reaching mainland Avalon and escaping the wrath of Morgan. Heading to North Post, the executors told the king of what happened. A scorned goddess was concerning, but her new knowledge of the other gods being either gone or silent on Avalon seemed to pause her plans for now. Her priests, followers, children, war beasts, and bats stuck to the grand arches and waited for a better opportunity. She had all the time in the world. Arthur had to focus on other priorities, namely an interesting location found in Avalon. In their last lesson, the Pale Lady told Arthur of a reality-altering place called Corbenic. She said that Foredwellers were unable to near Corbenic as it was incompatible with their form, and many had a great fear of it. The once and future king had spent weeks making progress with the Pale Lady, and he had grown. Literally. He was almost a foot taller, and she taught him how to control the weirdness. Arthur could even see through stone, and his vision of the world was changing to that of the Foredwellers. He saw reality in a different light. The king, sometime after releasing the Pale Lady, had decided to go headfirst into her teaching. He accepted becoming a Foredweller, but it would take time to fully change. Attempting to hide his transformation, he wore armor large enough to conceal the developments, and now looked like a Hulk on the field. He hid this even from the Round Table, knowing it would shake even his most ardent followers and friends. Arthur still retained his humanity, but his being was altered. The desperation he felt could not be overstated, as he knew no other ships were going to be coming, and without Merlin to guide his next steps, Arthur felt it was all up to him to come up with a solution to save humanity. This Corbenic was promising to the king, as it could hold a secret to defeating the Foredwellers. Intrigued by the Pale Lady's fear of this place, Arthur explored northeast Avalon to find Corbenic, and after a while, had the executors follow. Arthur and the executors found Corbenic deep in the Forest of Whispers. A castle of porcelain white towered in the distance. Walking towards it, the air shifted. The weirdness was gone. They weren't on Avalon anymore. The land was pristine, perfect. Each tree green and healthy. The water glistened like crystals. In the far distance, as Arthur tried to peer beyond, impossible vistas were in the sky. It was blurred, unnatural, and consisted of fields, forests, and castles, all overlaid upon each other. As the executors wandered too far, their being started to duplicate, and they had to turn away or else they would dissipate into the ether. Arthur walked to the pearly gates and entered Corbenic, leaving the executors outside to explore this heavenly land. After what felt like an eternity, the executors heard a lady's faint laughter, and then the king emerged from the gate. His eyes were wide, coming to realizations that could make Avalon home for humanity forever. At the heart of Corbenic, I believe he saw the Holy Grail. He always knew something had been missing in the homelands, and he finally realized what it was. Believing the Holy Grail was a nigh infinitely powerful artifact, he thought if he could instead make one of weirdness, his weirdness-infused grail could be the key to ending the war. He had to bring it to the heart of Tuathan, the heart of Avalon. Using the grail, Arthur was certain that he could warp Avalon dramatically. to such an extent that it would become unlivable for the Four Dwellers and home for humanity. The Holy Grail in Tainted Grail is a bit of an enigma, but I will try my hand in explaining what I believe it is. The Holy Grail is manifested ambition, and is the epitome of what makes the human spirit special. Let me put it this way. Imagine if each quality, be it kindness, love, and so on, were made an object. What would it be? For the Holy Grail, its essence is the qualities that make humanity distinguishable from any other sentient being, namely, humanity's undying ambition. It is never to be found and always to be sought. Arthur believed that if he could go to the heart of Avalon, he could use the weirdness as a crucible to create the Holy Grail. And just as the Grail made Corbenic unlivable for the Four Dwellers, the weirdness-infused Grail could end the Four Dwellers' control of the weirdness. Humanity would become the true lords of Avalon. There was one major problem. Arthur had to get there, and there were seas of Four Dwellers fighting him at every turn. His next stop was to start a military campaign to destroy the Four Dwellers' weird fort. Once it was gone, the Avalonians would be on their back foot. The weirdness was being pushed back, the giants severed their allegiances to the Four Dwellers. If they could only destroy the weird fort, then all that stood between Arthur and the heart of Avalon was a very long trek to the Tuathan capital. Mobilizing the troops, Arthur commanded Tintagel's armies to march west. All that he left behind was Sir Percival and the executors to protect Tintagel while they were gone. In a matter of days, countless soldiers cleared out, and all that remained in the stronghold were civilians, the sick, and a small handful of officers. Fog and silence hover over the ring fort. When the main army marched west, it took everything with it: traders, smiths, animal herds, even taverns. In the absence of human sounds, the quiet whisper of the woods to the west and the waves of the southern sea can, for the first time, be heard within Tintagel. The days went slowly. The executors had a knot in their stomach, knowing that if Arthur failed, only a skeleton crew remained. However, an interesting discovery was made in the stillness. The weirdness appeared much closer to Tintagel once it was sparsely populated, despite the menhir's activation nearby. As the executors meandered to the walls to keep an eye out, they heard a blood-curdling scream from the king's tent. Sprinting, the executors found the officers and Percival lying in pools of blood. They all had been impaled by translucent spikes. A giant veiled shrike, a nearly invisible creature, had snuck its way into Tintagel and slaughtered the officers. The executors rapidly dispatched the shrike, barely saving Percival's life. He had to be treated immediately, but was out of action for the time being. With Percival and most of the command gone, Tintagel falls into chaos. You help calm the people left in the fort and reorganize the guards. All the while, you keep wondering about the reason for this attack. It was clear this predator was sent here on purpose. But what could it achieve? The answer becomes clear later this afternoon. A tired messenger boy comes from the north, his horse foaming at the mouth. He reports that an immense Avalonian army has trampled through Northpost and is now advancing toward Tintagel. Your heart racing, you look at the half-abandoned fort and scared faces of the people around you. As the ones with the highest charge, you are now responsible for their fate. The executors were petrified. Though they had fought the Four Dwellers in pitched battles over the last few months, this was different. The bulk of the army was gone, and when Tintagel was besieged, either Arthur or Lancelot would muster the defenders to outlast the Four Dwellers. This time, none of the Round Table members were in Tintagel. Humanity had to pull together. First, a grizzled veteran who had once advised the executors in combat tactics pulled some strings to unite several sick, farmers, and smiths, who came to the executors and offered to whip his ragtag troops into shape for a regiment of foot soldiers. Next, Morgaine, who had been spending her time making an underground laboratory in Tainted, offered her personal honor guard, who were clad in black armor with the Pendragon crest adorning their shoulder. Finally, a red priest, knowing the dire situation, offered the red shields to join the executors' ranks. Thibault, the red shield captain, traveled to the dark morass and swayed many of the red shields in the camp to join him in Tintagel's defense. The executors now had hundreds of troops, and there was hope despite the thousands of foredwellers heading to Tintagel. With limited time, the army was ordered to dig and conceal pitfalls around the walls, while the limited cavalry detachment hid in the nearby forest. The few archers lined the walls, the infantry waited in anticipation for a bloody battle, and the cavalry sat patiently for the signal to charge, praying to the All-Mother that the foredwellers or the Veiled Shrikes wouldn't spot them hiding in the forest. All of the pieces were in place. They knew that no more help was coming, and Arthur, even if he knew, didn't have the time or the resources to lend Tintagel aid. Tintagel was eerily quiet, and for a few hours, all they could do was watch as a giant cloud of weirdness inched closer. They knew the foredwellers were hiding their numbers, and their near-invisible Veiled Shrikes were scouting Tintagel. They waited with bated breath. Before you are able to glimpse even a single Avalonian warrior, a thick cloud of weirdness heralds their arrival. The opalescent tendrils begin to engulf the wall, and everyone standing atop. Loosing volleys of arrows, the archers covered the executors as they empowered the nearby menhir. By now, rekindling menhirs is second nature. However, this time, you use more power than usual. Weirdness recedes, coiling like leeches under a hot iron. The enemy army is now in clear view. It is one of the largest forces Tintagel has ever seen. You hope your defenses will prove enough. Finally, the enemy army marches forward, ground trembling under the weight of their weird steel armor. Many of the enemy soldiers fall down the concealed pits and die impaled on spikes or struggle to climb out. This time, the enemy doesn't plan to crash against your walls. Giant winged shapes fall from the sky, doom wings. They drop several reclaimers along the wall, who immediately drive their resonating rods into the stone. The wall begins to warp and buckle, stones flowing like thick tar. In their desperation, the executors only knew of one regiment willing to charge the Doomwings head-on, knowingly to their deaths, as the weirdness and foredwellers would envelop them. The Doomwings had to be dealt with if Tintagel was to survive, and the Red Shields fearlessly charged, knowing these would be their last moments. Though by now a few Doomwings had been slain in Avalonian history by courageous knights, never had a Doomwing fallen to soldiers like this. The Red Shields slew them before being overcome by the Foredweller horde. Just as the Foredwellers appeared to be breaking through what was left of the human army, the cavalry charged them from the trees, hitting the Foredweller rear guard like a hammer. Sweeping through the Foredwellers and their wretches, they cut a line through the Foredweller center, all the way to the front lines of the battle. Despite the human army's successes, Tintagel's walls were breached, and the civilians screamed in panic as the four-armed giants cut through the capital. Reforming the troops, the executors moved the footmen that they could spare to fight between the ramshackle tents in the alleyways. Humanity only barely held the line to prevent being flanked, as the battle was now chaotic with several fronts. Well-coordinated volleys and cavalry charges slowed the Fort Dwellers' advances, providing the infantry as much time as they could muster. It was now a desperate battle of attrition. The archers were out of their arrows, and they were forced to join the fray, knowing that if Tainted Grail fell, there was no hope for humanity without a citadel. Though the battle was costly, the Fort Dwellers were defeated. Hundreds of good men and women gave up their lives so that Tainted Grail could remain standing. All they could hope was that Arthur, too, had a resounding victory. While the executors had mounted their defense of Tainted Grail, Arthur was waging a siege. The weird fort was made of a porous, rock-like substance. It opened, closed, and shifted at the Fort Dweller officers' will. This provided their stake-slingers and reclaimers an extraordinary advantage in their defense. If the human soldiers advanced, random tiny holes would open and close as Fort Dweller warcasters would pepper the oncoming army. Returning archer volleys had no chance to find their marks. Arthur needed his catapults to get in range, but the Fort Dwellers could destroy his artillery before they had an opportunity to launch. As he waited for delayed caravans, he heard news of the assault on Tainted Grail. Fearing an attack on two fronts, King Arthur launched an all-out assault, hoping his front line could buy the catapults enough time to set up and start launching boulders into the enemy forces. The once and future king knew quickly that this was in fact folly, but there was no turning back now. He had one ace up his sleeve, and he was forced to use it. Charging forward into the front, Arthur raised his hands into the air. The weirdness swarmed to Arthur. He inhaled the weirdness like a fuel, and showed a control over the weirdness that even most Fort Dwellers didn't possess. The ground trembled beneath him as he cleaved through the walls, tearing them open like a gaping wound. Arthur ordered the stunned soldiers to charge. As Arthur concentrated on the collapsing fort, the catapults got into position, and the footmen charged through the gaps. The local priests tried to scream over Arthur's deafening blasts, calling this action heretical and black magic. They encouraged the troops to revolt, and the king ordered these dissidents to be tied up. This was their one chance. Humanity achieved another victory. Arthur almost single-handedly destroyed the Fort Dweller stronghold, and everyone couldn't ignore what was happening anymore. Arthur, at best, was a black magic sorcerer. The soldiers were split. Many left the field terrified at what Arthur had become, but others felt rejuvenated in knowing that they had a champion who could destroy a Fort Dweller army all alone. The Round Table was wary. They were supposed to be Arthur's closest confidants, and the king hid this from them for several weeks. Arthur broodingly sat on a large chunk of weirdstone that he had torn from the weird fort. Arthur was deeply hurt from the losses that he had suffered, feeling guilty for not commanding the weirdness sooner to save lives. If he had just gone out there alone, perhaps he could have deflected the incoming magic and missiles while tearing through the fort. The losses could have been 1/10 of what they were. Arthur was truly grieved. While he sat there mourning, the soldiers eyed him cautiously. Arthur tried to push the thoughts away from his mind, but he knew the moment the news of his control of the weirdness reached the nobles in Tainted Grail or North Post, a civil war was on the horizon. As both those in Tainted Grail and the Weird Fort buried their dead, Arthur sent a messenger to the executors, informing them that Arthur captured the Weird Fort and had a resounding success. The Fort Dwellers suffered 2 major defeats, and humanity had time to move into the entirety of eastern Avalon, if they could hurry before Tuathan responded. The executors left the charge of Tintagel to the veteran captain, the nobles, and Morgaine to manage before setting out westward to the Weird Fort. Though previously the land that they were passing through had been strictly Four-Dweller territory, the executors were clear to pass. The Weirdstone wart, growing in the middle of these plains, is now split open, its walls hanging to the sides like the petals of a wilted flower. The ground around the fort bears signs of unbelievable carnage, in some places scorched through to the bedrock and dotted with deep craters. The piles of four-armed corpses left to decompose in the sun show the scale of the human victory. Arthur met with the executors and explained the situation. He knew civil war was near, but he needed to either staunch it or win the war before it happened. Giving them a war galley, Arthur told them he had to set off and meet the Pale Lady for his final lesson. He needed to be powerful enough for his grand plan of destroying and replacing the heart of Avalon. As he rode alone to the Pale Lady's spire, the executors returned to Northpost. The executors took their time to reach the fort. They replenished their troops to full force and rested on the journey. Tintagel and soldiers were abuzz, shockingly excited at the idea of storming the Tuathan capital. They probably thought that this would be the final battle, and the Four-Dwellers would be no more. The war could finally be over. Once the executors reached Northpost, they went straight to the king's tent to see the update on the war. As you approach the king's tent, knights and courtiers avert their eyes. You feel a strange, doleful atmosphere, as if they were mourning someone. You enter the tent and stop dumbfounded. The man you knew and admired is something else entirely now. 10 feet tall, with the shoulders of a giant and legs as thick as tree trunks. The new armor made to suit his new form looks thicker than the armored plates of a siege tower. Yet the eyes that turn to you are familiar, with the same yearning and burning you've noticed many times before. "Do not be alarmed," the king says, noticing you're speechless. "To start changing our fortunes, I had to change myself. When the Pale Lady showed me how pliable weirdness is and revealed that our enemies use it to take their physical forms, I decided I needed a new form myself. One that could challenge their best warriors, one that could survive in pure weirdness. But enough talk. We have a campaign to win." Most no longer viewed Arthur as human, and they tried to hide him away from prying eyes. Arthur constructed a plan as to how he would enter Tuathan, and he couldn't tell the executors the whole story. The Four-Dwellers can access a person's mind, and Arthur feared his plan would be all for naught if they learned it in full. All the executors had to do was bring a giant army to Tuathan, lure their armies out, and then lead them to the gnarled spire where the Pale Lady lives. After the two defeats, Tuathan had been increasing their recruitment of soldiers, and Arthur knew he couldn't kill them in open war. The executors accepted, and they marched northwest to the mouth of Tuathan. Arthur sent Sir Lancelot with the executors to provide the necessary leadership and military prowess to command the large human army. As they left the king's tent, the executors couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. They realized that if Arthur wanted to, he could just bypass the Four-Dweller army after they chased after the executors, and run to the capital unopposed with the Round Table's knights. It wasn't like he had never sacrificed friends before. He was known for it. What if the executors were the latest of Arthur's sacrifices for the greater good? As the executors and Sir Lancelot marched proudly to the mouth of Tuathan, They filled their ranks to the brim, taking on every spare soldier available. The sinking feeling didn't leave their heart, but it made for a lot of reflection. If Arthur was planning on sacrificing the army, was that a bad thing? If the result of their demise would be freedom and safety for humanity, then wouldn't their sacrifice be a noble one? Battling their doubts, they reached the mouth. You stand before the only known way into the ancient city of Tuathan. Far at the end of the canyon, impossible plateaus and constructs twist upon themselves, looming in clouds of the purest weirdness you've ever seen. Pairs of enormous statues flank the passage, with their shadows cutting the road like black rivers. Soon, the human army was successful in provoking Tuathan. From the valley, a sea of foredwellers emerged. Their numbers were inconceivable. They numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and the executors could hardly believe their eyes. Skirting towards the center of Avalon, they carefully avoided a fight. This foredweller army was impossible to defeat. Their numbers rivaled all of humanity on Avalon combined. Heading to the gnarled spire, the executors encountered lands that they've never seen before as they lit menhirs and traveled to the Pale Lady's home. Forming ranks with their backs against an ancient forest, they faced the gnarled spire located in the center of a basin. Lancelot helps you order the troops into position and arrange a defensive line, anchored on both flanks by steep rocks. It is a good line, and the menhirs should deprive the enemies of most of their war magic. Soon, the towering Avalonian warriors begin to flood the other end of the dale. With the cloak of weirdness stripped away by menhirs, you now see the full might of the enemy. Even with your high ground and commanding view, you doubt you can hold them off for long. If the king doesn't arrive soon, we're done for, Lancelot confirms your suspicions. Doubt starts to gnaw at you. What if Arthur never comes? What if he decided to sacrifice you to open himself a way into Tuathan? As some soldiers begin to break formation, you realize that you need to act now. As the ranks began to break, some fleeing into the Tangleroot woods, the executors stood their ground. It was their duty to follow their king's command to whatever end. They could not see the big picture as Arthur could. The executors felt as though they stumbled upon their responsibilities. They were no knights of renown and knew that without the sacrifices and selflessness Arthur showed, humanity would have been lost years ago. He was the once and future king, and they stood resolute, knowing if they were to die, they would die for a friend. Lancelot rode along the formed line, mustering their courage not to falter, making a grand speech. The four executors, proving their steadfastness to the troops, stepped through the ranks and stood at the front, preparing for the onslaught. Debalt, Nazar, Cowlin, and Duana unsheathed their weapons and prepared their spells, feeling the ground trembling from the thousands of giants charging at them. The Red Shields, who survived the last 4 years of the brutal campaign, stepped forward beside their captain, forming a shield wall. If Thibault were to die, they would die with him. Vision blurred as adrenaline took over. The enemy hits your lines like an iron wave. Even bereft of weirdness, Avalonian warriors are unbelievably strong. The first attack almost breaks your force, even though your men fight on a steep incline behind rocks and boulders. To make matters worse, you spot a bright point in the distance above the battle. A many-limbed, flickering apparition is watching from above Tuathan's walls. Even if you manage to survive the onslaught, how do you plan to win against the creature that killed Merlin and scared the Pale Lady? It's madness, Lancelot says, fighting his way to you. Where's Arthur? You feel as if you're drowning. It takes all your strength just to keep yourself from dying in the relentless onslaught of enemy warriors. You're about to give up when, far beyond the battle, on the other side of the basin, you notice a third army approaching. The pressure from the Avalonians lets up as they notice this new enemy too. Their flank wheels to face this new threat. "The banner of Pendragons," Lancelot shouts. "It's Arthur!" However, Arthur's army does not charge into the basin. Instead, the Pale Lady steps forward. The Avalonians stop their attack, turning to her with almost palpable hatred, while she extends her hands towards the spire. Suddenly, the spire begins to turn, the sound of Weirdstone ripping apart by forces beyond imagination fills the air. Like a giant dagger aimed at the heart of the island, the enormous structure begins to descend, inch by inch. The next thing you know, columns of water shoot up around the spire, an entire underground ocean pushed to the surface. Avalonians begin to scatter. Doomwings shriek in terror. A boiling, muddy flood quickly engulfs those closest to the spire. "Don't let them escape. Keep them in the basin," Lancelot shouts, spotting the opportunity. Your soldiers quickly push against the confused Avalonians and spread along the edge of the basin. On the other side, Arthur's forces prepare to do the same. The Avalonians try to fight both you and the flood, but without weirdness to shape, they are just towering hulks in heavier armor. As the basin's slopes become wet, they slide down in the mud, helpless like children. They extend their hands toward the heavens as the water covers their three-eyed faces. A bright shape-shifting figure in the skies tries to come to help them, but as it gets closer to the basin, it begins to unravel into strands of light and is forced to return. It seems it can't exist without weirdness. Soon, the entire dale in front of you turns into a giant cauldron, the top of the spire jutting out of it like an island. The water laps at your feet. There is an ominous silence. The two human armies cut down most of the stragglers, but some managed to slip past, escaping to Tuathan. The Executor's losses were severe, but they were so close to the end. Before they had a chance to bury the dead, Arthur met with the Executors. Though the day was nearly over, the king didn't let the soldiers rest. Tomorrow, they would do a forced march to Tuathan. Covered head to toe in alien blood, the Executors could merely nod. They had been certain this would be their final battle, but they miraculously survived. They lost many good soldiers, and the fact that so few would get a burial before the carrions would feed on them felt like a crime. As they stared blankly at the aftermath, the Executors saw the Pale Lady. She stood at the edge of the newly formed lake, looking into the water. She appeared even paler in her anguish. Her eyes were dead and void. The Executors approached her and stammered out a thank you for saving their lives and their troops. Unblinking, she responded, "Yes, precious human lives," she says quietly. "All I had to give for them was everything." Little did the Executors know that for a non-Avalonian to find Avalon, they must be called by an Avalonian. She called Arthur to the Avalonian shores, and she bore the guilt of the extermination of countless members of her race. The executors let her be, and while the few survivors rested or participated in half-hearted celebrations, the commanders went to sleep. They had a restless night, plagued by nightmares and ghostly apparitions. Suddenly, a shadow that they mistook for a phantom sprang from the dark. An assassin tried to kill the executors in their sleep. As they fought the man off, Lancelot came running to their aid. Soon they realized all the commanders' tents were being attacked. The time of civil war had finally come, and the traitors who worked in the shadows decided now was the time to strike. The executors and Lancelot were shocked to see that almost half the commanders had joined the rebellion or were already slain. In the distance, they saw the Pale Lady watching in horror, shrieking from grief, anger, frustration, and sadness. She had sacrificed everything to just see the very lives she saved slaughter each other, and she ran away in tears. Not knowing who was friend or foe, the executors rushed to Arthur's tent amid the chaos. Screams rang out from the king's tent, and then a giant figure emerged. Arthur was without his armor, and all could see how inhuman his form had become. His loyalists were too stunned to aid as he pummeled the assassins who clung to him like leeches as they stabbed into his flesh. The onlookers were perturbed. All Arthur's knights at the camp remained loyal and took no casualties, but the commanders took the heaviest losses. The army's officers were all but gone, as many decided to join the rebels and were met with the blade. They soon learned that most of the nobility in Tainted Grail had staged the coup, and many settlements joined. They believed that Arthur wasn't himself, and that he had become reckless. The nobles feared what would happen if Arthur took the army to Tuatha and lost. Arthur listened to the explanation, utterly heartbroken. Though Lancelot urged Arthur to return to Tainted Grail to destroy the rebels, the king decided against it. This was their only opportunity to destroy Tuatha. Taking the knights and the last of the army, Arthur gave the executors one final task: go to Tainted Grail and stop the infighting. King Arthur doubted he'd return, and he pleaded to the executors to act wisely in his stead. The executors watched Arthur depart with what remained of his loyal knights and soldiers as they marched straight to the mouth of Tuatha, knowing this was the ending of an age. The executors were left to their own devices and had to decide how to proceed. They all had a unique perspective on such an important task of quelling the civil war. Callin was the princess of an ancient tribe. Duana had been an outcast from Camlan her entire life and knew all too well of the government's failings. Nazar came from a completely different land with a distinct governmental structure. Thibault was pariahed due to his contracting the Red Death. Now, having experienced the flaws of Camelot, they would have to come up with the best solution without Arthur's intervention, but acting in his best interest. The executors, in the course of the last few months since the failed expedition, had gone all across eastern Avalon. They had seen every settlement, met with most nobles, and encountered all human cultures. They had to kill commanders whom they fought next to during Arthur's campaigns, and though they fought on Arthur's side, they could understand the people's fears. The executors decided to travel across the entirety of eastern Avalon, as there were few Four-Dweller sightings since they were distracted by Arthur's final push. Each settlement's leadership was personally invited to Tintagel for a meeting to decide Avalon's fate. Upon reaching Tintagel, the Round Fort was in constant turmoil. The Loyalists and rebels captured and recaptured Tintagel in a constant tug of war, and only an amicable resolution or a reckoning could end it. With the factions at each other's throats and Arthur gone from Tintagel, a single Four-Dweller army could spell the end of everything. Calling the leaders to a meeting, the executors set rules for a level-headed discussion. It soon felt like a public trial, as many of the citizens found ways to listen in, and the rebels voiced every grievance. Arthur carelessly sacrificed the expedition, resulting in Galahad and Merlin's deaths. Arthur took the counsel of the enemy, the Pale Lady, instead of the Round Table, the nobles, or Merlin's apprentices. Arthur's lack of foresight cost nearly 9 out of 10 people to die of starvation in the first year on Avalon. Arthur sent the sick and those afflicted with the Red Death on a death march to the dark morass. Arthur's physical transformation to many of the nobles, it made them believe it was grounds to renounce their oaths, as he was no longer the King Arthur that they swore fealty to. Arthur's use of black magic and the weirdness went against the Red Church, the All-Mother, and Camelot's code. Finally, without an explanation, Arthur took every soldier in Tintagel's army and entered Tuathan, leaving Tintagel vulnerable. The executors acted like Arthur's defendant. They had experienced many of the grievances firsthand. The Balt was one of the sick who went on the death march. Many of Callan's tribe starved to death in the first year. They were there at the first expedition when it all fell apart on Arthur's command. However, they also knew that Arthur, unlike most, was a ruler who fought his own battles. The king had a heart for the people, and though he made questionable decisions, there was no one capable of stepping into his shoes. No man or group of men could toe the line like Arthur to both make the impossible, sacrificial decisions for survival while maintaining their conscience and humanity. Even with his transformation, in his heart, Arthur was still the boy who would sneak away from the nobles during the festivals to fish and appreciate the little things in life. Arthur was the only man worthy of being named king, and every living soul in Tintagel owed him their allegiance. The people were swayed, and when the rebels realized they had lost the populace, they had to step aside. Arthur would remain the king of all humanity, and in his stead, while in Tuathan, the executors, Morgaine, and the Loyalists would manage Tintagel and humanity's expansion into eastern Avalon. Meanwhile, Arthur took all of the loyal knights and soldiers that survived the battle and betrayal northward. They went to the mouth of Tuathan. The flanking statues loomed over the large human army on either side. The fear was tangible as they marched forward. The weirdness was potent and nearly solid. It was as if the weirdness was a mixture of a solid, liquid, and gaseous states all at once. The mist could sometimes be so thick that you could only see the rank of men in front of you, while other times, as you'd look around, you would see weird stone structures, hills, and vast deserts. Soon, once the back of the human column could no longer see the mouth of Tuathan, they were ambushed. Thousands of foredwellers sprang from what seemed like nowhere. Warcasters blasted ranks of soldiers. Those who ran back didn't find the exit. Instead, they were met with strange places far from the battle, or ran into a foredweller who would cut them down. The soldiers took losses, but Arthur and the knights slew the foredwellers. Once the battle was over, there was a brief calmness, but they pushed on, only to be met with more assaults. Arthur soon realized that until they found the heart of Avalon, the foredwellers would never stop their attacks. The regiments were always on edge, dealing with several skirmishes before reaching a foredweller city. It was incomprehensible. Giant towers of weirdstone lined the weirdness like columns. In impossible ways, they would shift, changing the streets, moving the buildings, and altering the alleyways. In some instances, entire regiments had to run out of the way or be crushed. In a matter of minutes, the army was separated. Arthur was able to rally half the troops, but the other half was lost, and he had no way to find them. They were on their own, and Arthur pushed forward, now in a tight formation to keep the soldiers together. Half of his knights got lost in the split, and he begrudgingly walked on. Once beyond the foredweller city, and having marched with constant assaults on all sides for hours on end, the weirdness changed. Now it was so thick that the ground was no longer solid. As they walked, flesh, sinew, and bone formed beneath their feet to step on. The weirdness started to flicker, in and out of an ethereal state. Arthur knew this was the heart of Avalon. As he searched for the center point, a light flared at the corner of his eye. The Everdweller had come. Some soldiers scattered, while others held their ground. The last foredweller army surrounded the human soldiers, and the Everdweller was at their helm. In a grand duel, Arthur consumed the weirdness and took the Everdweller head on. In their wake, the foredweller and human armies were nearly destroyed by the fallout of their strikes. Realizing staying would mean death, they all fled the heart, foredweller and human alike. Only Arthur and the Everdweller remained at the heart of Tuathan. This would be the final meeting. Arthur gripped Excalibur, the Witchblade, its make consuming the wielder's blood to empower the sword. The once and future king's blood dripped steadily upon the biological ground. Arthur would give his all to the last drop. He charged the godlike entity, and they were locked in a duel of power, will, and fate. Time worked differently in Tuathan after Arthur and the Everdweller were in their unending duel. In eastern Avalon, there had been no word of what had happened. The executors stayed in Tainted, ensuring the peace between the rebels and the loyalists remained. Days turned into weeks, and still no word of Arthur. By now, the loyalists had most of the managerial control of Tainted, and the rebels decided to either join Tainted or move to the other side of the island. One morning, after a restless night filled with visions of the Everdweller, the executors received an urgent message from Northpost. Survivors from Arthur's army were spotted, and they confirmed that Arthur, the once and future king, died in Tuathan. The news spread like wildfire, but the executors couldn't believe it. Rumors and theories were a dime a dozen as to what happened. Almost all of the survivors were broken both mentally and physically. They were wounded and mostly spoke in gibberish. Hearing of their mental state, the executors decided that they had to see for themselves. Before the executors had left their tents, the nobles were already making plans to leave Avalon. Without the army or Arthur, Avalon would be annihilated by the next Four-Dweller horde. To them, the Age of Legends was over. The homelands, suffering from the Red Death apocalypse, was a better prospect than extermination. Ignoring their fears, the executors went to the Pale Lady to see if she could make sense of the news and their visions. She had holed up in the gnarled spire, seemingly torturing herself, as she would spend her days within the spire, with its windows covered by dead Four-Dweller bodies floating in the lake. The Pale Lady, after the Civil War, decided to spend her days cleansing the mirror lake around the gnarled spire to lay her kin to rest. She met with the executors and told them of what she knew, that the Everdweller was from the land beyond the stars as an ambassador, but the Four-Dwellers knew little more than that. The Pale Lady explained that Avalon was the midpoint between the homeland's reality and the land beyond the stars. She also doubted Arthur's death, as she felt that she would know if that were to happen. After thanking the Pale Lady for the information that she offered, the executors left. As the executors made for the mouth of Tuathan alone, they realized that they were being followed. The Pale Lady decided to join the executors. She saw good in them and wanted to see them survive the journey. She had seen the Civil War firsthand after the Battle of the Gnarled Spire, and despite all of their hardships and grievances with Arthur, the executors acted selflessly. If Arthur were truly dead, Avalon needed them to survive their trek, or else humanity would fall into chaos. As they charted their course northward, a lone rider came to the executors. It was Sir Kay, the leader of the Loyalists. He rushed to warn the executors that a Four-Dweller army was spotted, and they were beelining it to the executors and the Pale Lady. Apparently, with Arthur out of the way, they went to the top of the Four-Dweller kill list. Half of the executors felt that this was confirmation of Arthur's death, because surely if he was alive in Tuathan, the Four-Dwellers would go after him. Their next move was to recruit whatever selfless loyalists were left and go to Tuathan to complete Arthur's grand plan that he had failed. Sir Kay returned to Tainted to keep things in order with the increasingly large number of nobles trying to escape, while the executors marched to Northpost to recruit whom they could. The executors made it to the outpost and talked to the commander. They were given a rundown about the survivors from Arthur's army, while they reinforced their troops. Thankfully for Tainted and the other human settlements, the Four-Dwellers' intent was strictly to rid Avalon of the Pale Lady and the executors. The citadel was safe temporarily. The concern now was if the executors were to die, everyone knew their next target would be Tainted. In the next few days, the executors won a few skirmishes, but these fights weren't like the most recent bloodbaths. The Four-Dweller war machine was not operating as it had only a month ago, and the few pitched battles saw few losses on the human side. Whatever Arthur did in Tuathan, he must have struck a blow to the Four-Dweller capital. The executors marched to the mouth of Tuathan, following Arthur's footsteps. The giant stone statues lined the walls, and they felt a deep sense of dread. Oddly enough, having the Pale Lady helped calm the executors. She knew more of the island than most Four-Dwellers, and having her by their side, the executors trusted that she would be an excellent guide. Entering Tuathan, the ground was littered with dead troops. They stepped into the wake of Arthur's army. They experienced far fewer ambushes than Arthur's expedition, but some reclaimers and warcasters laid traps. The executors came across regiments of footmen, archers, and cavalry who had gotten lost in the ever-changing Tuathan city. Some joined their ranks, insisting on finishing the mission, while others were guided out. The executors found Sir Lamorak and Sir Gawain, who joined the growing army, helping lead the troops. Pressing on, they came across the same ever-changing Four-Dweller city. Despite the Pale Lady's guidance, some were still separated from the bulk of the troop, but they had no way to reach him. Instead, they had to continue. Within the capital, they saw an extraordinary place. A cosmic arbor, a three-dimensional star map, displayed the cosmos, but it was indiscernible to the executors. Before long, they exited the Four-Dweller city and came across a labyrinth of narrow walkways. The Pale Lady led them through before they came across another knight. They found Sir Lancelot, who was ecstatic to see the executors. As he had been wandering the maze for days, he attempted to exchange pleasantries before a group of Sanctum guards approached. Lancelot learned that these were not to be trifled with, and though he could escape these elite soldiers alone, the executors' force would be forced into a losing battle. As the Pale Lady rerouted the troops to take another path, Lancelot quickly spoke to the executors while time allowed. He secretly had been the leader of the rebels and had sought Arthur's downfall. While wandering the maze, he had a change of heart and decided to repay his debt for betrayal. He would hold the Sanctum guards off to buy the executors time to reach the heart of Tuathan. He unsheathes his sword, raises his shield, and charges the Sanctum guards. Not wanting his sacrifice to go to waste, you use this time to move to solid ground. As you look back, Lancelot falls from the footbridge, grappling with one of the wardens. Like a small steel comet, he dives into clouds of primal weirdness. With a heavy heart, the executors hurried forward. For the last couple of hours, you feel as if you have been going downhill, even though your eyes tell a different story, as the strange structures you walk through rise higher and higher above the rest of the city, converging in one direction, the knot of the heart. Soon, you emerge on a plateau above the rest of Tuathan. The weirdness is so dense here, you no longer walk on a solid surface. The ground forms right under your feet. Echoes of stone, wood, bone, and sinew summoned into existence for a brief moment. At the heart of the plateau, a torrent of weirdness that looks different from the opalescent mists you've seen before. It's incandescent, flickering, ethereal. Right under the torrent, two figures are locked in a struggle. One is Arthur, the other, the alien apparition that killed Merlin. Seeing you, Arthur pushes his opponent off the plateau and into the opalescent clouds. Arthur and the Everdweller had been dueling for days, neither ever able to get the upper hand enough to slay the other. The king had slowly attempted to enact his grand plan in the moments of respite, but it wasn't enough. The executors asked what the king needed to do. "Why speak if I can show you?" says the king, channeling weirdness straight into your thoughts. You see the white castle beyond the fog. You see the golden chalice resting in its quiet halls, a keystone of a myth that spans across many different worlds, each with its own king, grail, a round table of knights, and a castle to house it. Your heart beats quicker. Suddenly, you understand the strange words Arthur uttered on the bridge leading to the castle. He was doomed to fail. His legend was skewed, incomplete. It required one more element, binding all of his deeds and those of the Round Table, a radiant idea, an honorable goal, the Grail. The pristine exemplar of the legend Arthur saw in Corbenic made him realize his world was just a distorted echo of a greater story. You ask Arthur if he came here to shape a grail out of weirdness, and the king shakes his head. No, everything needs to be connected. The king, the knights, the cup, the castle. I have to create all of it at the same time, summon it forth from the endless possibilities of weirdness. If I succeed, this place will become a new Camelot with a grail at its heart, and a sworn order of protectors to keep watch over humanity. Something bright flickers in the clouds of weirdness surrounding the plateau. Your opponent is coming back. You need to buy me some time, Arthur shouts. The only weakness the Everdweller had, as far as the Executors knew, was that it couldn't live without the weirdness. After having saved the Pale Lady from the Weird Fort weeks ago, they had learned methods to help them control the weirdness, doing their best to conjure the one thing that could banish the Everdweller, a menhir of pure weirdness formed around them. The Executors were no Fordweller weavers, but the menhir started to form, halting the Everdweller's attacks upon Arthur. The soldiers were ordered to charge forward to give them time. The Everdweller fought the remaining army, and against the collective will of the Executors, to destroy the forming menhir. Arthur makes the most of the time you gave him. As you keep the Everdweller distracted, he starts to give shape to the enormous torrent of primordial weirdness. Slowly, a castle begins to surround the king until walls obscure him, climbing higher and higher. The creature lets up its assault and flies away with a strange, multi-pitched wail. Does it know it lost? It seems, though, that Arthur is losing too. The castle is wrong. It was clearly modeled after Camelot from the homelands, but the larger it grows, the more it skews, walls bending like an image on melting glass. Giant stones fall down. Walls flow like tar. Without a second thought, you rush into the structure to help Arthur. Lower courtyard, upper courtyard, a hallway twisting around itself like a braid, a throne room with a luminescent cocoon where a throne ought to be. Arthur's pained scream comes from the inside, from the chamber of the Round Table. The room looks like a dark twin of the one from the homelands. Instead of a table, a round pit, filled with boiling weirdness. Instead of knights, a row of disturbing statues around the pit. Arthur is at the other side of the pit, his witchblade driven into the ground. The king reels from exhaustion, focusing his power on the weirdness coiling in the pit. You want to drag him out of this room, fearing the crooked castle will collapse, but he refuses to move. No, the castle is all wrong. The Grail is tainted. But I can't fail here. If we're to survive, Avalon needs immortal guardians, a brotherhood to watch over the island when I'm gone, a new Round Table. I have to. The king collapses from exhaustion. Knowing nothing was right and that the work was unfinished, Cowlin reached to pull Arthur back to his feet. Suddenly, weirdness tendrils from the boiling pit stretched out and grappled Cowlin. As this influx of weirdness probes you, it finds the soul of a true warrior, a fierce instinct compelled to protect others, a love of simple, direct solutions, willingness to stand in the front line. The weirdness takes all of these concepts and reforges them into a single idea. Blue, like well-honed steel. Blue, like waves of the ocean. For a moment, you're lost in a blue dream. Then, it rapidly goes for Duana. Spectral tendrils push themselves into every corner of your mind. There you find an unquenchable thirst for knowledge, an instinct that compels you to seek what was hidden, and bring back what was forgotten. The willingness to take power from any place as long it can benefit those who you choose to protect. The weirdness takes all these concepts and reforges them into a single idea, brown like old scrolls and ochre paintings, brown like paths and trails going to strange, distant places. Next, it finds Nazar. A power beyond your understanding inspects you, fiber by fiber. It finds the soul of a traveler, an instinct that always pushes you toward the new, a penchant for discovery and deeper understanding of rules that govern each place and each person. The speed of thought coupled with the speed of body, the weirdness takes all these concepts and reforges them into a single idea, green like a lone trek through the wilderness, green like mysteries of nature ensorcelled in leaves and grasses, green like a herbal mixture. Finally, it takes Thebalt. The weirdness shines through you like torchlight through a thin sheet of paper. Inside, it sees many peculiar things, a drive to perfection in everything you do, a hidden nobility that pushes you to always do the right thing, regardless of consequences, a deep understanding of loss that makes you a better, more compassionate human. The weirdness takes all these concepts and reforges them into a single idea, gray, like the stone walls of a castle, or like silent skies watching over travelers, gray like a sadness for all things gone. All of the executors were taken, their souls merging with the weirdness creation Arthur was forging. They would take the role of the Round Table, guardians of Avalon, each with their own role, purpose, and unique traits to define humanity and the new state of Avalon. However, the tendrils did more than forge the concept. They were put into a deep sleep, only to awaken with a presence of another being in the back of their head. There was no telling how much time had passed. Tired, broken, and confused, the executors heaved Arthur away from the pit and outside of the new Camelot. Once out of the castle, they turned to see a flicker of light. The Everdweller returned. Unsheathing their weapons, they were surprised that it did not attack. Communicating in both words and visions, it spoke to the executors. The thing from beyond the stars tells you the human conquest of Avalon broke in eternal balance between three realms the souls were flowing through in an endless cycle: the human world, Avalon, and the place beyond. He was sent to restore the balance. He failed to stop Arthur, and he can't enter the citadel the king built. He asks you to undo your damage, to walk back into the citadel, remove Excalibur, and return this place to the Avalonians. Though it may have given Duana pause, the others laughed at the proposal. They sacrificed everything to accomplish Arthur's goal. If they stopped now and gave Avalon to the Foredwellers, humanity would have no chance to survive. Instead, feeling whatever new presence within themselves to be a great boon in combat, they charged the Everdweller, only for the entity to rapidly change the world around them and pull them through space and time to Connacht, 650 years in the future. The Everdweller stands beside the Executors. The village which the Executors helped found was old dilapidated, and abandoned. Not a single soul was in sight, and the Everdweller pleaded with the executors to understand that it was, in fact, hopeless. Avalon was not meant for humans, and nothing could prevent their extinction. Trying to find hope where there was none, the executors explored the dead town. Searching the homes, they realized everyone's personal belongings were taken, so the villagers must have left elsewhere. The men here, though seemingly dead, was still able to be activated, showing that even though they weakened, they'd never die. Going northward, to where they slew the Stagfather months ago, they could see the Avatar, now bones. However, even without followers, giving it a sacrifice caused a glint in the skull's eye. To the west, they found people, a warrior's fair. Though most were downtrodden, they told stories of heroes on Avalon, dealing with the tragedies of the day. The executors came across those with mutations and diseases, but realized the people were stronger now than in the Age of Legends, as though the weirdness made them fiercer. Coming across the Forlorn Swords, where the giants a few months ago had sworn to never take up arms against humanity again, they found an abandoned workshop. Apparently, humanity learned how to shape weird steel, and still fashioned designs and tapestries mirroring those of the homelands. Finally, they climbed the Forlorn Swords, reaching their colossal height. They could see for countless miles across Avalon. They saw the ruins of human settlements, and saw Camelot barely on the horizon. Sitting on the hilt of a giant sword, feeling a wide array of emotions, the Everdweller returned. The Everdweller pulled the executors back to reality, standing beside the unconscious Arthur. Almost tauntingly, the question was floated in the air. Can they find hope where no hope remains? Maybe from his immortal perspective, several centuries of relative prosperity are just a heartbeat, barely worthy of attention, but for you, they are a gift to the struggling humanity. You are ready to fight him, and you are ready to die, to ensure this gift. Your furious resolve gives the Everdweller pause. It thinks longer than a creature like it ever should. Then, it lets you know its decision. It will step back, letting things unfold on their own, letting its younger siblings achieve a new balance on their own. As you part, he leaves you with one final warning. There will be a choice to make 1,000 years from now, a difficult choice that will either foil or build upon everything you did. It hopes you will choose wisely, but you are confused to hear that surely events a century from now no longer involve you. The all-knowing, all-powerful being dissolves, leaving you to ponder this on your own. The executors were now the guardians of humanity and Avalon, in a way taking the Everdweller's place. Their souls, unknowingly at the time, would cycle through Avalon, being called in every generation as heroes when the need arose. With the Everdweller gone and the heart of Tuathan radically changed, the Age of Legends came to a close. It took several weeks, but eventually Arthur, the executors, and a few dozen knights and soldiers stumbled out of the mouth of Tuathan. Though Arthur felt dejected after being unable to shape the kingdom at the heart of Avalon perfectly to his will, he took consolation in knowing that the Fordweller war machine was broken. They could no longer pop out armies, and the surviving Fordwellers disbanded. The war was finally over, and it was now time to build up Avalon to rival the greatest kingdoms in the world. Though the survivors of the campaign into Tuatha were small in number, every single one of them would prove to be invaluable to the future of Avalon. They were the greatest, noblest, and most loyal of humanity, having risked their lives entering Tuatha, believing wholeheartedly that they would die as a sacrifice. Instead, they returned after laying down their lives, and although they survived with broken bodies, they had a renewed spirit, ready to transform and build Avalon from the foundations of Fordweller ruins and graves. Staggering back to Tainted Grail, the world felt free. Everything had been conquered, and after a hard-fought war, there could finally be peace. King Arthur felt a kinship to the executors. However, the cutthroat nature of the court dissuaded the king from involving his friends, and even disbanded the executors permanently. Cowlin the Wolf Rider, as far as I'm aware, is the only one given recognition, but more so because she was a warrior princess. In fact, her statue found at the Twin Sisters doesn't even mention her role as an executor. She likely was the one executor to frequent Arthur's court, but mostly since she was the leader of her tribe. Though this isn't mentioned, I like to imagine that Nazar never ceased to explore Avalon, possibly even joining the Royal Geographical Society. Duana would have been allowed to use her healing magic to care for others again, but now without the authorities condemning her as they had in the homelands. Thibault would have returned to his children to spend his final days as a father, and likely spent much time in the Red Death colony in the Dark Morass, forming a bond with Kai, Arthur's half-sister. There's little information as to what happened after the Age of Legends, but that is all I presume, given their stories. In the board game, you are given options as to how to end the campaign. Canonically, they must have decided to live in Connacht, either during the Age of Legends or for a brief time after their return. The executors were involved in the founding of the Horns of the South, where the Twin Sisters are located. They funded 2 lighthouses and built a wharf, leaving a small detachment of troops to manage the beacons. Now, for those who played the RPG, this may be a little confusing, as it was for me originally. Chronologically, what happened at the Horns of the South is this. The fleet failed a landing here, and a small, half-done pier was built. Seawall Firstfoot was made keeper at the Twin Sisters. Seawall was experimented on and effectively killed. The executors built the 2 lighthouses and the wharf, and finally, they left a detachment to manage it. Seawall's band of Marines, who were tasked as sheriffs, decided to join together with the detachment to form the Keepers officially. At least that's how I'd interpret it. In the next few decades, they built a barracks for the troops and aided travelers in expanding into Avalon. The executors accomplished much in these years, but it pertained to settlements and places never mentioned. In a later geography lore series, I will go over more of their deeds. Arthur was welcomed to Tainted Grail with open arms. The Loyalists, led by Sir Kay, ensured that things were in order for the king's return. The nobles looked past the king's transformation, and in the annals of history, it is completely omitted. Though Arthur was glad to see the executors' success in ending the Civil War, the war with the Fordwellers was a heavy weight upon his heart during his reign. Arthur helped found various settlements, and one would be hard-pressed to find a town that didn't claim to have had Arthur's contribution in their foundation. After a few years, the new Camelot was built, now spelled with a K. Those in Tainted Grail mostly joined Camelot, but others wanted to preserve their culture and founded settlements elsewhere. Thankfully, with the menhirs across all of Eastern Avalon lit, the people were free to do as they pleased. The weirdness became an afterthought, and now the major concerns were the occasional surfacing of giant worms. The Round Table would go on nightly quests to slay these beasts, and Arthur would deal with regular land disputes. To the far west, Timberwall was founded, the settlement built against the Wall of Tuatha, and it rivaled Camelot in the future in trade. To the southwest, the greatest farmhold of Fireshire provided Avalon with abundant food. Lesser farmholds, such as Quinacht, Bundorca, and Falfwar, saw good harvests in the early days. Life was exceptional and much needed for humanity. Their last 5 years or so had been harsh and constantly on the verge of extinction. The survivors dictated the forming society, and many of the cultures that had previously been at odds in the homelands merged together, forming unique societies. The next few decades were Avalon's golden age. Arthur's legend grew even while living, and many of his past transgressions were overlooked. In the following generations, the people looked fondly at the Age of Legends. They ignored the suffering, starvation, and civil war, instead retelling tales of knights and famous warriors, many times embellished. The executor's deeds morphed into Arthur's, and eventually in history, Arthur or Merlin is credited with nearly all of their accomplishments. Especially with the executors being disbanded, many forgot that they even existed. These decades of Arthur's reign, which I am calling the Golden Age, ended with Arthur's death. Presumably, he died of old age, having lived close to a century. The people mourned his passing, as this was the end of an extraordinary age and an extraordinary man. A long procession ensued as Arthur was carried to a place he had an odd kinship with. To the north, just west of Corbenic, Arthur was buried in a tomb, in a place called the Tomb of the Order. Your head spins as you look down an imposing well, some 200 feet across and 100 deep, cut into the raw stone. Stairs spiral downwards along its walls, leading to the affluent tombs of famous knights. At the bottom, flanked by curtains of waterfalls, stands a towering statue of the one and true king, guarding his final resting place. The priests, priestesses, and knights sang ancient songs from the homelands before laying Arthur to rest. People from all over Avalon came to the Tomb of the Order to pay their respects, or made a voyage to Camelot to gaze upon Arthur's statue that dominated the construction. For the people of the day, the Age of Legends officially ended with Arthur's return, marking the war's conclusion. However, in modern Fall of Avalon games, the prevailing view, at least to me, was that the Age of Legends concluded with Arthur's death. During this time, I can only assume that Nimue, Merlin's lead apprentice, became the architect or the main contributor to Arthur's resurrection project. Using Merlin's research and the minds of the apprentices, they intended to make Arthur the once and future king by resurrecting his body during times of struggle to return a failing humanity to its old, more noble ways. Nimue and Orin, Merlin's other apprentice, spent their time in Quinacht, continually gathering research. Meanwhile, another druidic circle formed, possibly with ties to Merlin. These other druids organized that moon ring, where they believed a magical nexus lay on Avalon, allowing for powerful rituals to be enhanced to reach the entirety of Avalon. Given Merlin to be Arthur's archdruid and wizard back in the day, his veneration and his apprentices to be held in high regard, we get an interesting passage describing the Moonring Druids. They weren't exactly loved back in the homelands. In fact, most people of Tainted would be relieved if they never made it to Avalon. The lore also states Arthur never liked their order. I believe this means two druidic orders came to Avalon back in the Age of Legends. One was Merlin and his apprentices, who the people beloved. The other, I will call the Order of the Moonring, was known to make sacrifices, burn people alive, and do all manner of vile acts in the name of druidic research. Most wandering, self-taught druids were equally reviled, as they typically dealt in supernatural laws with which they had no business meddling. During the Golden Age, it appears that Merlin's apprentices took a step back. They worked strictly for the king or researched, while the Order of the Moonring did as they pleased. With their control of Moonring, which enhanced their abilities, they became a powerful faction on Avalon. In certain passages, it is insinuated that the Archdruid at the Moonring held Merlin's old position, or was considered his successor. The Order of the Moonring also held shocking responsibilities that I can't imagine Arthur granting, given his disgust of their order. After Arthur's death, Camelot was led hand in hand by the Round Table and Morgane, Arthur's half-sister. Merlin's apprentices were bound to the Round Table in Arthur's absence. However, after Arthur's death, they appear to focus solely on Arthur's resurrection. My guess, given the lore, is that one of Merlin's apprentices must have joined the Moonring, bringing with him the knowledge of menhir rights. Sir Lancelot, knowing Merlin's apprentices were falling in number, decided to grant the Order of the Moonring charge to keep the menhirs burning. When a menhir across Avalon would start to fade, several Moonring druids would come and relight it. A few individuals and factions were also given the secret menhir rights, including High All-Mother priestesses. Another responsibility that seems to have been handed to the Moonring druids at this time was choosing the succeeding knights. As mentioned in the past, when a knight died, a new one would be elected to take their place. It is possible that this too was originally Merlin's responsibility, but transferred to the Order of the Moonring via the unnamed apprentice of Merlin, who became their Archdruid. The Moonring Archdruid would hold a meeting after a knight's death, and the druids would vote on a new knight to take their place. The elected would be given the old knight's equipment, and for all intents and purposes, would become the dead knight, taking on their name and authority. In the years following Arthur's death, his half-sister Kai became revered. Even though she had renounced the Pendragon name, everyone knew the strength that she had in her veins. She continued her non-profit work in the Dark Morass, and once the Island Asylum was completed, moved. Her words held more weight after Arthur was gone, and soon the Red Priests and the All-Mother priestesses that she worked with began to deify her. Kai, like her brother, was a natural-born leader, but she had no interest in being in charge. The high priests, the second pope, and the prioresses constantly sought Kai's approval. Soon, the zealous treated her words like scripture. Her authority even rivaled that of Lancelot and Morgane. Though she didn't like the deification, part of her felt like she could use this for good. The Red Priests soon labeled her as their prophet, and her words became law. Though it is not explained flatly, eventually Kai too passed away, but she was imprisoned in a sense by her followers. From what I can tell, it appears her soul is tied to the Red Church or the Island Asylum. Her followers prayed to her after her death. Perhaps similar to how the Stagfather was made corporeal through his followers' devotion, Kai was virtually made a goddess through the Red Church's faith. So in that sense, her soul was never able to rest and remains imprisoned due to the incessant call to her name. The final Eastern Avalonian developments to mention around the time of Arthur's death was the rise of the Children of Morgan and the Kingdom of Sagamore. At Crow's Nest, where the goddess Morgan made her home, she joined forces with Arthur's nephew, Mordred. He was no longer a knight of the Round Table and attempted to forge an alliance to one day rival Camelot. Working together, the Children of Morgan were a force to be reckoned with. Lord Mordred believed that Morgan's plans for world domination somehow didn't conflict with his desire to rule in his uncle's stead as the leader of Avalon. It appears that they were tentative allies, knowing that one day they would be forced to betray each other. However, for now, they worked together as the pariahs of Avalon. In the far south, Sagramore Castle was in construction, likely under the directive of Arthur himself to be a protectorate of Connacht. King Sagramore lorded over the southern lands and had a prosperous seat of power. Given certain details that may get their own video, King Sagramore must have begun his reign during the Golden Age. His kingdom grew to such heights that it began to rival other lesser kingdoms. Like so many powerful figures on Avalon, he too feared mortality, and he eventually married Queen Sagramore. She was overly ambitious and had a desire to rule absolutely, even holding more power than the gods. In snippets while playing the RPG, we learned that Queen Sagramore feared to lose her power so much that she caused Sagramore Castle to plummet into the earth. In this underground kingdom, she could rule without fear of someone taking her power, and King Sagramore could live forever. It was so far underground that the gods couldn't reach this place. Though Sagramore will likely get its own video one day, there do appear to be some discrepancies in the writing, so I will leave Sagramore's story for another time. The last details of note are twofold, and they will also be gone into later. But since they don't pertain to Eastern Avalonian history, I will just mention it briefly. For one, the Lost Fleet. As you may recall, the Executors began their journey with the failed expedition that attempted to reconvene with the Lost Fleet, carrying thousands of civilians, troops, and lords. Unbeknownst to Eastern Avalon, the Lost Fleet survived. It was as if after the Age of Legends, the Lost Fleet became the Forgotten Fleet. With the war over, Arthur could have simply sent another expedition to find the others, and it would have been successful. I don't know why he didn't, but I assume that they just were presumed dead. Regardless, humanity survived for centuries in Western Avalon, and they found a way to survive the weirdness without menhirs. Their tale will be another lore series entirely, as it is a very long story, but as far as Eastern Avalon was concerned, they were alone. The other very, very important detail to note is that the Everdwellers' plea with the Executors at the end of the Age of Legends to give Avalon back to the Fordwellers wasn't simply unfounded. The heart of Avalon, the primordial weirdness Arthur shaped into an upside-down, messed-up Camelot, was used by the Fordwellers to operate the Soul Cycle. It was also used as a forge to create Fordweller soldiers en masse, and hence is why the Fordwellers had to end the war. Without Fordweller weavers to create or add more Fordwellers through the Soul Cycle, they couldn't have an army. With the Soul Cycle destroyed, the homelands entered a far worse apocalypse than the Red Death. Souls could no longer enter the homelands, meaning children were born dead, families could not form, and humanity became grotesque, ageless beings. Some cultures discovered solutions, but for the most part, until the Soul Cycle is fixed, the homelands was in a state of permanent decay. Those few nobles who returned to the homelands found the nightmare that they ran from turned into a living hell. The Avalonian population boomed after humanity became the new lords of Avalon. The old lords became recluse. The few survivors wandered Tuathan leaderless. The Fordwellers who stepped outside of Tuathan's walls were hunted down by the Age of Legends veterans. After the Golden Age, Avalon was left to its own devices. With the menhirs stable for years and no immediate threats looming, yet harmony eluded humanity. In the decades following Arthur's death, the fragile peace began to fray. Though the exact crisis of the generation remains unclear, several years pass before a prioress took it upon herself to attempt Arthur's resurrection after his death. likely marking the first time that the once and future king was brought back. A tall prioress caresses the gray, malformed face of the dead king. She knows he suffered through so much, but Avalon can't afford to let him rest. The prioress gives a sign. Men clad in armor push Arthur's body into a large black cauldron. Almost immediately, the vessel bursts in a fountain of water and metal shards. You now see a magnificent monastery surrounded by a torrent of weirdness, turning earth into water and water into the ground. The building cracks and sinks around you. 100 horrified voices sound in unison. Using the Black Cauldron, also known as the Per Didani, or the Cauldron of Rebirth, the Allmother Prioress knew the risks of using the ancient artifact that was sacred to the cult of the Allmother. The Prioress's intimate gesture, caressing Arthur's face and knowing his suffering, suggests that she knew him personally. This leads me to two possibilities. First, she could be Kai, Arthur's sister, bringing her brother back. The description of her as tall is striking, as both Arthur and Mordred are often described similarly, and Kai shares their blood. However, she is generally associated with the Red Priests, rather than the Allmother Priestesses. The second possibility I hinted at about 10 episodes ago, bonus points to those who remember, Arthur's Queen. In Tainted Grail, she appears in a painting with a brief story, but she is never named. Traditionally, this would be Lady Guinevere, who, after betraying Arthur, often becomes a prioress to atone for her sins. With Lancelot dead from the Age of Legends, Guinevere might have turned to the Per Didani to resurrect Arthur during a crisis, only to unleash chaos that destroyed the Allmother Temple and the Red Death Colony in the Dark Morass, solidifying the Red Priest's departure to the Island Asylum. Since the Prioress knew Arthur personally, and since the deformation described happens about a month into a stone burial, this resurrection likely occurred within a year of his passing. However, we do see his body preserved in a vat in the RPG, so it is hard to judge. Arthur survived the catastrophic resurrection that obliterated the Dark Morass, an event that sealed the Red Priest's retreat to the Island Asylum. With the primary Allmother Temple in Avalon reduced to ruins, the cult of the Allmother turned nomadic, scattering temples across the island, from north to south and east to west. Arthur likely resolved the crisis of that era before returning to his grave. The disastrous resurrection spurred Nimue to intensify her work on perfecting the ritual. Determined to prevent fringe groups from attempting to bring Arthur back, she forged a pact. In future crises, the Round Table would formally request Merlin's apprentices to resurrect the king, binding them to the task. This agreement deterred smaller magically inclined factions from pursuing their own resurrections. For those who haven't seen my Merlin video, I've theorized that Merlin was a spiritual being, maybe even a demon, and his apprentices were likely his descendants. Since Nimue vanishes from records after the Golden Age, I suspect that she may have been Merlin's mortal wife, unlike the immortal Merlin or Orin. After Nimue's death, Orin took leadership of Merlin's apprentices. During the peak of the Age of Legends, dozens of apprentices thrived. But the devastating war with the Four Dwellers, Merlin's death, Nimue's passing, and one apprentice joining the Order of the Moonring reduced their numbers to a small handful. Holding his parents' vision of Arthur's resurrection close, Orin guarded their secrets, ensuring that he alone would bring the king back when the Round Table called. With each new generation, a fresh crisis emerged. Sometimes the executors' souls were summoned to Avalon. Other times, Orin and the Round Table would resurrect Arthur. But with each resurrection, he diminished. Arthur's memories frayed, barely stretching beyond his first life, and he suffered bouts of vacancy, often confused about his surroundings or purpose. Orin recognized this as a dire warning and tweaked the ritual repeatedly, hoping to mend the process, but to no avail. Arthur's soul fractured further with every turn. The Round Table saw this too, yet when Arthur sat on the throne, even with his lapses, he remained the once and future king. Nefarious factions spied an opportunity, scheming to manipulate the faltering king as a puppet. Though Arthur usually saw through these ploys, he grew increasingly dependent on the Round Table to act in his stead, struggling to grasp the era's complexities and modern advancements. After countless resurrections, the flawed ritual reached its breaking point. Arthur's mind was so shattered, he could scarcely hold a thought. The Round Table reduced him to a mere weapon, a hulk, directed to battle their enemies. The king Orin knew was now gone. With few left who recalled Arthur from the Age of Legends, Orin sought out Sir Caradoc, a friend. He was a lesser Round Table knight who had renounced his oaths after gaining immortality from Merlin and disagreeing with Arthur's decisions in the Age of Legends. Caradoc, listening to Orin's plight, suggested that he should abandon his tower at Connacht. Bound by vow to resurrect Arthur at the Round Table's command, Orin realized that if they couldn't find him, he'd be free of the obligation. Agreeing, he fled to Weird Edge, a remote islet in a lake very far to the west, where he continued his research, seeking a way to restore Arthur's soul. Roughly 200 years after the Age of Legends, a cataclysmic event reshaped Avalon. The lore never specifies its nature, but it nearly wiped out the Four-Dwellers. Some speculate that the Round Table wielded Arthur to unleash this devastation, though the Four-Dwellers' history of infighting could also be to blame. Whatever occurred, it was so monumental that all of Avalon took notice, leaving the Four-Dwellers desolate. Many believed that only the Pale Lady survived, as sightings of her kind ceased entirely. Over time, the Four-Dwellers faded into legend, with some even questioning if they were mere illusions born of the weirdness. Meanwhile, Avalon itself began a slow decline since the Age of Legends. The menhirs required relighting more frequently, and the weirdness, once confined beyond the Redwood Outpost, crept closer each year. Eventually, the outpost was abandoned, and small villages on the outskirts vanished overnight, their inhabitants swallowed by the encroaching weirdness. As weirdbeast sightings emerged, travelers dwindled. Noble houses rose and fell with the shifting times, while Morgaine, who had somehow attained immortality, manipulated these aristocrats like puppets. Though an outcast in the Age of Legends, she cunningly expanded her influence, silencing any who dared oppose her. Without Arthur to steer it true, Avalon spiraled into corruption, with Camelot growing ever more decadent. Morgaine rose to near queenly power in Avalon, proclaiming herself the rightful heir to the throne. With Orin refusing to resurrect Arthur and vanishing from sight, the court began to entertain Morgane's claims. Though most nobles still pledged loyalty to the Round Table, her influence grew as Avalon unraveled without Arthur to restore order. The nobles turned tyrannical, enacting absurd laws like declaring all horses property of Camelot and barring people from visiting Arthur's statue in the city. Camelot tightened its grip, demanding absolute control over Avalon, but targeting only those too weak to resist. These actions plunged the island into poverty. Bandits and weird creatures roamed the roads, terrifying merchants and stifling trade, which deepened the economic despair. Most Avalonians clung to the hope that Orin would return and resurrect Arthur, but their faith was fading. Others demanded reform, recognizing that while King Arthur was exceptional, the system was grown broken, oligarchic, and corrupt. Camelot's descent into the oppressive waves of the ancient kingdoms before Arthur's rule in Camlann betrayed his legacy. Whispers of revolt spread, with calls for a House of Commons to give the people true representation. The oligarchs' unchecked power, dictating laws, wars, and exploitation to cling to authority, felt tyrannical. The Round Table bore much of the blame for failing to curb the corruption early. Yet challenging Morgaine was a death sentence. The knights struggled to uphold order and justice, but were weakened by poor candidates sent by the Moonring Druids, fueling rumors that Morgaine orchestrated their decline. It wasn't beyond the bounds of possibility that she may have handpicked certain knights to keep the Round Table complacent. Camelot's corruption was starkly evident in its inaction against the rampant slavery just 20 miles north in the Brochs. Slavers raided travelers on roads to Camelot's burrow and those headed north, selling captives across Avalon, some even as human sacrifices to the children of Morrigan. Despite this atrocity unfolding on their doorstep, Camelot's government did nothing, wary of the political fallout from disrupting the nearby slave trade. They knew that many nobles benefited under the table through this illegal trade, and making enemies in this climate was a death warrant. The Round Table's inaction infuriated many. They saw it as a betrayal of justice. Lancelot would have argued that the knights were preoccupied with the encroaching weirdness, prioritizing it over confronting independent factions profiting from slavery. The noble knights of the Round Table were no match for Morgaine's cunning and the nobility's ire. Instead of dismantling the trade, they focused on the shared threat of the weirdness. Over generations, the Round Table saw knights come and go, some driven by duty and justice, others weak or ineffective. Yet two constants persisted: Morgaine's shadowy influence and Camelot's inability to destroy Crow's Nest, the impregnable fortress of Mordred and Morrigan. Humble souls at court who opposed the corruption faced grim fates, either silenced by Morgaine for challenging the system, or driven to abandon Camelot. Some, like Galahad, deserted entirely, while others sought refuge in Longbarrow. Perched on a hill overlooking the mouth of Tuathan, just miles from Crow's Nest, Longbarrow's fortress stood as a vigilant outpost. Its soldiers and knights slew beasts that emerged from the ancient Four-Dweller capital while keeping an eye on Mordred. The soldiers of Longbarrow were unguided and accepted almost anyone willing to take up a sword. Their order was not without flaws, but Longbarrow earned Avalon's respect as a bastion where those genuinely committed to protecting the people could be found. Disillusioned nobles who could no longer tolerate Camelot's corrupt court fled to Timberwall. Despite its reputation for cutthroats and cheats, the city offered a better chance of survival than crossing Morgaine. Timberwall grew in power and influence with each passing year, surpassing even Camelot's traders. Its reach extended across Avalon, from Quanacht to Falfwar, Farshire to Crow's Nest, inadvertently slowing the island's decline. While Camelot neglected to secure the roads, Timberwall's mercenary companies protected merchants, slaying highwaymen and, by extension, making travel safer for the locals. Camelot's priorities remained self-serving, with its armies deployed only to benefit the nobility, always traceable to Morgaine's iron grip. Meanwhile, Farshire rose to prominence, built on the ruins of a vast settlement from the Age of Legends. Its sprawling farmhold believed it was blessed by an ancient ritual, and it yielded bountiful harvests, feeding nearly half of Avalon. Farshire's scholars preserved centuries of history, earning the city a reputation for learning. South of Crow's Nest, where the Reach once stood, lay Halfway. 4 major roads meet on a mist-covered plateau, and in the place of their convergence stands a small group of stone huts. For centuries, merchants and feuding families met here to perform trades and settle their differences. The stone benches by the gathering place are worn by centuries of use. Above all, an ancient grudge stone looms in the mists, its face scarred by runes, telling stories of old grievances, feuds, legal settlements, and important trades. With Camelot refusing to lead, Avalonians took matters into their own hands, upholding traditions of negotiating peace and trade at Halfway, and inscribing the outcomes on the Grudgestone. Despite Camelot's failures, the people adapted, surviving and thriving without relying on the capital. Each city, culture, society, and home changed every few generations, and much of humanity's history was written during these days. Sadly, most of it is now lost to us, as there are countless contradicting accounts. I like to call this time between the Golden Age and the fall of Avalon the Dark Ages, since we both know little of the intricacies, and that what we do know is of the darkness that took hold on Avalon. Orin finally returned with a daring plan to save Avalon from its deepening despair. Each resurrection had left Arthur's soul increasingly fractured, so Orin devised a way to restore him fully by reuniting his human body, human soul, and Four-Dweller's soul as they were in the Age of Legends. This, he believed, would allow Arthur to rule from Camelot for decades, uprooting the slave trade, abolishing tyrannical laws, opening the city's gates to the people, and purging its corruption. Only Arthur possessed the wisdom, prowess, and authority to restore Avalon to its Golden Age glory. Orin shared this plan with Sir Caradoc, who had been disillusioned with Avalon's state since abandoning the Round Table. The people suffered under Camelot's exploitative rule, trapped by a system that stifled change. Caradoc agreed to help, and they began pulling strings and calling in favors to make it happen. Orin's plan hinged on creating an empty vessel to house Arthur's human and Four-Dweller's souls. His research suggested it was possible, but there was a catch. The vessel would be a human with their own will, opinions, and dreams. As Orin and Caradoc hashed this out with all the details, tensions emerged. Caradoc saw Arthur not as a solution, but as part of the problem, believing the people's blind devotion to their king fostered inaction and folly. He wanted Arthur's final death to force humanity to forge a society free of his shadow, a sink-or-swim moment. By the time Orin realized that Caradoc's resolve had turned to arrogance, their plans were already in motion. His closest friend had become his mortal enemy. Caradoc refused any compromise, vowing to slay the newly risen Arthur to end his legacy forever. Orin, whom death itself once said, "His is the greatest mind ever to grace Avalon," would prove pivotal in the trials ahead. He will play multiple roles in this saga, wielding wisdom beyond his years, knowledge of a lost age, and the humility of the greatest of men. I apologize if the timeline feels tricky to follow. The span between the Age of Legends and the Fall of Avalon, including recent events I'll cover later in this video, is murky, and the chronology is often unclear. If I get some details out of order, please bear with me. In my last video, I mentioned Sagramore Castle being founded during Arthur's reign, but the timing seems muddled. I'll dive deeper into Sagramore in a future lore video though. After the Golden Age, during the Dark Ages, the Pale Lady began her years at Mirror Lake. As you may recall, she had spent centuries purifying the Mirror Lake after a battle that drowned countless of her kin. Uncharacteristically, she later left the lake and journeyed northwest of Connacht to an All-Mother temple. There, she manipulated the priestesses, convincing them that she was the All-Mother herself. Feeding on their grief, heartbreak, and pain, she forged a cult that stripped them of their human will. Wallowing in her own sorrow, the Pale Lady embodied the misery loves company mantra. However, the lore presents a little puzzle. Sir Percival, found at the Corrupted Temple, is a female knight. In the Fall of Avalon board game, we are told, a woman as a Knight of the Round Table is something unheard of in centuries. How do we reconcile this? One possibility is that a new female knight is what is unheard of. Perhaps the original Percival was a woman, and while the Age of Legends Percival was male, he wasn't the first. The Round Table might have been uniquely open to either gender when choosing Percival's successor, unlike the other knightly roles, which remained strictly male. Alternatively, a time-warping event similar to what may have caused Sagramore Castle could also explain the discrepancy, or it's possible that Tainted Grail's writers simply overlooked the detail. Over several years, the All-Mother Temple became corrupted, and some would argue even haunted. The Pale Lady needed to be consoled by her son, who had been gone for many years. As the Fall of Avalon loomed, the children of Morrigan wielded significant political influence, rivaling Morgaine's iron grip. Though their agendas occasionally aligned, the two factions more often clashed, with the children's shadow government undermining Morgaine's control. Caught in their power struggle, many suffered as collateral damage. Whispers spread that Morgaine was zombifying government figures to ensure their unwavering loyalty, shielding them from Morrigan's influence. In this latest political gambit, Avalon's fate hung in the balance. With each passing year, Camelot grew more and more like a shadow of its former self. Though Camelot held sway in the Far East, both Morgaine and Morrigan vied for total dominion of Avalon. Their chief rival was Timberwall, the greatest trade hub on Avalon. To cement power in southern and western Avalon, King Ultan of Timberwall and Lady Kincaid of Farshire planned a marriage, uniting the island's largest trading settlement and farming settlement. Together, they would rival Camelot, achieving self-sufficiency and offering refuge to Avalonians. But the alliance was a sham. Lady Kincaid secretly aligned with Morgaine, betrayed Ultan, and intended to use her daughters as pawns in Morgaine's schemes. In the marriage contract, Ultan unknowingly signed away much of his power. Enraged, Ultan demanded the marriage's annulment. But Kincaid held legal leverage. Outnumbered by Farshire and Morgaine's Camelosian forces, Timberwall's mercenary companies couldn't compete, forcing Ultan to seek aid. Reluctantly, he wrote to Lord Mordred of Crow's Nest, who agreed to help for a steep price. Those beyond the bounds of the war who offered minimal aid generally backed Lady Kincaid, who had always been a beloved leader by her people. This sleazy political move was uncharacteristic of her, but she was given the benefit of the doubt. Though no battle had yet erupted, this alliance marked the start of the War of the Three Lords, a conflict that would shape Avalon's future. As war brewed in southwestern Avalon, the south descended into chaos. The Dalriada, long a thorn in Avalon's side, had grown bolder, expanding beyond their agreed borders at the Forlorn Swords. The nameless Dalriada, tribeless outcasts, turned to banditry, harassing travelers, seizing landmarks, and plundering southern Avalon. Misunderstanding the situation and fearing a unified uprising, Camelot struck decisively, annihilating the Dalriada Gunvalder tribe. Only a handful of survivors escaped as wanderers, most joining the nameless Dalriada and adding to the bandits, though a few gained notoriety in the south. The Dalriada, enraged but wary of Camelot's military might, harbored resentment and bided their time. Meanwhile, the Horns of the South, once respected as near equals to the Round Table's lesser knights, had faded into obscurity. Despite being under the Camelosian banner and having jurisdiction in the South, Camelot dismissed them as inferior, ignoring their struggles. Situations, like what was brought up with the Dalriada, were supposed to be handled by the Keepers of the Horns, but Camelot refused to give them command. Under previous captains, the Horns grew lax, crippled by bureaucratic red tape that hindered efforts to clear bandit-infested roads or accomplish anything substantial. When Captain Brandon took charge, he sought to restore their former glory. An eccentric leader, he recognized Camelot's corruption and believed disowning the capital was the Horn's best path. The influx of nameless Dalriada and bandits, fueled by economic hardship, had choked trade to a standstill. With Timberwall and Farshire embroiled in their own conflict, Brandon sought allies elsewhere. He arranged a clandestine meeting with One Eye, the exiled leader of the Gunvalder tribe, who was gaining prominence. Meanwhile, the Horns of the South spiraled further into disarray. Citizens flocked to their strongholds for protection from roving bandits, straining food supplies and pushing the region to the brink. While southern Avalon sank into economic ruin, war loomed in the west, and Camelot and Crow's Nest drowned in deadly political schemes, what was happening at Moonring? Good question, but nothing good. The archdruid Wormtoe, a peculiar and possibly immortal figure, embraced outright villainy. His immortality, likely not tied to Merlin's lineage, though it's possible, seems to stem from magical discoveries made years after the fall of Avalon. Yet his presence in both the distant past and future muddies the timeline, making him an enigma best left as a question mark for now. Wormtoe deserves his own video someday, which I will give. As Moonring's leader, Wormtoe steered the druids' obsession with the life-death cycle, their magic rooted in its eternal rhythm. Wormtoe sacrificed his weaker apprentices, often against their will, while forcing stronger, magically gifted druids to either kill their friends or join as a sacrifice. As I mentioned in the last video, Arthur despised their order, and it's baffling how Wormtoe and Moonring held sway over the Round Table's knights while committing these atrocities. The surviving apprentices, scarred by these vile, bloody rituals, turned to hallucinogenic mushrooms to cope, earning a reputation as addicts. Many would be so addled that they were forced to leave or be another one of Wormtoe's sacrifices, as their addiction left them as insufficient acolytes. Eventually, Wormtoe pushed his rituals too far, probing Avalon's deepest secrets in a mysterious rite. The consequences were catastrophic. He and many apprentices mysteriously contracted the Red Death, which had been gone from Avalon, or virtually gone, for centuries. The Red Death then swept across Avalon. Since Moonring had the power to amplify rituals island-wide, this likely is what caused the Red Death to spread all over in a heartbeat. Through interrogations and whistleblowers, Camelot learned Wormtoe was to blame for this resurgence. They swiftly reopened the island asylum, and Camelot's Red Priests flooded the old necropolis to research a cure. When Wormtoe realized Camelot would raid Moonring, he fled, abandoning his apprentices to face his consequences. Camelot rounded up the remaining druids, with those in hiding betrayed by informants like Murig, dubbed Maggot for his writhing movements while on shrooms. Informants like him were spared, allowed to live as hermits, while the rest faced Camelot's wrath. Just east of Connacht, under Camelot's and Yvain's watchful eyes, a massive wicker man was constructed. Druids, their families, and even some friends were forced into the wooden cage and set ablaze in a horrific night of executions, punished for their atrocities and for unleashing the Red Death. A few druids survived, and Camelot handpicked Emergen to lead a loyalist druidic faction. Archdruid Emergen, born dumb with a dented skull, maintained an ambiguous stance toward Camelot, striving to avoid conflict while he ruled in Moonring. Though he was an odd one, it was rare to find a person with a bad word to say about Emergen. Wormtoe, meanwhile, hid near the Dark Morass until a desperate supply run exposed him. Infected with the Red Death, he was swiftly captured and sent to the island asylum, where he endured experiments in the depths of the necropolis. Later, he perfected an immortality ritual, granting him the power to survive the coming fall of Avalon, but that is a story for another time. Druids unaffiliated with a city's court, the New Moonring, or a powerful figure were relentlessly hunted. Some, like Maggot, were tolerated for betraying their kin, but they lived with the guilt for all their lives. Another incident was also blamed on the Druids, though it's unclear whether they were scapegoats or truly culpable. The Menhirs were fading, a terrifying prospect for Avalon's people, who knew their survival depended on these ancient stones. To many, they simply thought it was the Druids' doing, as they had caused the Red Death to return, so why couldn't they have caused the Menhirs to start dying too? As noted in the RPG, the Menhir rites had been hidden near Connacht for nearly 200 years. Without them, the Menhirs would dwindle, leaving villages vulnerable to the encroaching weirdness. Since they were hidden for these 200 years, it appears that the Menhirs very rarely needed lighting until this point. Panic spread across Avalon as citizens grappled with this threat. With wars brewing and major factions stretched thin, few had the resources to act. Desperate to secure power and shield itself from the weirdness, Camelot sent soldiers to uproot Menhirs across Avalon, and bring them to the capital as a bulwark. This plan outraged residents island-wide. Before collecting all the menhirs, Camelot opted for a test run. Having cleared a path to the Forlorn Swords after annihilating the Gunvalder tribe, they targeted Quanach's menhir. The path was cleared, and they already had a foothold in the region. Led by Denholm, Camelot's army marched to seize the menhir, along with historical monuments to preserve Quanach's heritage. But Quanach despised Camelot, and tensions flared. Caught between Camelot's demands and local laws, Lord Yvain struggled to maintain order. The Red Death outbreak forced businesses to shutter, and Quanach's citizens teetered on the edge of rebellion. Like dry tinder, a single spark could ignite a revolt, plunging Avalon deeper into despair. During what I call the Dark Ages, much of the lore we've explored was lost to history. Only a handful of figures, perhaps a half dozen, who lived through the Age of Legends survived into the fall of Avalon. Morgaine, claiming to be one of them, manipulated the past to cement her power. Rewriting history to suit her narrative, she silenced truth-tellers, ensuring her dominance and discouraging resistance. Time, coupled with countless factions that rose and fell, each casting themselves as the Age of Legends heroes, muddled the truth further. Confusion and defaced records left Avalonians grasping at fragments, statues, epitaphs, and half-forgotten tales, piecing together a fractured history. They lived among the ruins of both the Foredwellers' civilization and Arthur's kingdom, rediscovering secrets long buried. While war engulfed half the island, driven by factions unaware of the forces manipulating them, the other half watched in despair, clinging to fading hopes of Arthur's return. Settlements burned with a purifying fire as the Knights of the Round Table sank into wickedness or inaction. Temples and villages whispered prayers for the once and future king, believing only he could mend the chaos. Yet Morgaine's grip tightened, and the weirdness crept closer, threatening to swallow what remained. Avalonians faced a grim reality. Without their king, they were left to unravel the past and forge their own path through a collapsing world. Then a stranger woke up in a cell, unknowingly the catalyst for Avalon's fate. The Tainted Grail RPG is tricky to cover due to its multiple endings, many of which could conflict with the Fall of Avalon board game's lore. What follows is my best attempt to piece together the most plausible truth. Take it with a grain of salt. Orin partially resurrected Arthur, intending his soul to inhabit a fully human blank slate vessel. Likely implanted with false memories, this vessel was placed in the island asylum among Red Death sufferers, where Red Priests subjected him to brutal torture. One day, Sir Caradoc intervened. Despite his rift with Orin, Caradoc freed the vessel, hoping to gain his trust and let him explore the asylum alone. Deep within the necropolis ruins, the vessel discovered a still-burning menhir. Upon touching it, the vessel was transported to a weird realm, encountering a Foredweller soul trapped inside, Arthur's soul, likely encased there by Orin to ensure the vessel's fateful encounter. The soul, recognizing its identity but not its entrapment, merged with the vessel, curing him his Red Death through possession. Step 1 of Orin's plan was complete, but much remained. Escaping the asylum, the vessel reached the beach, where Caradoc reappeared. Frantic, the vessel revealed Arthur's possession, Seeking to end Arthur's cycle, Caradoc apologized and drove his sword into the vessel's chest with an unknown spell, aiming to kill Arthur's soul. Miraculously, the vessel survived, realizing Caradoc was no ally. Through Arthur's voice in his mind and Caradoc's explanation, the vessel learned its purpose: to reunite Arthur's soul fragments embedded in his sword, shield, and crown. Uniting these would either fully resurrect Arthur or allow his final death, preventing future resurrections. Though shaken by Caradoc's betrayal, the former knight believed the vessel, once aware of Arthur's legacy and Avalon's decay, would join his mission to end the king's reign. Caradoc and the vessel set sail for Avalon, but a storm wrecked their ship when a mysterious sea monster capsized it. Miraculously, the vessel survived again, washing ashore at the Horns of the South, where Arthur landed almost 650 years ago. Unlike the vibrant community Arthur envisioned or the weirdness he faced, the vessel found a decayed shadow of the Horns. Ruins lined the roads, stalked by undead, corpse-eaters, redcaps, and grindylows that preyed on travelers. Aside from a lone raider scavenging an Arthur statue for valuables, the only humans were bandits. At the Horns Keep, once the proud base of the Keepers, decay reigned. No longer noble marines or knightly equals, the Keepers were now drunkards, strays, and runaways. At the Horn's heart lay Excalibur, a puzzling detail for those who have been watching the lore series. In the Tainted Grail board game, Excalibur is embedded in the heart of Tuathan, partly causing Avalon's fall. This is rather definitive. So how could it be here? I have two theories beyond a writer's oversight. First, perhaps one of Excalibur's sister blades, like Caliburn, was forged from pure weirdness in the Age of Legends, leveraging the weird's properties and Arthur's power. Admittedly, a little bit of a stretch. Second, what if a third Witchblade existed, crafted for Arthur's heir? With no offspring, this blade could have served as a near-identical substitute for Excalibur, which was at Tuathan, and this new blade would have been used during the Golden Age. The least fun option is a lore mistake, but if you have a theory, I really would love to hear it in the comments. I'm not the smartest person in the world. As the vessel reached for Excalibur, his life essence began to fade. Arthur's voice halted him, warning that while the blade normally drained its wielder's blood, a spell or ritual at the Horns made it deadly to touch. Seeking answers, the vessel searched for Captain Brandon, only to learn that he was absent, negotiating with a nearby Dalriada encampment to secure the Horns' sovereignty. Arthur, dismayed by the Horns' decay and Camelot's fall, grieved for his once proud strongholds. The vessel then discovered the tomb of Seawall Firstfoot, a loyal friend from the Age of Legends, trapped in a vat, evidence of Merlin's unchecked experiments. Arthur realized why Caradoc harbored such deep resentment. Arthur had allowed Merlin free rein to win the war against the Foredwellers, prioritizing humanity's survival over individual lives without questioning the cost. Caradoc's personal loss fueled his vendetta, and though Arthur felt profound compassion for Seawall's fate, he saw Caradoc's focus on personal grievances as short-sighted, missing the greater good of the realm. While Arthur might not call it regret, he mourned Seawall's end and wished for a different outcome, though it was too late to change. The vessel met many key figures at the Horns of the South, including Fergus the quartermaster, Captain Brandon, and One Eye, the new Dalriada chief, navigating a tangled web of alliances and motives. Complicating matters, Sir Galahad, known as the Pure, was advancing on the Horns to exterminate One Eye and all Dalriada allies. Galahad's brutal reputation preceded him, burning villages in his zealous purifications, a veritable psychopath. In the RPG, players face a choice: side with Galahad, join Brandon's plan by killing Galahad, or slay Galahad while straining ties with Brandon and the Horns. Aligning with this with the Fall of Avalon board game, set months or years later, is tricky, as the Horns lie in ruins with only 3 keepers remaining during that time. My theory is that Brandon likely allied with One Eye, but Camelot's overwhelming force crushed them, either forcing a mass exodus or annihilating the keepers, leaving 3 to tend a lone lighthouse after stripping the keep's resources. I will probably be exploring this in a Nether lore video in the future, by the way. As the vessel worked to restore order, the Horn's new leader revealed an ancient ritual that would allow him to wield Excalibur. After gathering the necessary components, the vessel visited the ritual site and fell into a deep sleep, entering a weird realm where he met the Lord of the Seas, an old friend of Arthur. Arthur, typically a passenger in the vessel's mind, revealed himself there. The Lord, expecting Arthur's return, deemed the vessel worthy. Returning to the Horns, the vessel grasped Excalibur, as he was now called worthy, triggering a vision of Arthur and Merlin, debating the morality of extending the Round Table Knights' lives and the dangers of Merlin's experiments. More of Arthur's memories flooded in, revealing the questionable choices he made during the war against the Four Dwellers. Emerging from the vision, the vessel faced Caradoc again, who urged him to see why Arthur's death would benefit Avalon. Uncertain but guided by Caradoc's directions, the vessel learned the next soul fragment. It was Arthur's shield and was awaiting him in Connacht, northeast beyond Grubwood. Leaving the Horns, he stumbled upon Sir Lancelot's ancient tomb, one of the many Round Table Knights' resting places scattered across Avalon. Only Arthur could open these, but since his absence during Orin's quest to perfect his resurrection, the tombs had been forgotten. The Royal Geographical Society, once tasked with charting them, had crumbled, leaving their locations lost. Opening Lancelot's tomb, the vessel found the knight in distress and saved him. Lancelot swore to aid Arthur, though his role remained unclear. En route to Connacht, the vessel reached the Archspire, where, with Arthur's guidance, he entered a Weird Realm portal. There, he met a weaver, the same one who forged the Pale Lady's son, the prince, whose soul had merged with Arthur at birth. The weaver helped Arthur recall more fragmented memories before they parted ways. Arriving at Connacht's outskirts, the vessel found chaos. Deserters, sickened knights, and monsters like Marrowghasts, Curlghasts, and Croakmaws terrorized travelers. Poisoned woodlands and weirdness-overrun farms plagued the region, with half the farmers turned weird-touched, attacking neighbors on sight. The Red Death gripped Connacht, creating dozens of plague-bearers, quarantined under guard to prevent spread, while others languished in sickness. Entering Connacht's walls, the vessel suddenly collapsed, drawn by a compulsion to the city's fading menhir. Its weakened state had long fueled fears of the weirdness's triumph. In a trance, the vessel locked eyes with the menhir, awakening it for the first time in recent memory, sparking hope among the people. Exhausted, he collapsed and was brought before Sir Yvain, Quinoc's lord, who explained the dire situation. As covered in the last video, Camelot had asserted control over Quinoc, claiming authority and beginning to dismantle the Merlin tree, believed to have been planted by Merlin himself during the Age of Legends, but we know that's impossible, but anyway. Tasked with seizing Quinoc's menhir and relocating it, along with the city's citizens, to Camelot, Denholm, the Camelician leader, tried to ease tensions, but the fiercely independent people of Quinoc were outraged. Some called for armed resistance, while others preferred death by the weirdness over abandoning their homes. The rekindled menhir, its eyes glowing for the first time in ages, reignited hope among the populace, intensifying their defiance. Returning to the menhir, the vessel discovered Arthur's shield at its base, a cherished relic of Quinoc. Yet Arthur sensed something amiss. The shield's soul fragment couldn't be retrieved, perhaps unless the menhir was fully relit. Consulting Murig, the local druid known as Maggot, the vessel learned of a ritual to relight menhirs. Merlin's menhir rites, discovered centuries ago, had largely been lost, but in the region, Archdruid Wormtoe and the Allmother priestesses had split the rites between them. Wormtoe entrusted his half to Sagramore, which later vanished, while the priestesses kept theirs in their now corrupted temple. To retrieve Arthur's soul fragment from the shield, the vessel needed to recover both halves of the rites and assist Maggot in relighting the menhir. Guided by the shroom-addled Maggot, the vessel sought Sagramore, a lost northern city whose exact location had faded from history. After locating a lake with a portal at its depths, the vessel entered Sagramore. Whether a weird realm or a reality warped by Queen Sagramore's magic and the flora's weird essence remains unclear. Within, he encountered entities suspended in time for centuries, including Sir Styginder, preserved by living fungi. Venturing deeper, the vessel met the custodian of Sagramore Castle, who revealed that the menhir rite tablet lay in the throne room, accessible only by invitation. Navigating the castle, the vessel battled ghosts of servants and aristocrats haunting its halls. To gain an audience with Queen Sagramore, he first met her younger sister Claire, now deformed with extra arms and consumed by madness, compulsively writing to her beloved Sir Bors. Through her scattered writings, the vessel broke her trance, and she warned him of the Queen's near-omniscient presence in this realm, urging him to find her eldest sister and flee. Rushing on, the vessel encountered the eldest sister, a midwife tormented by guilt over the deaths of the royal family's children, whether real or imagined in her plagued mind. By securing visions of these lost children, he eased her anguish. His actions stirred the castle, prompting Queen Sagramore to summon him. In the throne room, the queen attacked, but fell swiftly. Her death unraveled Sagramore's realm, draining the king's life essence. As the castle crumbled, the vessel seized the menhir rite tablet and escaped. Seeking the second half of the menhir rites, the vessel visited Niante, the head Allmother priestess, who directed him to the corrupted temple in a nearby swamp. Entering its halls, he heard a pleading voice echo through the air. The temple teemed with monsters, undead, and deranged Allmother priestesses, each tormented by a false Allmother call and consumed by grief from their troubled lives. For years, adventurers had tried to unravel the temple's mysteries or understand the priestess's madness, theorizing possession by a powerful fae or spirit. Most were killed or driven off, but their failed attempts aided the vessel's exploration. Slaying priestesses too far gone, he navigated the labyrinthine temple. Ascending its levels, he encountered the false Allmother's voice, an acolyte of Niante's, deceived by a sinister entity. Speaking with her, the vessel saw her form shift into an ethereal being, and the voice had been silenced. Going further into the halls, the vessel came across the guardian of the false Allmother, Sir Percival, the Lady Knight. Mind-controlled by the false Allmother, she had been forced to worship and protect it. After defeating her in combat, Percival regained her senses. Realizing her will was not her own, she pleaded with the vessel to destroy the false Allmother and free the land. Pressing into the inner sanctum, the vessel faced the crucible, known as the Songworm, which sought to purify him, but was overwhelmed by the weight of Arthur's sins across his many lives. Finally, the vessel confronted the false Allmother, the Pale Lady, consumed by grief and acting erratically. Through reasoning and her sensing something within him, she relinquished the Menhir Rite tablet. Though she aimed to leave the corrupted temple, the damage was irreversible. The priestesses remained irredeemable. The RPG's lore grows murky here, as the vessel faces a pivotal choice: relight Quinnox Menhir with Maggot the Druid, or surrender the Menhir rights to Denholm of Camelot. Handing the rights to Camelot would give them leverage to force Quinnox and other cities to abandon their homes, while aiding Maggot would spark Quinnox's rebellion against Camelot's oppression. Both paths are plausible, but since the board game shows Quinnox Menhir failing months later, it's likely the vessel chose Denholm, sealing the city's doom. Yet the shield's soul fragment remained elusive, its power locked regardless of the Menhir's status. Confused, the vessel sought Sir Yvain, who was in a heated dispute with Denholm. As a Knight of the Round Table, Yvain invoked an ancient custom, declaring his quest for the Holy Grail. By law, Camelot could not touch his lands during his absence, buying Quinnox precious time before Camelot could seize the Menhir. Forced to retreat, Denholm marched his soldiers back to Camelot. For those familiar with the Fall of Avalon board game, Yvain's Grail quest sets the stage for its preamble. Yvain enlisted the vessel to recruit companions for his perilous expedition, and the vessel agreed, helping him begin a journey that would shape Avalon's fate. As the weirdness tightens its grip and Arthur's soul hangs in the balance, the vessel's choices echo through a crumbling world. To aid Sir Yvain's quest for the Holy Grail, the vessel received guidance on recruiting companions, with Yvain suggesting 3 names: Niante, the All-Mother Priestess, Earfear, the aged local blacksmith, and Maggot, the last surviving druid in Quinnox. Having previously worked with Niante to recover the Menhir Rite tablet, the vessel sought her first. She confided that years ago, a hollowing emptiness had taken root within her, which she believed the voice of the false Allmother and the corrupted temple could heal. Feeling something vital had been stolen, Niante doubted her readiness for the expedition until she was whole again. The vessel returned to the temple, confronting the voice's apparition, which revealed Niante had willingly discarded a cherished item from her youth. The voice simply kept it safe, but it was not stolen. The voice urged the vessel to guide Niante to pray at the True All-Mother's shrine near Quanacht to reclaim what she lost. Back with Niante, the vessel shared the insight, and together they visited the shrine. Through a ritual, the vessel entered Niante's mind, uncovering her lost hope, eroded by youthful tragedies that turned her once optimistic spirit bitter. Rekindling her former self and joining the older one with the new, Niante felt restored. Though she oversaw Quanacht's hospital, because Niante hadn't been well during her later years, she had entrusted it to Ailey, a caregiver who, despite her self-doubt, surpassed Niante's skill and refused to let the suffering languish. With her heart mended, Niante joined Yvain's expedition. Next, the vessel approached Maggot, whose aid with the Menhirites proved invaluable. Despite his shroom-addled mind, Maggot sensed fate's pull, and he agreed to join, believing he had a role yet to play, almost out of his hands. Yvain likely concealed Maggot's involvement, wary of a possible public outrage over the controversial Druid's inclusion. Most in the South considered Druids as malicious, and Yvain, too, didn't like the idea of adding Maggot to the team. Lastly, seeking Earfear, the aged blacksmith, the vessel found him secluded in his Quanacht smithy, consumed with worry for his apprentice Beor, who was gravely ill. Earfear, having lost his family years ago, saw Beor as like a surrogate son, and refused to discuss the expedition until Beor had recovered. After learning Beor suffered from heartbreak, the vessel investigated, tracking down the last known location of Beor's beloved. There, he discovered Beor had fallen for a predatory fae who ensnared men's hearts, stealing their actual hearts. The vessel slew the fae and retrieved Beor's heart, but its life force was severely drained. Though Beor could walk again, he remained frail, and Earfear steadfastly refused to join Yvain's expedition without Beor's full recovery. Thinking of a remedy, Beor mentioned rumors of the Stone Wardens, skilled artisans who could craft hearts. The vessel sought out Cavor, a local Dalriada Stone Warden, who confirmed it was possible to forge a heart using weirdstone and ethereal cobweb. The vessel gathered the materials, and Cavor crafted a new heart. Drawing on his rudimentary knowledge of smithing and medicine, the vessel infused it with life essence and transplanted it into Beor, restoring him more or less to his former self. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Earfear agreed to join Yvain's expedition, eager to contribute in his twilight years and honor the vessel's compassion. Sir Yvain's expedition had finally had his team, and they started making preparations at once. Grateful for the vessel's aid, but with little to offer, Sir Yvain bestowed upon him a sacred blessing, the same one King Arthur had given his descendant, Sir Palamedes, during the Age of Legends, to serve as Arthur's shield. As Yvain laid his hand on the vessel, imparting the Tarian bloodline's blessing, Arthur realized this was the shield, the soul fragment tied to Yvain's lineage. A vision flooded in, restoring most of Arthur's memories, though some gaps still remained. He recalled heated debates with Palamedes, who challenged Arthur's handling of Seawall and Merlin's immortality experiments. Arthur deeply respected Palamedes, a bulwark of morality who clashed with the Round Table and even Arthur himself in defense of Avalon's people and the truth. Tasking Palamedes to champion the realm's welfare, Arthur hoped he would become a legendary figure, a foundation for the people, as Arthur aspired to be. He realized Avalon's foundation couldn't be in one man, but a group of men, viewing Palamedes as an exemplar. Awakening from the vision, the vessel left Yvain's mansion, only to be confronted by Sir Caradoc, who had been tracking him. Caradoc revealed that the final soul fragment, Arthur's crown, lay in the Forlorn Swords, and advised meeting Gerfan. Their parting was a lot less hostile than before, as the vessel began to see the flaws in Arthur's legend. Caradoc hoped that the visions would put doubt in the vessel's heart. Departing Connacht, the vessel discovered more Round Table Knight tombs, freeing their souls. Like Lancelot, several joined him and Arthur, bolstering their resolve as they set out for the Forlorn Swords to claim the final piece of the king's fractured soul. The Forlorn Swords, a frozen wasteland of towering mountains and sword peaks rising hundreds of feet, greeted the vessel with peril. This was a treacherous land. Undead remnants from Camelot's war against the Gunvalder tribe and monstrous creatures haunted the snow-laden roads, with broken bridges and caved-in tunnels turning the journey into a treacherous maze. In the heart of the desolation, the vessel found Gerfan, the voice of the tribes, an intermediary for the scattered Dalriada tribes. Gerfan sought to rally them for a moot to wage war against Camelot, seeking vengeance for the Gunvalder's destruction and an end to the slaughter of his people. Camelot had annihilated the Gunvalder, blaming them for nameless bandit raids and fearing their worship of an awakening giant. The nobles in Camelot had feared the giant could be used as a weapon of war, and they didn't want to risk the Dalriada trying that out. Gerfan tasked the vessel with convincing the chieftains of the 4 surviving tribes to attend the moot, which would unlock the path to Arthur's final soul fragment, his crown. The vessel agreed and set out to persuade the tribes. At the Volker tribe, renowned for their berserker ferocity, he met Chieftain Angsvar, who refused to join the moot without some favors. First, Angsvar demanded that the vessel clear a Volker seat of power, overrun by nameless bandits. After slaying them, the vessel faced another task, retrieving a sacred relic from the body of the tribe's late matron, a foundational figure. Securing the relic, he aided in crowning a new matron to strengthen Angsvar's leadership. With these trials complete, Angsvar finally agreed to attend the moot, bringing the vessel closer to claiming Arthur's crown. The vessel next journeyed to the Svein tribe, hunters who revered the Stagfather. A recent ritual had summoned the Stagfather's avatar, which turned deadly, slaughtering half the tribe. The chieftain refused to talk and directed the vessel to Kjell, a key member, who tasked him with finding a lost hunter. Entering the cave where the hunter was last seen, the vessel faced monsters, a trap set by Kjell to eliminate him. Surviving unscathed but angered, the vessel confronted Kjell, who said if he was able to survive the trap, perhaps he really could be of some use. He finally was able to speak with the chieftain, who was still mourning his son. He pointed the vessel to Glurna, a Svein elder, who revealed the failed ritual that enraged the Stagfather, causing the carnage. She instructed the vessel to repair the ritual and enter the Unrealm, the Stagfather's domain. After a series of hunts and offering trophies as offerings, the vessel entered the realm. There, he faced a choice: subdue the Avatar and strike a deal, or slay it. To secure the chieftain's agreement for the moot, he killed the Avatar, earning the Svein's pledge to join. Next, the vessel visited the Ulfr, renowned smiths and craftsmen, Their chieftain, Thrigvi, had become weird-touched and deranged, corrupted by the tribe's seat of power, located at a lone pillar radiating ancient enigmatic energy. To unseat Thrigvi, the tribe tasked the vessel with crafting a sword capable of cutting his corrupted flesh. Seeking the blessings of local giants revered as gods by the Dalriada, the vessel forged the blade and challenged Thrigvi to a duel. Slaying the chieftain, he paved the way for a respected Ulfr elder to assume leadership, who then committed to the moot, bringing the vessel closer to uniting the tribes. The final tribe, the Thoid, who are masters of magic and alchemy, had entered the dreaming, a dream state induced by their giant goddess, who promised freedom from the weirdness and Avalon's fall through a collective existence called Sonder. Only Yngvi, the chiefess, remained outside, tasked with guiding her people into this permanent union. The vessel needed her to attend the moot, but she was determined to join the Sonder. She would listen to the vessel's wishes only if he helped her tribe achieve peace in the dreaming. Entering the realm, he eased the villagers' fears, helping them embrace their goddess's call, and helped settle matters in the real world so that they wouldn't enter Sonder with worry. Returning to Yngvi, he urged her to choose her own path rather than follow her kin. Moved by his plea, Yngvi opted to remain in the material world, forging her destiny as a chiefess without a tribe. She agreed to join the moot, uniting all surviving tribes. At the capital, Gurfon thanked the vessel, presenting him with Arthur's armor pieces entrusted to the Dalriada tribes. They were said to be of extraordinary aid to someone intending to enter the capital. As the voice of the tribes, Gurfon called the moot, and all answered, but they had to wait until the vessel returned from his journey. To claim Arthur's crown, the vessel entered the capital, confronting four-dweller warriors, ancient giants, and weird creatures that attacked on sight. Fighting through the labyrinthine capital, he slew dozens before reaching its heart, where the crown rested on a pedestal. Touching it, the final piece of Arthur's soul returned, triggering a vision of Sir Caradoc's departure from the Round Table. Furious, Caradoc condemned Arthur for banishing the Dalriada to the Forlorn Swords, deeming them too barbaric to coexist with civilized society. Arthur defended his choice as a necessary measure to prevent civil war and preserve humanity's unity, revealing he had reforged his crown to control the sleeping giants beneath the Forlorn Swords, binding them in servitude. The memory left Arthur's soul within the vessel, dejected. His sacrifices, friends lost, allies forsaken, seemingly futile. Despite his efforts to save humanity in the Age of Legends, Avalon had crumbled and chaos reigned, plunging Arthur into a profound internal conflict. With Arthur's voice now silent, the vessel faced a critical decision regarding the crown. A giant general knelt before him, awaiting his command for the giant's fate. Join the Dalriada in war against Camelot, suppress the Dalriada uprising, or grant the giants eternal rest. This RPG choice creates debate over its alignment with the Fall of Avalon board game's lore. Warring against Camelot is unlikely, as no such conflict occurs in the board game. The plausible options are ordering the giants to quell the Dalriada rebellion, or granting them eternal sleep. Given the absence of giants as peacekeepers in the Forlorn Swords mere months later, and for another reason I will explain in the next video, the vessel likely chose eternal rest for the giants, who accepted it with gratitude. Returning from the Dalriada capital, the vessel met with the tribal chieftains, now united after the moot. They debated their next steps, uneasy about the giant's slumber, but accepting the decision, understanding that it wasn't right to have kept them as enslaved weapons. United under one banner, the Dalriada became a target for Camelot's army. The Dalriada consolidated their forces in the Forlorn Swords, navigating the looming shadow of Camelot's desire for total control. With Arthur's soul fragment, his crown, recovered, the vessel's journey reached its peak. His last task was to travel to the Charred Conclave, meet Orin, and decide Arthur's fate as the ultimate arbiter. Still unaware he was a created vessel, he roamed the Horns of the South, Connacht, and the Forlorn Swords, freeing more Round Table Knights' souls from their ancient tombs and consulting the Weaver once more to deepen his understanding of Arthur's essence. He made allies, forged bonds, and helped stabilize the region. As he traversed Avalon, righting wrongs where he could, the vessel grasped with the monumental choice ahead: restore Arthur to his full glory, join Caradoc in slaying him, or seek an alternate path. Reflecting on Arthur's legacy, the sacrifices, triumphs, and flaws of the once and future king, he weighed whether Arthur even deserved redemption, if his weathered spirit could bear the crown again, or if someone else might be a better option instead of King Arthur. With the weirdness closing in and humanity's fate hanging in the balance, the vessel stood at the crossroads of destiny, poised to shape Avalon's future. Was the vessel humble enough to relinquish power to another when the time came? What path would he choose for the king? And what legacy would he forge in this shattered realm? With all tasks complete, the vessel reached the Charred Conclave, a scarred site where druids were burned alive years ago, their deaths tearing Avalon's fabric and easing passage between realities. Weird spirits roamed the altered landscape, the air thick with residual magic. Amid the devastation, Sir Caradoc met the vessel, urging careful consideration, as his decision would reshape not just Avalon, but the world. Stepping through the tear, the vessel faced Orin, Merlin's last apprentice and likely his final kin. His gray, cracked skin and piercing eyes betrayed his otherworldly state. Trapped in this rift, awaiting the vessel, Orin, once praised by death itself for his brilliance, urged him to reunite Arthur's soul, to usher in a new golden age, banishing the weirdness, crushing the corruption, and restoring humanity's hope. He revealed the vessel's purpose as a created test subject, though whether memories were implanted or his soul was hollowed out for Arthur's Fort-Dweller spirit remains unclear. But it unsettled the vessel. Orin answered his questions before guiding him to the ritual's final step, reclaiming Arthur's fragile human soul. The boy who decided to fish by streams instead of partaking in his royal duties. Entering a realm likely Corbenic or Arthur's dream of old Camelot's serene fields and lakes, the vessel met Hob, Arthur's unassuming human essence. Weighed by countless morally great decisions, Hob yearned for peace, but dreaded Avalon's fate if Arthur perished. Reluctant to rule again under the crushing burden of leadership, he hoped the vessel would end Arthur's cycle, but pleaded with the vessel to shoulder the responsibility of not letting Avalon fall. The vessel, moved by Hob's sorrow, approached the Tainted Grail, trademarked, facing a fateful choice: resurrect Arthur, slay him permanently, claim his power, or pass it to another. This decision is debatable, leading to a theory reconciling the RPG with the Fall of Avalon board game. Since the board game shows no new reign for Arthur, resurrection seems unlikely, pointing to Caradoc's path, slaying Arthur, as the canonical choice, though rarely did someone choose this. Yet, a flaw does emerge. Arthur isn't fully dead in the board game, which you will see in several episodes from now. Two possibilities address this. Either Orin salvaged Arthur's soul after its destruction, or, as I could also propose, maybe the vessel died before he decided. Caradoc had noted a few times that others had failed to reach this point, suggesting the vessel's quest canonically could have ended in failure like the others. Arthur's soul, dispersed but not destroyed, allowed his flawed resurrections to continue, each reviving him as a diminished husk. With the vessel's death, Orin abandoned his efforts, and Caradoc, witnessing this retreat, followed suit. This theory explains the Horns of the South's decimation, as this likely would have happened without the vessel's intervention, the incorrect party members in the RPG's expedition party, and Galahad's potential destruction of the Forlorn Swords, accounting for the Dalriada's near extinction by the time of the board game. It also aligns with Quanoc's dying Menhir and Camelot's lack of Menhir rights, as the RPG's choice between them would become moot. Though a grim outcome, casting the vessel as a failed experiment, it fits the lore's tragedy, leaving Avalon fractured and Arthur's legacy in limbo. Currently, I instead am choosing to believe Caradoc's path, slaying Arthur, was canonical. The vessel ended Arthur's cycle, and Caradoc faded into obscurity. The vessel strove to aid Avalon as its fall loomed, while a disheartened Orin interred Arthur's remains in the tombs of the Order in the far north, seeking peace. Orin then retreated to Weird Edge, hoping to vanish from history. The timeline between the RPG and the Fall of Avalon board game remains vague. Some events suggest several weeks, while others many years. In the following months or years, the Horns of the South withered, its dozens of keepers reduced to 3, bound by law to maintain their vigil. The Forlorn Swords tribes fractured, unable to withstand Camelot's might and the weirdness, though their knowledge endured, playing a role in the saga's end. With Arthur's soul shattered, Avalon's hope dimmed to a smoldering ember. Camelot tightened its grip, nobles rallying behind Morgaine as a bulwark against the weirdness, while revolts erupted and alliances crumbled. Quanoc, desperate, pinned its hopes on Yvain's quest for the Holy Grail. As the dust settled, Yvain sought new expeditioners, naming 3. Fael, the Huntsmaster, secretly a previous Sir Galahad, a former knight who defected from Camelot's decay to live with his beloved wife in the Whitening. His resolve and weird-slaying prowess made him ideal, and he joined Yvain, a fellow knight. Next was Aubert, an explorer whose unmatched knowledge of Avalon's geography from north to south proved invaluable. Finally, Beor, driven by passion and loyalty to his surrogate father, Irfir, insisted on joining despite the blacksmith's unease. Irfir worried the expedition's suicidal odds, but relented, unable to deny Beor's fervor. With the expedition now comprising 7 members, Yvain, Nianti, Maggot, Irfir, Aubert, Fael, and Beor, preparations began in earnest. Camelot's soldiers had withdrawn, leaving Quanoc vulnerable, and losing 7 community pillars raised fears. Who would fend off weird creatures or renew Oimic runes to dispel the weirdness? Whether due to Maggot's druidic knowledge being vital to Connacht or tensions he sparked among the group, Yvain removed him from the team, instructing him to remain on the city's outskirts. Maggot, uneasy and convinced he still had a role to play in Avalon's fate, reluctantly accepted. Yvain's lingering distrust of druids, possibly fueled by resentment, likely influenced this decision. Reduced to 6, the expedition finalized their plans, intending to depart in a few weeks after farewells. As the day approached, Irfir met with Yvain, pleading to spare Beor, his surrogate son. Though Beor was of fighting age and brimming with youthful vigor, Irfir feared the expedition's deadly odds. Swaying Yvain, they agreed to leave early, keeping Beor in the dark. Irfir sent his apprentice on a fool's errand to delay him, and the group slipped away. Returning to find them gone, Beor's fury burned, but the expedition was beyond his reach, forging into the unknown without him. Bidding farewell to Connacht, the expedition, Sir Yvain, Nianti, Irfir, Fail, and Aubert, departed as modern heroes, hailed as humanity's last hope against Avalon's fall. With a knight, an ex-knight, a seasoned explorer, a master craftsman, and a high priestess, Connacht believed they could avert disaster. Yet the group harbored doubts, their confidence overshadowed by the mission's peril. Near Camelot's burrow, they gathered around a fire, confronting the likelihood of death. Vowing to press on if any survived, they devised a contingency. If all perished, letters would summon 5 replacements, individuals Yvain had initially rejected for their flaws. Yvain chose Maggot, Connacht's druid. Niante selected her apprentice Ailey. Irfir named Beor. Fail picked Erev, a former highwayman. And Aubert chose Neve, a kindred eccentric. The next morning, they navigated Camelot's squalid burrow to seek Morgaine. Though deemed malevolent, Morgaine's knowledge was unmatched, and she too sought to halt the weirdness. She revealed the Holy Grail lay in Tuathan's heart, urging Yvain to retrieve it for her to resolve the crisis. Before departing, Lancelot privately met with the group, imploring Yvain to deliver the Grail to him instead, fearing Morgaine's intentions. Yvain agreed, and the expedition ventured toward Tuathan's only known entry, the mouth of Tuathan. In the last 2 centuries, only 2 souls had ever returned from its depths, sealing the group's sense of doomed fate. Aubert, the explorer, guided them expertly to Longbarrow, where the mouth loomed across a vast field. Dread deepened with each step. Aubert is terrified. He looks over his shoulder at the statues of the Valley of Guardians, feeling their piercing gaze deep in his body. They hate him. He is sure of it. They want to kill him. Aubert crawls, filled with primordial dread. Blood drains from his nose and ears. Though everything around him is still and silent, the man screams. He presses his fist to his ears to prevent bleeding or maybe to stop hearing. After a while, he lies on the ground. Then he stops moving. Stricken with terror and grief, the expedition fled the Valley of the Guardians, too shaken to bury Aubert, who lay lifeless amid the statue's gaze. Yvain, heartsick but resolute, vowed to find another path to the Holy Grail. Traveling south to western Avalon cities, the group stumbled into the escalating war among 3 lords, Kincaid, Ultan, and Mordred. Hoping to gain Lady Kincaid's favor and access to her vast library for clues to enter Tuathan, Yvain allied with her. Through research, or perhaps some rumors, they learned of another entrance at Timberwall, once called the Nook, built against Tuathan's walls. As the Lord's conflict intensified, Yvain switched allegiances to Ultan, securing entry to Timberwall. In its main hall, where the Nook's passage lay, Fael and Yvain stealthily subdued the guards, while Nianti and Irfir distracted them. The four slipped through the secret passage into Tuathan. Far different from the Four-Dweller civilization Arthur and the Executors once saw. This was a realm of unbridled chaos, where the weirdness warped reality. Food crumbled to ash, gold morphed into bread, and the line between truth and illusion was blurred. Harried by pure weird creatures, their trek to the heart of Tuathan felt like navigating a maze through storm-tossed seas, each step fraught with uncertainty and dread. After days of disorienting travel through Tuathan's chaotic depths, the expedition reached the heart of Tuathan, an inverted mockery of Camelot, where Arthur once forged a haven for humanity. The warped, weird tainted structure loomed eerily empty as they approached. Cautiously, they entered the throne room, where the Holy Grail rested beside Excalibur, embedded in the heart's core. With Fael scanning for threats, Sir Yvain tentatively grasped the Grail, achieving the impossible. Relief washed over the group, Niante, Irfir, Fael, and Yvain, as their thoughts turned to escape. This felt too easy, but relief washed over the group, Niante, Irfir, Fael, and Yvain, as their thoughts turned to escape. Aubert would be honored as a martyr, and Yvain's name would join legends like Lancelot. Moved by triumph, they exited the upside-down Camelot and approached a bridge, only to freeze in terror. A battle-scarred Four-Dweller, ancient and formidable, paced at the bridge's end like a predator stalking its prey. No mere straggler, this being had endured ages, posed to unleash havoc and deliver humanity's final death blow. Yvain and Fael handed the Grail to Niante, unsheathing their weapons as they stepped forward, knowing Irfir and Niante were no match for this Four-Dweller champion. In a duel to decide humanity's fate, the knights charged in unison, hoping to overwhelm the foe with their combat prowess. Unfazed, the Four-Dwellers' four arms parried their blows, countering with weird steel blades while weaving weirdness to distort reality. Narrowly evading death, the knights barely survived the initial clash in the creature's domain. Desperate, Yvain landed a flurry of blows, momentarily driving the Four-Dweller back, and shouted for Niante and Irfir to flee. Spotting the Grail with Niante, the Four-Dweller vanished, reappearing right in front of her. She dodged as Fael switched to his bow, loosing arrows to repel the beast, while Yvain sprinted to her defense. Barely surviving, now dozens of steps from Camelot's safety, the expedition fled, relentlessly pursued by the hunter. The knights flanked Nianti and Irfir, struggling against the Four-Dwellers' attempts to herd them away from their entry point. After hours of fear-fueled flight, they stumbled upon a weird anomaly, a mist forming a river-like current. Acting on pure instinct, Yvain ordered the group to dive in, hoping the rushing flow would carry them from danger. Plunging into the watery mist, gravity propelled them forward across solid rock as the world constricted. Fearing that they were about to drown, Yvain suddenly glimpsed light ahead. Recalling Riverfall in western Avalon, where giant mouths spilled waterfalls from cliffs, he slowed their descent, bracing the stone around him. Inching forward, Yvain guided the group to grip the rocks. Clinging to a cliff face, Yvain hauled them to safety, escaping Tuathan's grasp. Climbing the sheer cliff, they realized their danger was finally behind them. Embracing, all they had to do now was head back to Camelot. Surely the Four-Dweller couldn't follow them outside of Tuathan so quickly. there was no way. It was impossible. It just couldn't happen. So before I begin, I do want to mention a few things. For one, I am going to be changing the music soon. Not this episode, but soon. I'm still trying to figure out how exactly I want to do it. The other thing is that there are two mistakes I made in the previous video. I figured I should discuss them now. So first off, it was Niante who got the Grail in the throne room. It wasn't Yvain. Secondly, the Four-Dweller champion who began to pursue them actually started inside Camelot and not on the bridge as I described. It was likely hiding in the throne room. I won't get into the weeds as to why I believed how it was, so let's get into this. Above Riverfall, the battered expedition made for camp, with Niante likely etching Oimic runes to ward off the weirdness, far from civilization or a functioning menhir. Exhausted from Tuathan's mental and physical toll, they finally rested, tending their wounds after narrowly escaping death. Several of the expeditioners were recovering from the skirmish, but no one was in critical condition. Come morning, they set out for Camelot, across Avalon's expanse. Steering clear of Farshire, where their recent betrayal likely burned some bridges, they veered south to Stampede, a vast plain etched with ancient druidic runes, rumored to be Merlin's handiwork from the Age of Legends. The chalk-carved symbols quelled the weirdness's worst effects, offering safe passage for travelers between southern and western Avalon. As they traversed the lightened weirdness across Stampede's expanse, Yvain felt a chill breeze, and the hairs on his neck rose. Turning, he saw the Four-Dweller champion stalking them. Knowing its strides would overtake the wary group, Yvain ordered the expedition to flee. Niante and Irfir bolted without hesitation, their trust forged in Tuathan. Fael met Yvain's gaze, understanding the unspoken. Fael must deliver the Grail to Camelot by any means necessary. There was no return journey for Yvain. Limping eastward toward the wooded cover, the trio fled while Yvain charged the hunter, sword and shield raised. Fighting with the ferocity of a man with nothing to lose, he knew humanity's fate hinged on delaying the champion. Yvain's initial zeal faltered against the beast's relentless assault. Jumping and dodging out of the way in heavy armor, Yvain's body was exhausted quickly. His dueling prowess was no match for the champion. The Four-Dweller's strikes came too fast for Yvain's single shield, forcing him to dodge and weave desperately. As he lost ground, and Yvain despairingly covered himself with his shield, the champion hooked Yvain's shield, wrenching it aside to expose his defenses. With lightning speed, it thrust a weird steel lance through his breastplate, hoisting the knight like a rag doll. Yvain dropped his emblazoned Tarian shield and struck weakly with his sword. The Four-Dweller swung a weird lantern, caving Yvain's helm and tearing off his arm. Releasing the broken knight, he fell with a lifeless thud. The champion pursued the remaining expeditioners, relentless in his hunt for the Grail. Reaching for his shield with his one good arm, Yvain's last breath was spent clutching his family's shield, the last of the Tarian bloodline. Yvain's sacrifice bought Niante, Irfir, and Fael precious time to flee across Stampede's miles to the forests north of Connacht. They could see Connacht in the distance, and this bolstered their spirits. Witnesses seeing the pursuing Four-Dweller dismissed it as an apparition, believing the ancient race had to be extinct. In his familiar hunting grounds, Fael navigated expertly, temporarily shaking the hunter. He confided in Niante and Irfir about the Pale Lady, who knew him from his days as Sir Galahad, and held him in special favor, once calling him her favorite knight. At Mirror Lake, they summoned her, and she appeared instantly at Fail's aging voice, granting refuge in her tower. Learning of the Four-Dweller champion, who could read minds and would inevitably track them, the Pale Lady crafted 2 Tainted Grail decoys. She gave them advice, and though she feared the champion finding her, she took the risk of harboring them due to her adoration of Fail. Fail and Earfear took the fake grails, while Niante concealed the true grail. With her blessing urging haste, they fled eastward toward Camelot. Hurrying out, they came across more forest. In Tangleroot's maze-like woods, the champion rediscovered their trail, forcing the trio to split. Fail explained to them how to traverse the labyrinthine paths, hoping to lose the hunter while converging on Camelot's burrow. Fail took the most treacherous path through Tangleroot, knowing Niante and Earfear lacked his intimate knowledge. Sprinting with precision, he accepted that one of them would be caught. Glancing back, he saw the Four-Dweller's silhouette through the trees. It chose Fail as its prey. Heart heavy, but determined, Fail hid his decoy by a log, out of the champion's sight. As he resumed his sprint, a weird steel spear pierced through the air, impaling his back and pinning him to a tree. Vital organs were ruptured. In his final moments, Fail scrawled a blood message on the trunk that he was stuck to, revealing the decoy's location. Dead before the Four-Dweller reached him, Fail's mind was not readable, and the giant couldn't decipher human runes. Finding no grail on the corpse, it looked around frantically for it, but found none. The champion then raced after Niante and Earfear, who had reunited at Titan Step's sheer cliff. Using ancient climbers' ropes, they scaled the face, reaching the summit exhausted. Below, the champion arrived. However, the ropes were unable to bear its weight, forcing it to take a detour. Yet the arduous Titan steps tested their endurance, climbing cliff after cliff, bodies screaming for rest. The Four-Dweller exploited a secret passage to close the gap. Finally cresting the steps, with Camelot's burrow in sight, Niante and Earfear spotted the hunter hundreds of paces behind them. In a desperate final sprint, muscles burning, the last 2 expeditioners raced for sanctuary, with the Holy Grail, humanity's hope. Niante, hold on tight. Niante doubted both of them could reach the burrow's guardhouse, where the Four-Dweller couldn't possibly assault alone. But she couldn't voice this to Earfear. Too many had fallen. Sacrificing her final companion, her longtime friend, would break her. The priestess decided they would die together. As Earfear too realized a sacrifice was going to be needed, he glanced back. The champion had halted. Ahead, a guard patrol appeared, and for the first time in their lives, they were grateful for Morgaine's oppressive curfew. Still fearing a trap, they sprinted. Once by the guardhouse, the Four-Dweller had vanished. They had succeeded. Countless expeditions failed since the Age of Legends, but Niante and Earfear retrieved the Holy Grail at a devastating cost. Escorted by guards, they found shelter with one of Niante's friends, finally collapsing into beds after days of relentless pursuit. As they rested on their cots, gratitude mixing with grief, they devised a new plan. Morgaine would soon learn of their arrival, demanding the Grail. They agreed to present the Pale Lady's final decoy while concealing the true relic for Sir Lancelot, honoring Yvain's promise. With their deception set, the battered survivors seized much-needed rest, humanity's hope in their hands. Hours later, the wary elders from Connacht limped toward Camelot's gates, bodies aching from the ordeal. Presenting Morgaine's seal, they gained entry and gingerly approached her quarters, where she greeted them eagerly. Captivated, she demanded every detail of their journey. Omitting mention of the Pale Lady and the decoys, Niante and Irfir recounted the trials. With bated breath, Irfir presented the Tainted Grail forgery. Under Morgaine's intense scrutiny, the decoy held. Imbued with authentic magical properties by the Pale Lady, it fooled even her senses. Thanking them, Morgaine revealed her contingency plan. In the first farmhold, once called Tintagel, she had sent skilled craftsmen to the dead menhir, armed with stone shaper tools, which were likely spoils from the Dalriada War. These rare implements could work on weirdstone and weirdsteel, potentially repairing the shattered menhirs. The ancient ring fort was a good home base, as the walls naturally repelled weirdness and would provide the artisans plenty of time. Progress was underway, but she requested Irfir's expertise to aid them. Fearing discovery of their deception if they went against her, he agreed. As Irfir prepared for his next assignment, he and Niante had to split apart. While he received preferential treatment, Niante slipped away to the Round Table, seeking Sir Lancelot with the true Holy Grail. Sir Lancelot, head of the Round Table, greeted Niante with grief upon hearing of the expedition's devastating losses. Yvain, a great knight, Fail, a soul of unmatched purity, and Aubert, the most experienced traveler on Avalon. When Niante revealed the true Grail, Lancelot stood awestruck, though he doubted its power against the weirdness as a human relic. Summoning Sir Bedivere and Sir Palamedes, he tasked them with escorting Niante and the Grail to the tombs of the Order to await Sir Gawain, keeping the full plan from her. Lancelot believed combining the Grail with Excalibur's scabbard, bearing traces of Arthur's soul, could resurrect him in a purer state than past failed attempts. If anyone could halt Avalon's fall, it was Arthur, or at least he might offer some vital guidance. While Niante stayed as the knights prepared, she wrote to Irfir, now at the first farmhold, updating him on their progress. Canonically, I assume it is now that Niante insisted on returning to Stampede to bury Yvain, where the knights laid their fallen comrade to rest with Allmother markers on his grave. The burial was abruptly cut short, and Niante's retinue returned north to the tombs. Meanwhile, Irfir aided Camelot's craftsmen at the first farmhold, repairing the weathered menhir outside of its walls. Using stone shaper tools, they replaced damaged sections with weirdsteel and weirdstone, hoping to restore its function. Irfir's expertise gained from proximity to the Forlorn Swords proved invaluable to the Dalriada-inspired technique. He had heard stories all his life about these tools, though he never used them personally until now. Days of progress halted when a rumble shook the ring fort. The artisans remembered that during the Age of Legends, Morgaine had excavated beneath Tintagel to build a lab. Investigating this long-abandoned underground lab, fearing a sinkhole, the artisans uncovered a giant worm, one of Avalon's last. Amid screams, Irfir rushed to aid his colleagues. Every craftsman that was part of the reconstruction was slain, Irfir included. Unaware of Irfir's fate, Niante believed his expertise would restore the menhir, creating a refuge against Avalon's fall. Escorted to the tombs of the Order, she learned of the Grail's true purpose: to resurrect Arthur properly. Setting up camp, the knights and Niante awaited Sir Gawain, who had possession of Excalibur's scabbard. For some unknown reason, he was delayed in southern Avalon. Days were passing with growing anxiety as the weirdness encroached. The knights separated for Niante, discussing in hushed voices. After several more days, they went to Niante, ensuring her that they knew the rituals, and the knights had her present the Holy Grail before Arthur's tomb. They would have to try it without the scabbard. Reverently, she revealed it as they knelt in prayer, beginning the resurrection rite. Niante channeled her will to the Allmother, willing Arthur's return. She prayed that this would work, and that Arthur wouldn't be the mindless husk as he had come back like in centuries prior. The tomb cracked open, and Niante gasped. Heavy boots struck stone, shaking the ground. Arthur emerged, his eyes shining like starlight. The knights lowered their heads in praise, but suddenly, Arthur struck with hulking fists, his fractured mind unrecognizable, a monster worse than before. Realizing their failure, Niante screamed, clutching the grail to her chest as she fled, abandoning her belongings. The knights drew their weapons and fought for their lives. Arthur pushed past them and disappeared into the weirdness. Knowing her life was forfeit with the failed relic in hand, she raced to the Fern Sea. Haunted by her companion's sacrifices and countless lives lost to the Grail's pursuit, Niante stared at the Holy Grail, its promise now a curse upon Avalon's dying hope. Feeling the Grail's unbearable weight, Niante tossed it in her palm. Standing over Fernsea's vast thorny expanse, a labyrinth of shrubbery and caves that swallowed belongings and people alike, with a final resolute heave, she hurled it deep into the maze, severing herself from its cursed legacy. Too many, Aubert, Yvain, Fail, Irfir, and countless others, had perished for its hollow promise. She could bear it no longer. Head bowed in grief and shame, Niante retreated to the Forest of Whispers, seeking solitude to mourn her fallen comrades and Avalon's fading light. Thus ended the first expedition, its noble quest reduced to ashes. Yet from its failure rose a spark. The contingency letters, penned at the journey's genesis, reached their recipients. Maggot, Ailey, Beor, Arev, and Neve answered the call, stepping into the void left by the fallen. As Avalon's doom loomed, a second expedition would rise from the first's sacrifice, carrying forward the Grail's burden into the heart of the fall of Avalon. They weren't the first choice, but they were humanity's last hope. Before diving in, a quick correction from the last video. When Niante and Irfir reached Camelot, they met Sir Lancelot first, who advised presenting Morgaine the fake Grail. It wasn't a pre-planned decision, as I had assumed. So, the new expedition, Beor, Maggot, Ailey, Arev, and Neve, formed from Yvain's contingency letters, uniting as the second team. Quinacht, unaware of Yvain's expedition's fate, greeted these flawed rejects with despair. Their hope was extinguished. If Sir Yvain, a knight of legend, couldn't save Avalon, these five seemed doomed to fail. The city aided them reluctantly, heads bowed, convinced Quinacht's end was near. Each expeditioner carried a heavy past. Beor bore a festering, untreatable wound. Maggot struggled with addiction. Ailey, traumatized, was a shunned pariah. Arev had murdered countless innocents as a bandit. And Neve, well, was Neve. With half-hearted farewells, they sought the first expedition's trail. Their immediate crisis was Quinacht's dying menhir, with less than a week before it darkened, dooming Avalon to weirdness. Confined to Quinacht's vicinity, they were gripped with fear. The night after receiving the letters, though, all 5 shared a vivid dream. The Pale Lady guiding them to Menhir to restore the stone. Exploring her clues, they uncovered 3 possible paths: the Charred Conclave, ex-Archdruid Wormtoe, or some Fordweller ruins. With Maggot's expertise, they deciphered the rites and relit Quinnox's Menhir. These rites could revive Menhirs across Avalon, but faltered, their spark fading within days, leaving lands vulnerable to weirdness once again. Praying that Quinnox and the surrounding villages would endure, the expedition departed, their fragile hope a flickering beacon against Avalon's encroaching shadow. Avalon teetered in chaos, yet the second expedition pressed on, determined to uncover the first expedition's fate. Likely heading first to Camelot, they navigated weirdness-scarred lands, their ancient Menhir rites drawing some attention. An eerie sensation of being watched, a shadow trailing their step, haunted them, but they pressed on. En route, they encountered Sir Gawain, clutching Excalibur's scabbard, dying far from his goal. Unable to reach the Tombs of the Order, he entrusted the expedition to deliver it to Sir Bedivere and Sir Palamedes in the north. Pushing through riots and many revolts, they faced Camelot's soldiers, struggling to suppress a terrified populace as dying menhirs fueled panic. The expedition's reputation, bolstered by the rites, granted them entry through Camelot's gates. Seeking answers about Yvain's team, they consulted the city's leaders, Sir Lancelot and Morgaine. Both offered no aid for Quinnox's fading menhir and remained cryptic about the first expedition, frustrating the group. Resigned, they turned to the locals, piecing together tales of the first expedition's deeds, learning that only Irfir and Niante had recently reached Camelot, yet were unspoken of by the lords. They resolved to retrace the prior team's path. Their journey led back to Tangleroot Forest, its tangled depths holding clues to the lost expedition's trail, as the weight of Avalon's collapse loomed ever closer. Navigating Tangleroot's labyrinth was grueling, but a blood trail led the expedition to Fael's corpse. Erev collapsed, grieving the ex-knight who was the only one who believed in Erev's redemption from murderous bandit to humble farmer. Examining the scene, they found Fael's blood-scrawled directions to his grail. Following them, they uncovered a sack with a decoy, its strange, pulsing magic convincing them that it was the true grail. Awe and uncertainty gripped them. Why had Irfir and Niante abandoned the true grail, and to whom should they deliver it? Fael's note in the sack addressed to his wife, and there was no mention of a grail. To the expedition, they believed only 2 figures on Avalon wielded enough power to use this relic, Morgaine or the Pale Lady. Betting on the Pale Lady, her legendary aid during the Age of Legends outweighing Morgaine's corruption, they trekked to Mirror Lake, her reputed home. Calling out, as the legends instruct them to do, they pleaded for her appearance, voices faltering into embarrassed silence. Then, the lady rises from the water in front of you, and you take a step back. You thought you were prepared to see her, but her inhuman figure, 4 sleek arms with 2 elbows each, and gaunt face surrounded by weeds and tangled hair, make you suddenly recoil. She approaches, gliding through the air, her feet barely touching the water, and her torn gown flapping in the wind. Her blue lips don't move, yet something fills your mind. Language that breaks the rules of every speech you've ever heard. Each word a fluctuating torrent, containing all possible meanings and sounds, only after a moment solidifying into a single atom of speech. The Pale Lady's presence, both terrifying and divine, hung over the expedition, their false grail a hope in Avalon's darkening fate. Presenting the decoy to the Pale Lady, the expedition watched her freeze, her grief etching her gaunt face. Fail, her beloved knight, was gone. Sinking into Mirror Lake, she vanished briefly as they called out again, seeking guidance. Returning, and clearly heartbroken, she crumbled the Tainted Grail to mud, revealing the true relic was either with Earfear or Neonte. She didn't know who. Urging them to find Earfear at the first farmhold, she offered no further aid. Heeding her, the expedition trekked onward, the sensation of being stalked intensified. Night watches became routine as an unseen presence shadowed them. At the first farmhold, they found desolation. A local revealed it was attacked a week before their journey began. Hearts sinking, they scaled Tainted Grail's ancient ring fort walls, peering into a pit strewn with tents and debris. Dropping into the ruins, they searched frantically. In the dirt, Beor spotted a glint, his own knife, forged for Earfear at the start of his blacksmithing training, never parted from his mentor. Earfear was surely dead in Beor's heart. Yet they pressed on, scouring a hole in the center of the fort to search for the Holy Grail. Amid a dormant giant worm and scattered corpses, they found Earfear's body. Searching silently, they recovered only a letter. A sudden rumble echoed over this artisan's graveyard. Without looking, they bolted, sprinting up the pit as the ground shook violently. Scrambling up the wall, they glanced back to see a massive worm erupt from the depths, its awakening a harbinger of Avalon's peril. Safe from the worm for now, the expedition read Earfear's letter. It revealed Lancelot, whom they had met just days prior, knew the Holy Grail's full story, and yet sent them on a fruitless chase. Furious at his withholding, they suspected he held the Grail, or Neonte had also met a grim fate. Dejected, they wandered Avalon, completing minor quests from desperate locals. Before returning to Camelot, the War of the Three Lords erupted, as detailed episodes ago. Initially, King Ultan of Timberwall allied with Mordred, the eternal Lord of Crow's Nest, against Lady Kincaid, backed by Morgaine. Yvain's aid bolstered Kincaid's march on Timberwall, but his betrayal, sneaking into Tuathan, left her besieging the city alone. Mordred's cutthroats arrived from Crow's Nest, shattering the siege in a few days. Timberwall's forces sallied out, clashing with Kincaid in the bloodied glen. Kincaid fled, but Mordred demanded payment from Ultan for his aid. Unable to pay, Ultan suggested sacking Farshire's coffers. Enraged by losses and broken promises, Mordred abandoned Farshire, now besieging Timberwall. Kincaid's battered army retreated to regroup, leaving Avalon in a sea of blood. The expedition's quest for the Grail entangled in the war's relentless churn. Thrust into the War of the Three Lords, the expedition faced some confusion. Beloved Lady Kincaid's betrayal of Yvain hinted at deeper machinations, for the knight wouldn't betray her for no reason. King Ultan, the initial victim, shared his grievances, while Mordred, the eternal Lord of Crow's Nest, claimed betrayal but openly sought Avalon's dominion. The expedition's alliance carried grave consequences. The canon leaves their choice ambiguous, but Kincaid's ties to Morgaine likely rules her out. Between Ultan's flawed leadership and Mordred's allegiance to Morrigan, the goddess of death, my guess leans towards Ultan. Later expedition actions suggest this alignment in a way too, though I could be mistaken. Regardless, they brokered a peace summit at Halfway, siding with one lord to bolster diplomatic leverage. Negotiations inched toward accord until catastrophe struck. Assassins slaughtered petty lords and key leaders, shattering the talks. Tensions soared as surviving lords retreated, bracing for retaliation. The expedition's chosen ally gained an edge, but the war persisted unresolved. Encroaching weirdness, rendering travel perilous, halted further battles for now. Survivors scrambled to craft narratives painting themselves as the heroes or the victims, their truths lost in Avalon's spiraling chaos, the expedition's Grail quest ensnared in a fractured land's desperate struggle. As weeks passed and the War of the Three Lords simmered into an uneasy stalemate, the expedition returned to their primary mission, tracing the first expedition steps. The eerie sensation of being watched returned, prickling their necks as they pressed toward Camelot. Undeterred, they confronted Sir Lancelot, whose resolve crumbled under their relentless questions. Trembling, he confessed, sending Niante north to the Tombs of the Order for a secret ritual, refusing to elaborate further, his fear palpable that something had gone catastrophically wrong. The expedition raced northward through eastern Avalon, many of the sites none of them had seen. They lit fading menhirs and resolved local crises to carve a path. Reaching the tombs, they recalled Gawain's dying wish to deliver Excalibur's scabbard to Sir Bedivere and Sir Palamedes. White tents bearing the Round Table's banner marked the site, promising answers about Niante's ritual with the Grail. Presenting the scabbard, they were ushered to the two knights, who sat sullenly, engrossed in a listless dice game. Perplexed by the knights' apathy amid Avalon's collapse, the expedition was faced by Sir Palamedes, who demanded to know what they were doing there. Handing over the scabbard, Bedivere unleashed a torrent of curses against every god he knew, while Palamedes paid them and slumped back in his chair, despondent. Like others, the knights stonewalled the details, distrusting the expedition's motives. Something had clearly gone disastrously wrong. Scouring the ancient tombs, the group covertly found Niante's cloak amid the camp, surrounded by her scattered belongings, abandoned in evident haste, hinting at a sudden, desperate flight from the ritual's unseen consequences. Venturing deeper into the Tombs of the Order, the expedition, Beor, Maggot, Ailey, Arev, and Neve, discovered Arthur's tomb, its door ominously ajar. Defying the heresy and death penalty for such an act, they entered, confronting a scene of brief, violent chaos. Arthur's sarcophagus lay empty, its markings revealing multiple resurrections, each etched into the stone, the latest still fresh, though no count was given to us. Returning to Sir Palamedes and Sir Bedivere, the expedition demanded some answers. Palamedes collapsed into tears, while Bedivere bowed his head, barely containing his shame. Their impatience had doomed the ritual, rushing without Excalibur's scabbard, delivered just a week late. They'd resurrected Arthur as a mindless hulk rather than a restored king. The truth spilled forth. Niante, bearing the true Holy Grail, fled mid-battle, abandoning her belongings in panic, her destination unknown. Offering sparse comfort to the guilt-ridden knights, who bore the weight of Avalon's faltering hope, the expedition scoured the surrounding area. Niante held the Grail, their final lead, and she couldn't have ventured far into the weirdness-choked wilds. Scouring Avalon's wilds, the expedition faced dwindling supplies, forcing a hunting trip in the Forest of Whispers. For days, they stalked the beasts, restocking food while navigating the forest's ethereal, treacherous paths. The forest feels like an old friend now, yet it still reveals something every time you enter. This time, you find a set of tracks in the spongy moss. There's only one person they could belong to, the priestess of Connacht, Niante. You follow the tracks and find a shack, nearly indistinguishable from the thick forest. If not for a white robe drying in the sun on a branch, you would have missed it. The dwelling is small and basic, yet the serenity of this place almost makes you envious. Niante emerges in her undergarments. She left Connacht barely 2 months ago, yet looks much older than you remember. After a moment of surprise, she greets you warmly. The first expedition's sole survivor stood before them, wary and unhurried. Pressed about the Grail and Arthur's ritual, Niante sighed deeply, settling on a log. Shaking her head, she whispered she no longer had it. Bombarded with questions about its loss, she remained silent until Ailey, her former pupil, gently urged her. In a faint voice, Niante confessed, "I threw it away. I went to the edge of the cliff and threw it down into the sea of ferns as far as I could." The expedition stood stunned, their quest seemingly shattered by Niante's act. The Holy Grail was lost to the Fern Sea's depths. The expedition stood in utter disbelief that Niante could discard the Holy Grail, humanity's most powerful artifact, into the Fern Sea's depths. Ailey gently comforted her mentor as they devised a plan. While plotting their route, the All-Mother Priestess begged them to abandon the quest, insisting it meant certain death. Yet the second expedition, driven by humanity's survival, felt compelled to at least try. Niante's pleas eventually faltered, and she withdrew to her tasks, hoping to bury her fears and grief. Pressing onward, they broke the Forest of Whispers tree line and saw that the Four-Dweller champion, the stalker who had been chasing them, was now clearly visible. It had trailed them, piecing together their grail-seeking intentions. Terrified, they sprinted in desperation. No one, as far as they knew, has killed a Four-Dweller in centuries. Outrunning the hunter, unlike the wounded first expedition, they were able to outpace it. Constantly moving, they beelined past the tombs of the Order to the Fern Sea. As far as your eyes can see, the ground is covered with waist-high ferns. There are no tracks or roads. Verdant plants grow too quickly, swallowing every inch of open land. Exchanging glances, none dared leap into the trap-laden maze. Deep within, the air thinned dangerously, suffocating explorers. Weirdness creatures prowled unpredictable paths, heightening the dread. Ferns and weirdness confounded the maps, forcing descent through the simplest path, sliding down a ravine. With labored breath, they grasped why so few returned. With mere minutes before suffocation, upward retreat seemed arduous or impossible to climb the steep ravine. Fanning out in panic, they sought alternate exits, or at least breathable pockets. Paths revealed monsters, corpses, or dead ends, until one opened to fresh air. Gasping, they sketched Fernsea's shifting layout, racing to locate the Grail before nightfall. Lunging back into the maze, they had to hurry, knowing they couldn't explore after dark, and there was no telling how much time they had before the Four-Dweller found them. For hours, the expedition cycled through the Fernsea's deadly maze, scouring paths, surfacing for air, and then diving back in. They stumbled upon ruins of ancient inhabitants, including a bizarre guano statue and an alien world that slowly revealed its forgotten culture. To reach the deepest section, they faced a dire gamble. To go to the deepest reaches, someone would have to take the leap of faith and go without the promise of air. Drawing straws, one member ventured into the uncharted depths, discovering pillars and murals of the Age of Legends battles. Rotting animals and human corpses littered the ground until a cave emerged. This deep cavern looks older than Tuathan itself. Huge reliefs on its walls, depicting Fordweller rituals and gatherings, are visible in the daylight, seeping through long shafts in the ceiling. Only after a while, a faint glint of gold somewhere to the side catches your attention. You approach it. Your knees buckle. Before you, covered in cobwebs and dirt, a radiant cup rests on the floor of the cavern. You feel your heart skip a beat. You've made it. The Grail lies before you, discarded and forgotten. Just a single touch is enough for you to know that the artifact is real. Though made from some strange metal, golden color, yet opalescent like weird steel. It feels warm in your hands. You raise it in reverence to the light as grand visions fill your head. For a moment, you feel invincible, a hero of legend destined to change the world. Barely escaping, the member collapsed as the remaining expeditioners hauled them up, the Holy Grail gleaming in their grasp. Hope surged through the expedition, their arduous quest crowned with the relic, a possible solution against Avalon's encroaching doom. Pausing to recover, the expedition debated the Holy Grail's fate. Morgaine and Lancelot had repeatedly stonewalled them, while the Round Table Knights, despite knowing how to investigate its location, never pursued the Grail. The three warring lords prioritized personal survival or dominance over humanity's salvation. Even the Pale Lady forbade bringing the Grail to her. Then a thought gripped them. If no one on Avalon could wield the relic to halt the fall, what if Tuathan's heart needed it? The first expedition took the Grail from there. Perhaps the second expedition needed to correct Arthur's Age of Legends mistakes in reshaping the heart. These ideas felt foreign. How would they know that? It was as if it was woven by another mind altogether, pulling them toward Tuathan's ancient Fordweller capital to heal its wounded core. All five sensed this destiny. The Grail's call was undeniable. Seeking guidance, they temporarily evaded the Fordweller hunter and returned to Niante's Forest of Whispers cabin. Ailey's presence warmed Niante's greeting, her relief palpable, assuming their survival meant failure. Preparing some consoling words, she paled as they revealed the true Holy Grail. A void opened in her heart. As they outlined their plan to return to Tuathan, Niante interrupted, torn between frustration at their recklessness to enter a death trap and maternal pleas to abandon the hopeless quest. Her emotion churned, a storm of fear and anguish for the expedition's fate. Niante's pleas failing to sway the expedition, she decided to just give up on trying. The priestess warned that Tuathan's mouth was a death trap, claiming Aubert, their navigator. Neve choked back grief at her friend's fate, stealing her emotions. Niante outlined some alternatives. Timberwall's hidden entrance was likely guarded after the first expedition's intrusion, so they could seek Orin, Merlin's last apprentice and kin in the southwest. Since fleeing Tuathan, Niante learned Orin knew the safest path. Urging haste to evade the Fordweller hunter, the expedition prepared to depart. Niante pulled Ailey aside, swallowing fear to express her pride in Ailey. She taught Ailey unshared rituals, bestowed a blessing, and declared her apprentice fully trained and her equal. Urged by Beor, Ailey waved a final goodbye, heart heavy. An inexplicable certainty washed over Ailey that she'd never see Niante again. Battling emotions, the expedition set out for Oren's home. Breaking the Forest of Whispers tree line, they confronted the Four Dweller champion, blocking their path. Its relentless pursuit, a looming shadow over their quest to restore Avalon and save humanity. Catching the glint of the Grail in one of their packs, the Four Dweller unsheathed its weapons. Using her newfound power, Ailey had complete faith in her companions. The healer uttered an incantation to entangle the Four Dweller with vines for a brief moment. With fluidity, the Four Dweller began untangling the roots, but not before Maggot unleashed a torrent of air-rippling elemental magic, tearing at the hunter's armor. Shocked by their friend's offensive actions, Beor and Erev nodded to each other as they charged the Four Dweller. Hammer in hand, Beor landed a crushing blow to one of the Four Dweller's arms. With a shriek only heard in their heads, the hunter staggered back before Erev landed a severe blow through the torn armor, sinking his scythe several inches deep into the Four Dweller's chest. Attempting to end the fight, Neve had skirted the field in a dead sprint and then charged the hunter. With a screech of a hellion, she jumped and landed on the Four Dweller's back, slashing with ferocity. Pulling Erev's scythe out with one hand, the Four Dweller calmly dropped his hook and reached behind him to wrench Neve off his back. It was as though the critical blows were mere scratches. Throwing Neve several feet away, she landed in a heap. Using his 3 remaining arms, the Four Dweller defended Erev and Beor's strikes. Somehow, with his knowledge of the weirdness, the Four Dweller changed the course of the battle, pivoting and forcing Beor and Erev on their back feet with a few inhuman blows. He weaved a spell to toss Ailey and Maggot off their feet and be thrown against the trees of the Forest of Whispers. Neve jumped back into the fight, laughing like a madwoman as she loved the rush. Suddenly, though the expedition felt this was still a winnable fight for the Four Dweller, he teleported dozens of feet away from the fight. As the expedition charged in their adrenaline, the Four Dweller did it again and again, confusing them. Unsure how to proceed, the expedition regrouped and saw as the Four Dweller slowly left the field. Not waiting for an explanation, they ran southwest while they caught a glimpse of the Four Dweller walking towards the nearest cloud of weirdness. The journey to Oren, Merlin's last apprentice, proved extraordinarily long, spanning Avalon's opposite end from their position. They had ample time to tend their wounds from the Four Dweller encounter while relighting menhirs en route. Gradually, they recognized Stampede's familiar flattened land. Not far from their estimated destination, they surveyed the vast expanse. Ailey noticed a ribbon fluttering on a mound. It was Niante's. Jogging closer, they confirmed a grave. Yvain's sword, its pommel distinctive, embedded in the soil. Ailey offered a prayer as Beor, Erev, and Neve stood in solemn silence, honoring the finest among them, whose journey ended here. Maggot smiled wryly, shaking his head. Yvain despised him, a sentiment reciprocated. Yet he selected Maggot, of all people, for the second expedition, despite all of their disagreements. If Yvain, a man of superior caliber, sacrificed himself for humanity, Maggot, a raving addict who betrayed friends who perished in the charred conclave's flames, resolved to make his flawed life's end profoundly meaningful. Though he valued himself little in life, perhaps his death could redeem him. Glancing across the serene plain, the expedition spotted the Four Dweller hunter again, the same one from the Forest of Whispers a week prior. Its broken arm was healed. Armor was gleaming pristine, as if unscathed. He almost seemed younger. Stalked once more, they bolted west, desperately seeking Orin's dwelling in the weirdness-infested wilds. Nightfall came quickly, and they had no luck in finding Orin. Abandoning the search to rest, they established watches, fearing an ambush from the champion. Sleep proved elusive until a violent crash shattered the night, steel clanging against steel, thunderous thuds echoing, armor ripping with metallic screeches that made them wince. The distant combat boomed without voices or screams, raging for several minutes before silence fell. Breath held, weapons gripped. The expedition braced for an attack, but no one appeared. The unseen clash lingering as a foreboding riddle. No one dared investigate during the night. At dawn, Erev and Beor scouted the night's clash. One trail bore the Four-Dweller Hunter's limping footprints, severely wounded again. The other were giant boots, led toward Tuathan's mouth. Was this a Four-Dweller civil war? A guardian angel? Shrugging off the enigma, the expedition pursued their quest. Skirting society's fringes, they reached a place called Weird Edge. Not long ago, this old Cranog sat atop a miry lake. Now the weirdness coils above and below the wooden structure, and its bridge has become the last strand of reality, anchoring it to the human world. You know of only one person who could have carved out a living in pure weirdness: Orin, the last sorcerer of the island and the heir to Merlin's knowledge. Crossing the precarious bridge, wary of the weirdness abyss below, they steadied each other to avoid plummeting. At the entrance, the door creaked open, revealing Orin, a diminutive, aged man with piercing eyes. Irritated, he demanded their purpose, threatening to cast them into the weirdness. Unable to deceive Avalon's greatest archmage, the most powerful wizard alive with powers dating back to the homelands, they confessed. They were rejects of a greater expedition. No knights or heroes, just small folk, seeking hope for Avalon or at least their home. Pleading for guidance, they earned a begrudging sigh. Orin admitted them to a sanctuary of tomes, desks, and papers, but only one chair, which Orin quickly claimed. Inviting them to speak, he fixed on the expedition with a withering stare, his arcane legacy looming over them. Their first question was about his time in Tuathan. Uttering Tuathan's name, the expedition ignited Orin's fury. He roared, branding them fools, refusing responsibility for another doomed expedition. In 2 centuries, only he and one other survived Tuathan. Countless adventurers have perished. Trembling with rage, face flushed, he declared they'd die alone if they insisted on death. Calming with a heavy sigh, his eyes softened to compassion. The room fell silent as his face returned to a normal hue. Orin instead demanded they have to prove their worth for Avalon's sake. Confused, he explained that only an extraordinary deed would earn his aid. Frustrated, they cited the Four-Dweller Hunter on their backs and time scarcity. The Menhirs could die any day. Orin shrugged, mocking that reaching Tuathan's heart should dwarf a single hunter. If they were serious, that shouldn't deter them. At an impasse, they relented, proposing 2 crises. Lancelot, missing half of the Round Table Knights, struggled to aid the villages, fearing chivalry's collapse. Secondly, elders around Avalon sought a House of Commons to uproot corruption from Camelot's court. Orin deemed either sufficient, urging them to act. As they pressed for guidance as to what to do next, he erupted, kicking and shouting at them, slamming the door in their face. Left to prove their heroism, the expedition had to face Avalon's trials alone. Suddenly, the door reopened. Orin hurled a small book at Maggot, barking that it refined Merlin's flawed menhir rights for greater efficiency before locking them out again. Now, truly on their own, they had to decide what to do next. There wasn't time for this, was there? Surely solving such a gigantic issue would take too much effort. Couldn't they do this after Tuatha? Or did Orin know more than he let on? Orin's refined rituals made relighting menhirs effortless, opening Avalon to the expedition. Merlin's last apprentice demanded that they prove heroic worth for his guidance, not wanting to chance throwing people into the Tuathan meat grinder. Crossing Weirdedge's precarious bridge, they faced mutually exclusive quests: reform the crumbling Round Table or forge the House of Commons. Only one could succeed. The Round Table's revival would crush the Commons and vice versa. The canon remains ambiguous, but the Song of a Dying World TTRPG hints at a truth. They seem to pair two key choices together with destroying the Round Table, and these key choices do appear to be canonical. So I am assuming that destroying the Round Table is canonical, which I never liked when playing the game, especially when the chips are down and you actually have to make the decision. So I will cover both of the endings to these quests coming up, and I will note the differences. Recalling Lancelot's prior words, they tracked the missing knights. "The Round Table is gone from Camelot," Lancelot says with a deep sigh. "So many knights are lost. I struggle to keep count. Gaheris keeps the revolt at bay. Bors disappeared in the west when he tried to put a stop to a bloody feud between Crow's Nest and Timberwall. Bedivere and Palamedes are on a secret mission up north. They asked for help, so I sent Gawain their way. Now all three are gone. Agravain went to the gates of Tuatha to confirm the rumors of Fordweller reappearance. Geraint is dead. The druids at Moonring had the right to name his replacement, but they failed to do so, for reasons unbeknownst to me. Lamorak headed west to the other side of the island, investigating the danger of the weirdness. I haven't heard from him since. As for Galahad, he's been lost for a long time now, but we can't pick his replacement until this death is confirmed. The Order of the Round Table has never been this close to annihilation." Yvain had fallen. Gawain succumbed after yielding Excalibur's scabbard to the expedition. Bedivere and Palamedes lingered at the tombs of the Order, and Fael, the previous Sir Galahad, was confirmed dead. With this in mind, about half of the quests were already completed. Starting nearest Camelot, the expedition headed to Camelot's burrow. On Lancelot's command, Morgaine's great-grandson, Sir Gaheris, quelled a brewing revolt, threatening the city's defenses and effort to keep humanity safe from the weirdness. Gaheris, a giant of a man, sharing Morgaine's iron fist, bore a fearsome reputation. Lancelot trusted him to crush the uprising. Towering in pitch-black armor, his voice boomed like thunder. Gaheris led Camelot's forces. The rebels demanded weirdness protection, accusing Lancelot and Morgaine of neglect amid some personal survival schemes. They plotted a ragtag siege on Camelot, but Lancelot and Gaheris deemed it a death march, ending in a bloodbath, with Camelot fully intact and countless civilian losses. The revolt had already slaughtered the borough's mayor and a family, including children. Morgaine dreaded loyalists being strung up in the streets, and this fueled the dispatch of Gaheris. The Red Death exacerbated the grievances. Camelot quarantined districts, imposing lockdowns and sacrifices to preserve viable areas. Regardless of allegiance, the expedition bolstered troops with arms, magic, and strategy, then mediated with the opponents, urging the minor factions to stand down. The battle lines formed. Revolutionaries clashed with Gaheris's retinue. Rebels executed Camelosian loyalists and merchants to break the knights' morale, while Gaheris, a colossal dread knight, carved through foes, deaf to pleas of surrender. The prolonged melee left Gaheris blood-soaked but victorious. His troops were decimated. Unable to root rebels out from the burrow's shadows without reinforcements, he retreated, fury promising vengeance as insurgents scattered into hiding. There were no saints in this conflict. If the expedition aided Gaheris in the skirmish, he would have been able to return to Camelot to receive new orders from Lancelot. But if the expedition aided the rebels, Gaheris would be too busy to help the Round Table combat the weirdness in a unified manner. Following the skirmish, Camelot's burrow settled into an uneasy stalemate, tension simmering in every alley. The expedition journeyed west to locate Sir Bors, unseen during the War of the Three Lords, but said to have mediated infighting weeks earlier. At the Bloodied Glen, where the fiercest clash erupted, they discovered a somber pyre, Sir Bors' remains. After Mordred shattered Lady Kincaid's siege of Timberwall and demanded payment from King Ultan for the aid, Bors stepped in, hoping to persuade Mordred to claim the battlefield plunder and withdraw. Feeling betrayed, Mordred ordered the knight's execution, and Bors was overrun by Mordred's mercenaries. Avalon mourned Bors, one of the Round Table's rare noble hearts. Dejected, the expedition sought Sir Agravain, reportedly scouting Longbarrow and Tuathan's Mouth for a Four-Dweller reclaimer. Agravain believed interrogation could reveal ways to avert Avalon's fall. If anyone knew how to revive menhirs, surely it would be the Four-Dwellers. Tracking the target for days, he denied the expedition's urgings to return to Camelot, vowing to fulfill his quest in life or death. Reluctantly aiding them, they cornered the weird magic caster. In a brutal clash, Agravain and the expedition subdued the Four-Dweller, but it stayed silent. A weeks-long, fruitless endeavor. Determined to finish his mission, Agravain persisted, arrogantly chasing elusive answers, unable to shift to more promising leads. The expedition faced a critical choice: summon him to Camelot to bolster Lancelot's crumbling order, or hasten the Round Table's collapse by allowing his futile hunt to continue. The final missing knight was Sir Lamorak, and the expedition had scant leads as they scoured the weirdness-infested reaches. They found him in the Horns of the South, seated at a desolate camp, gaze fixed on Tuathan's distant walls. White-haired and the Round Table's eldest, Lamorak had sought to venture west beyond Riverfall, retracing the Executor's ancient path with Merlin centuries ago. He believed some forgotten artifact could counter the encroaching weirdness, likely hoping there could have been some forgotten notes of the Archdruid that could help solve the crisis. Tragically, paths lay swallowed by impenetrable weirdness and impassable voids. Viewing this as his last quest in his twilight years, Lamorak was sitting defeated, its futility crushing his spirit. Rousing the aged knight, the expedition reminded him that though his days waned, his sword and shield endured. They urged him to wield them one final time. A spark reignited in Lamorak's eyes. He dismantled his camp with renewed purpose. The expedition faced another pivotal choice: drive Lamorak into the weirdness to slay monsters until his end, honoring the warrior's heart, or persuade him to return to the Round Table, bolstering Lancelot amid the ceaseless civil war and stabilizing chivalry's fragility. With all knights either restored to the Round Table or disbanded, the expedition faced their final trial before earning Orin's aid, finding Sir Geraint's successor. Heading to Moonring, the druidic order tasked with the Round Table's nominations, they uncovered a deadlock. Druids split between two candidates, stuck in debate. You spend some time talking to the Elder Smith, Morfran, and the Druid Acolyte, Briogach. The Smith boasts about the time he spent near Brock Cruach, where he helped people escape slavery. The young man claims he spent many months in the Whitening, tending to people struck down with a strange disease. Geraint's cousin confided her fears, believing the candidates tarnished her kin's legacy, hiding dark secrets. Investigating, the expedition traveled to Brock Cruach. Locals exposed Morfran. He was no liberator. He forged the slavers' shackles, devoid of nobility, and he wasn't even a good smith. In Whitening, Briogach's tale unraveled. He harvested white lichen from the city, peddling false cures to travelers, expelled by furious citizens before fleeing to Moonring upon Geraint's death. Returning, the expedition deliberated intensely. To hasten the Round Table's fall, backing either fraud, a slaver or conman, would erode chivalry's honor, convincing Avalon that the order must end. Alternatively, they could champion Geraint's cousin, the first woman knight in centuries, her bloodline and keen intuition unmasking the liars, potentially revitalizing the table's legacy. Whether bolstering the Round Table or eroding its legacy over the weeks, the expedition earned acclaim from Avalon's factions. Traversing the island end to end, their names echoed among nobles and village leaders, deeds forging a formidable reputation. Laden with mementos from grateful leaders, they returned to Weird Edge for Orin's judgment. En route, the Four-Dweller champion shadowed them once more. Now battle-hardened, having bested it already, the expedition repelled it with newfound ease. Realizing defeat was untenable, the hunter retreated, only to re-emerge stronger, more lithe, and youthful. Each recovery elevated it, morphing into a superior being. The expedition grappled with this enigma, its escalating power a chilling harbinger of inevitability. Returning to Orin's eccentric Weird Edge Cranog, the expedition felt their trials were complete. Presenting their memento from Avalon's leaders, they watched Orin's nod of approval. He deemed them worthy. Brewing tea in his cluttered kitchen, he recounted the decades past. He and a dozen others entered Tuathan to reach its heart, a catastrophic failure. Yet Orin forged a reality-tethered refuge within, likely still intact, offering respite for those willing to enter the heart of the weirdness. He revealed the first expedition's exit, Riverfall's treacherous mouth. Guiding them to the correct waterfall, Orin issued a final warning. This is likely a one-way journey, demanding the utmost preparation for any hope of success. Prolonged weirdness exposure, he cautioned, would mutate or permanently alter them, urging haste. As they scribbled notes before departing, Orin's eyes betrayed unspoken secrets, a shadow of deeper peril was lurking in the journey, but he kept it to himself. Hearts heavy, with Avalon's fate resting on the Holy Grail in their possession, the expedition trekked westward to Riverfall. The roar of Tuathan's waterfalls guided them to Orin's specified entrance. Spotting it, they descended the cliff face the first expedition had ascended months prior. Hauling the true Grail, they entered a waterfall spilling from a carved cliffside mouth, its trickle gentler than the others. A partial cave-in narrowed the passage, easing the fight against the rushing water. Gripping handholds, they shattered rock, forcing entry, but also forcing the water flow to gush. The water surged, demanding held breath as they battled nature's fury, inching upward. Lungs burned, doubt was creeping. Were Orin's directions true? At the brink of collapse, light and shifting water appeared. Surging forward, they gasped, inhaling weirdness-laden air. Scanning the haze, tendrils and living fog swirled. Your eyes burn as you emerge into the shifting expanses of Tuathan, where structures of impossible complexity stick out of pure weirdness in different directions. Your sense of distance fails, just like your sense of what's up and down. Gusts of warm wind bring hundreds of unusual smells. Getting anywhere here will be a challenge. Tuathan's alien reality engulfed them. The Grails wait a solemn anchor in a realm defying comprehension. Tuathan defied all expectations. Orin's warnings of food and coin morphing like elements paled against the lived bizarrity. Fears transmuted into hope, pain into boons, life into illogic. The expedition gazed skyward at shifting events, a tale of strange adventurers mirroring themselves. Unbeknownst to them, it depicted the Age of Legends executors. Thebalt and Cowlin were leading, Nazar, Duana, and Neve were trailing. Absurdities assaulted them. Flesh walls, membrane floors, weirdness creatures fell to their blades as they traversed the Four-Dweller ruins, relics of a dead civilization. Reality warped. Food turned repugnant and unsustaining. Only gold and gems were nourishment. Their essence was altered. Hours blurred into days, with scant progress. Distance was distorted, yet land coalesced, revealing Orin's resolve, a reality beacon amid the weirdness. Out of the chaotic filigree structures of Tuathan, a solitary building raises itself on four crooked legs. Its walls of rough stone look distinctly out of place. Arrow slits instead of windows, and a narrow entry seem to indicate its defensive purpose. It was obviously built by humans, but the platform the abode rests on, and the four pillars that support it, are made of pure, thought-bent weirdstone. In Tuathan's madness, the expedition stood at Orin's sanctuary, the Holy Grail, their flickering hope to heal Avalon and the Menhirs, their odyssey a defiant spark against the weirdness's tide. The only question that remained was if their actions truly were their own, or could it be fated, like they were actors in a cosmic, unchangeable play. We are continuing our lore series by doing an interlude. I'm going to be going over the mistakes I've made in the lore series, which there's almost a dozen. I've addressed a couple of them in the series during the episodes. Something I do want to say is this is going to be unscripted. It felt weird to script the mistakes, but I did make all the notes to make sure that I wasn't going to miss one. Also at the end, there's going to be a bonus mistake that Tainted Grail did, that Awakened Realms did, which there likely are several, but I'm just going to stick to the one that I'm, pretty positive they just messed that one up. In a few months, I'm going to be finishing the series, so I do want you guys to comment on anything that you've noticed that I've either made a miss or mistake about. This also is about the misses I've made of stuff I probably should have talked about, but I never did. Also, for those of you who are just used to the lore series, right, I'm probably going to be talking slightly different because this is just how I am with playthroughs and live streams, whatever. I also cough a lot, just so you guys are aware, because you guys probably don't know that. But anyways, I did want to go over the poll that I did in the Discord, which I asked, do you think that the expedition will get out of Tuathan alive? It looks like you guys think that they probably will, that they will get out alive. I'm not going to sway your guys' opinions one way or the other, but, the return journey isn't going to be exactly as they probably hope. I'll just leave it at that. So, I'm going to be getting into this. So the first mistake they want to go over is that near the beginning of the series, and by the way, this might be boring for you guys, but I do just want to clarify because I make mistakes. I know I make mistakes. I'm going to continue to make mistakes, but I'm at least going to try to address them when I know I can. So the first one I want to go over is that at one point I mentioned that I believed that Arthur and Merlin created what was known as Anchorage, which was the mangrove tree with the giant bubble that kind of protected the first fleet when they...
I wasn't expecting company.
What? When they landed on Avalon? And at Anchorage, I had said that I believe that Merlin had built this bubble in order to essentially give Arthur a good getaway option if the time came, like if they were being destroyed by the Four Dwellers during the Age of Legends. Oren confirmed, and I didn't realize this until later, that the truth was that they wanted to trap humanity on Avalon, and that was why they created the barrier, so that there was no going back. They had to fight to the death to stay on Avalon. That was the intention. The other thing, which I did mention this before, and I kind of theorized near the beginning of the series, was that Kai and Morgaine are different people. For a time I wasn't sure. There were some people that thought that they were the same person, me being one of them, but they are not the same person. That was confirmed for sure. Kai and Morgaine are two different people. It's still a little bit uncertain exactly where they are in the family tree. All I really know is that Morgaine and Arthur share a mother, but that's pretty much it. Kai may be Arthur's full sister, which would be kind of interesting. But if that's true, again, she must have renounced her name and taken away, she didn't want to be named a Pendragon anymore. The other one that I said was questionable a few times, but Yvain is in fact a knight.
Always a pleasure to see you.
The problem is that I'm not entirely sure if Yvain the knight is the same one as Lord Yvain. That is a little bit questionable. I think that it is a little bit up to debate. But the thing is since he did go on the Grail quest, and right, that's kind of like one of the main parts of the Fall of Avalon RPG, my assumption is he is technically one of the greater Knights of the Round Table, and that's why he was able to essentially force Camelot to not take the men here by going after the Grail quest. So I think that more than likely he is one of the greater Knights. I think that it's possible he isn't, but I don't know who the alternate would be. I forget which one I was like in between, but I believe that it was was it Percival? I think it was Percival was the other one that was never explicitly a greater Knight of the Round Table. But Percival is such like a legendary figure, it's hard to tell, because would Tainted Grail make Percival or Yvain one of the Knights of the Round Table? I'd expect it to be Percival, but they don't say that. So there's currently only 11 that they mentioned, but we're told that there's a total of 12. So the last one is a little bit of a mystery. The other thing that I do want to mention is that though some took an interest in setting up... So right after the Age of Legends, Connacht was kind of set up, but it wasn't officially founded until after the Executors defended Tintagel. I mixed that up. I got that mistaken. Yeah, so though there was an interest, they didn't technically set it up until after. But this also proves even more so significantly that Merlin's tree over there cannot possibly be Merlin's tree, because he was long gone before that was set up. Like, at least if it was during the travel, you might be able to make an argument. Okay, well, maybe he barely made it to this point, kind of a thing. But no, it would have been impossible. The other thing they do want to mention is when I was going over Arthur's lineage back in the day, I said I didn't know who his mother was. I didn't, but I forgot that there is one instance where we are given her name. She is Lady Igraine. So I was correct in that guess that they kept that name. So it was Lady Igraine. We don't really know too much about her, just that she was really happy when Arthur was born. That was pretty much the one line that we have about her. The other thing, and this is kind of a big one that I missed because I didn't go through one of the board games as thoroughly as I ought to have, is that the Everdweller is a guardian of Avalon because he's monitoring a fallen god. That's essentially what he's doing, or why he was sent to Avalon. There's a god somewhere in Tuathan that kind of fell, and because he fell, yeah, the Four Dwellers are kind of tasked with making sure that he's kind of imprisoned, and the Everdweller was sent to ensure that the Four Dwellers keep that fallen god imprisoned. That's essentially what's happening there. The other thing I do want to say is also in the first few episodes, I should have, this is a miss, this isn't really a mistake, I really should have fleshed out the Fomorians more, because they do exist. They are actually even on Avalon, but they're on the western half, and you never see that in the game, you'll never see that in the board games, but they do exist in Western Avalon, so I should have gone over that a little bit more. And also when I was talking about the gods, there are more of them in Western Avalon, but I didn't really go over it much. I just vaguely talked about it. I should have talked about it much, or a lot more. The other thing that I should have done is gone over the Kings of Ruin board game in general. I really have just glossed over it, but there is a lot of lore in that, but it's something that's a lot harder to go through than the normal lore of Tainted Grail. Eventually, once this lore series is over, I am going to go back and I'm going to go over Kings of Ruin. It's going to be a whole other lore series. It's going to be a lot shorter, probably like 15 episodes if I had to guess, but it's going to go over the history of Avalon from the Kings of Ruin perspective, because it's all set in Western Avalon. And also it's something that the timelines don't relate to this one, like in terms of what you see before you with Connacht and Camelot. So that's why it's a little bit hard to relate the two and know what happened when. The other thing they did want to mention is that we are told flatly in the board game that Arthur's last resurrection was 100 years before the fall of Avalon, before the fall of Avalon board game. Since this game is set just a few years before the board game, that means definitively that Arthur could not have been resurrected. Now, I was assuming this, but actually this was flatly stated in the lore. It was 100 years ago. And that also means, more than likely, that it was about 100 years ago that Orin disappeared. I kind of made it sound like it was probably closer to 200 years, but it was actually just 100 years ago that happened. And that also does mean that one of two things must be canonical. That either the vessel was slain, and that's why there was no resurrection, because that was kind of insinuated by Caradoc as being a possibility, or it was that the vessel, which is the main character, decided to join Caradoc's side and destroy Arthur once and for all. Those are pretty much the only two canonical possibilities, which, again, I don't really like that much, but yeah. The other thing they did want to mention, which I missed, is that Merlin was the one that had the plan that the Round Table would call upon Merlin or his apprentices to make them resurrect Arthur. I had said that more than likely this had happened after the first resurrection attempt because it was so terrible. So that was kind of my assumption, and then they set it up, but actually Merlin did it before he even died, and also before Arthur was ever resurrected, meaning that Merlin probably had the ritual in place during the Age of Legends. He died before he could perfect it, kind of a thing. But I will say this also does add to my theory that Merlin is either a fae or some kind of demonic figure, because that is a theme with supernatural creatures sometimes, that there are pacts that they must adhere to, and Merlin gave a pact which compelled and forced Orin to resurrect Arthur. He had no choice. Right, so I do think that that is interesting, that more than likely they are of Fae ancestry or demonic ancestry. I think that that is true. The last mistake I want to mention or miss is that the secret ending in Fall of Avalon, I didn't mention it at all in the series, and the reason I didn't mention it at all is because there was a 0% chance it was true. It just couldn't have happened because the Red Death did persist. For those of you who don't know, the secret ending in the Fall of Avalon essentially shows that Arthur is fully restored, the Red Death is completely gone, and everything is happy and everything's perfect. That isn't at all what happens, because Arthur, again, he doesn't get resurrected, so that's not possible. The Red Death persists, so that isn't possible. So it's something where it was like, it was so impossible I didn't even mention it, but I should have mentioned that being an option, that, and explained why it couldn't have happened, because I know to some they view that as the true ending, because that's what people are calling it, but it isn't. It's more like a secret ending, but it's, it can't be canonical. The bonus mistake, sorry for talking so much, I love you guys. The bonus mistake I want to mention is that, which is Awakened Realms mistake, is that Arthur had mentioned in a vision, by the way, there are several of these that are like super questionable. I've kind of been able to reason out, but this one I cannot reason out, is that Arthur did mention in one of the memories back when he grabbed the crown, he tells Caradoc about Timberwall and that essentially the Dalriada will not be accepted there. But the problem is that Timberwall didn't exist, especially during that time. It couldn't have existed. Best case scenario, because I did go back to see this, is that maybe settlers did go there, but at the time it was just called the Nook. The only way I can really, try to make this reasonable or possible is, okay, well, maybe there were merchants in Camland, in the homelands, that were from a place called Timberwall. I mean, perhaps, but the reason Timberwall is called that is it's because of they have a timber wall. So I don't know about that one, but I'm pretty sure that they just made a mistake with that one. He should have just said the nobles and the merchants in Camelot, because that was really who wouldn't be able to accept the Dalriada. But yeah, sorry for this long form mistakes video. I did want to go over it. I felt like this would be a good time to do interlude, and also the fact that I'm going to be super busy with Thanksgiving coming up. I needed to have a video where I wasn't completely scripted because I just do not have the time. And also a lot of things are changing in my own life in terms of jobs, in terms of relationships, in a good way, by the way. So there is a missed tomato. But anyway, I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. I am going to be heading out. You guys are all so awesome. Next week, I'm going to be doing a supercut for all those that are kind of like either falling behind or they kind of want to have a refresher of the lore. I felt like this is a pretty good time for that as well. So it's going to be this highly edited supercut. Hey, buddy. That I'm going to be doing so that you guys can have this long form, I don't know how long it'll be, probably close to 6 hours or something. I really don't know. I haven't checked. Of most, if not all, of the lore videos up until this point. I'm going to be doing Tainted Tales. I'm going to be continuing to do the Song of a Dying World series. And yeah, I'm going to be heading out, guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed, please leave a like. Please consider subscribing if you have yet to do so. And yeah, I appreciate you guys so much. I love you all. I appreciate you all. And I'll be seeing you guys in the next one. See you later. Bye-bye.